Chapter 1208. The cultivator from Heaven Battling Union was very easy to identify. This could be judged from the clothes they wore, each of them wearing a golden robe that gave them an imposing aura. These cultivators generally gave off a feeling of arrogance. Except for the cultivator from Thunder Typhoon sect. When they looked at the cultivators from other forces, no matter how high or low their cultivation was, they all gave off a sense of contempt and disdain. It was as if Heaven Battling Union was some kind of great force. And these cultivators were also afraid that others wouldn't know they were from Heaven Battling Union. The battle character embroidered in golden thread on their chests could be seen from a distance. Because of Chu Changfeng, Yang Kai had never had a good impression of Heaven Battling Union, so when he saw that these people were actually from Heaven Battling Union, he knew that today's matter would not be resolved peacefully. The scene of him collecting Lu Yan's flying fire should have fallen into their eyes. Yang Kai just didn't know how much they had seen. In a flash, the four cultivators from Heaven Battling Union rushed over to Yang Kai and stared at him with either surprise or joy. It had to be admitted that Heaven Battling Union's heritage was truly strong. All four of them were third-order Saint King cultivators, and the Saint Chi in each of their bodies was purer and denser than that of an average cultivator. Each of them was covered in a light blue light curtain that gave off a frigid aura. Clearly, this light curtain was an ice attribute artifact that was protecting them from the fire poison here. The leader of this group was a beardless man in his 40s. After discovering Yang Kai's true cultivation, he couldn't help raising his brow in surprise. He didn't understand how Yang Kai, a first-order Saint King, was able to survive in this harsh environment, and from the looks of it, he didn't seem to have any artifact protecting him. This surprised him greatly, and caused him to stare at Yang Kai with a slightly dignified expression. Anyone who was able to resist the heat and fire poison without using any artifacts and only relying on their Saint Chi couldn't be underestimated. Did he just collect Lu Yan's flying fire? Another thin man next to him stared with wide eyes and exclaimed in surprise. It seemed like they were too far away and didn't see clearly. They only had suspicions, so they immediately rushed over to confirm it. I don't think so. Lu Yan's flying fire isn't something that can be easily obtained. Although Lu Yan had more flying fires on the third floor, even Feng Tianzhong couldn't catch them. How could he collect them? The third cultivator with a pointy mouth and ape-like cheeks shook his head slowly with a look of disbelief. Why don't we just ask and find out? The thin man chuckled and casually said to Yang Kai, "Boy, what did you take just now? Take it out and let me see." "What does it have to do with you?" Yang Kai looked at the four people indifferently. He didn't even have the slightest intention of running away. Haha. The skinny man laughed and nodded. "Yes, it has nothing to do with us, but boy, do you know who we are? Daring to talk to us like that? Interesting." As he spoke, his expression turned ruthless, and he said coldly, "Brat, if you want to live, then hand over the thing you just took. If I'm in a good mood, I'll spare your life. Otherwise, hee." With a chuckle, the threat was obvious. The white-faced beardless man who had been sizing up Kai Yang all this time, upon hearing this, his brows furrowed slightly. But very quickly he relaxed. Although he could see that Kai Yang wasn't ordinary, and the other party's expression was also strangely calm, he was still only one person. He didn't believe that with the strength of the four of them, they wouldn't be able to deal with him. In this world, there were always some arrogant cultivators who thought they were great just because they had a little bit of skill. Yang Kai had seen many such people because he himself was one of them, but after being repeatedly humiliated by Chu Changfeng, Yang Kai realized that there was always a mountain higher than the other. He subconsciously classified Yang Kai as one of these people. This kind of person was destined to suffer a big loss. He himself was lucky because he came from the same sect as Chu Changfeng, so he didn't lose his life at Chu Changfeng's hands, but after recognizing this reality, he acted much more low-key than before. "You think I'll give you what you want? Who do you think you are?" Yang Kai stared at the four cultivators coldly, his expression still indifferent. "Boy, don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit." The skinny man didn't expect Yang Kai to be so stubborn, and suddenly felt a little embarrassed. He had used this trick to intimidate others before, which cultivator didn't obediently submit. Even when he took a fancy to one of the cultivator's women, The other party obediently gave up the picturesque woman. Although he only played with her for a few days before ignoring her, no one had ever dared to refuse his request. All because he was from Heaven Battling Union. Not to mention outside. This was the Luoyan Desert, a desolate and remote place, a perfect place to kill and bury a corpse. Thinking so, the cultivator's eyes flashed coldly as murderous intent filled his body. Wait! Not waiting for him to act, the middle-aged man with the white beard suddenly called out. The other two also turned to look at him, only to see this man take a few steps forward and stare at Yang Kai, cupping his fists slightly and saying, "Friend, this one's junior brother is a bit short-tempered. If he has offended you just now, I hope you won't take it to heart." Yang Kai's eyes flashed, but he remained indifferent. "Brother." The skinny man saw his brother actually apologize to Yang Kai and was shocked, exclaiming, "Aren't you being too careful? Why are you talking nonsense with him?" The middle-aged man smiled lightly. "There's nothing wrong with being careful. Master also taught us that caution is the key to success. This friend is not an ordinary person. Although brother can't see his origin or identity, being able to remain here unharmed, he must have some skill. If we can resolve this matter peacefully, it would be best." The implication was that if they could not resolve this peacefully, it would not be too late to act. Hearing this, the skinny man thought for a moment with a gloomy expression, and no longer spoke any nonsense. The middle-aged man then looked at Yang Kai with a smile and continued, "Friend, we don't want to be nosy. After all, this is the third layer of the Luoyan sand field. Anyone would be on tenterhooks here, so can this friend give this one some face, and let my junior brother check your space ring?" With a smile on his face, he spoke as if he didn't care at all, as if he wasn't asking to check Yang Kai's space ring, but rather an old friend looking for Yang Kai to borrow something insignificant. "You want to see my space ring?" Yang Kai suddenly grinned. "Indeed." The middle-aged man gently nodded, his smile still like a spring breeze. "This one's brother, and I don't mean any harm. We just want to confirm what this friend received just now. If it weren't for the Luoyan flying fire, we wouldn't have coveted this friend's belongings and would have returned your space ring. What does this friend think?" "Good." To his surprise, Yang Kai actually agreed, causing the middle-aged man's brow to furrow slightly, seemingly quite surprised. In his heart, he was secretly wondering if he had been too cautious. Yang Kai really didn't have any ability, otherwise, how could he have agreed so easily? Just as he was feeling surprised though, he saw Yang Kai take off his space ring from his finger, and gently toss it up and down. For pairs of eyes immediately followed this ordinary space ring up and down. "Quickly throw it over." Seeing Yang Kai so cooperative, the skinny man immediately shouted, as if he couldn't wait to examine it carefully. "There's nothing good in my space ring." Yang Kai smiled at him and said in a slightly poor tone, "It's just a piece of brilliant fire crystal essence." Suddenly, a blood-red stone the size of a human head appeared in Yang Kai's hand. A scorching hot and pure fire attribute energy was being emitted from this stone. The fire attribute energy was swimming around the stone, as if it was alive. "Brilliant fire crystal essence?" The four people exclaimed in unison, and even the middle-aged man who had been smiling indifferently finally wore a look of greed and desire. Brilliant fire crystal essence was an Origin King grade material, and although the piece in Yang Kai's hand was only Origin King grade low rank, it was quite large. The four of them had never even heard of this head-sized brilliant fire crystal essence before, let alone seen it. If such a piece of material were to be sold outside, it would definitely be invaluable, and could easily sell for 20 or 30 million Saint crystals. They had heard before that at the Treasure Trove Pavilion auction in Heavenly Fate City, some treasures worth tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions of Saint crystals had appeared. Unfortunately, none of them were qualified to participate at that time, and were unable to witness such a shocking scene with their own eyes. But now such a top-grade artifact refining material had appeared in front of them. Moreover, it had been possessed by a First-Order Saint King cultivator. If their brothers could obtain this treasure, even if they divided it equally, each of them would be able to get a few million Saint crystals, enough for them to never have to worry about cultivation resources for the rest of their lives. For a time, the four people's breathing became heavy as their eyes flashed with greed, seemingly ready to snatch it at any moment. As for the middle-aged man's words about not coveting Yang Kai's wealth, they had long since been forgotten. But before they could do anything, Yang Kai actually put the head-sized brilliant fire crystal essence into his space ring, causing the four of them to feel both angry and disappointed. Ha, there's also this fire crystal stone, it's not much of a good thing. Yang Kai sighed faintly, as if he didn't know what it meant to not show off one's wealth before taking out a dark red crystal the size of a millstone. Although this crystal was the same as the brilliant fire crystal essence, exuding a scorching heat, the two were obviously not the same material. The former was a type of ore, while the latter was very similar to the fire crystal stone the four heaven-battling union masters had obtained along the way. Impossible! The skinny man screamed as he pointed to the huge fire crystal stone Yang Kai was holding and shook his head. It's impossible for such a large piece of fire crystal stone to exist. No fire spirit beast would have such a thing. It wasn't that he didn't know what was good for him, but the biggest piece of fire crystal stone the four of them had obtained along the way was only the size of a pigeon's egg, compared to the one in Yang Kai's hand. The difference was like comparing a towering tree to a small sapling. What's more, if this was really a fire crystal rock, then what level was the fire spirit beast that contained it? How big would it be? He didn't think that Yang Kai could kill such a fire spirit beast, and instead thought that Yang Kai was playing a trick. Chapter 1209. After Yang Kai took out the head-sized brilliant fire crystal essence, and the millstone-sized fire crystal stone one after another, the four heaven-battling union cultivators could no longer remain calm. Regardless of whether the fire crystal stone was real or not, the brilliant fire crystal essence was definitely real. For a time, greed filled the hearts of the four heaven-battling union cultivators, and they already regarded Yang Kai as a dead man in their hearts. Casually taking out two priceless treasures, who knew what other good things he had in his space ring? Perhaps there really was a Lu Yen flying fire. Kill him, they had to kill him. Then grab his ring and carefully examine it. As long as they could grab this cultivator's ring, they would no longer have to worry about cultivation for the rest of their lives. What else? The corners of the middle-aged man's eyes twitched. Although his heart was also full of desire and possessiveness, he was much better than the other three who wore their thoughts on their faces. At the very least he looked calm. Only his trembling voice betrayed the excitement in his heart. There are also a dozen emerald silk grasses, one ancient profound tongue, 3 red blood fruits. Yang Kai took out one item after another from his space ring, and every time he took out an item, the eyes of the four heaven-battling union cultivators burned with desire. Although these spirit grasses and spirit medicines were not as valuable as the previous two, they were still quite valuable, especially the dozen or so emerald silk grasses. These were spirit medicines that every sect longed to obtain, and heaven-battling union was naturally no exception. These dozen or so emerald silk grasses could be exchanged for a huge amount of contribution points, and when the time came, they could ask the elders for a reasonable request. And right, there are also 9 Lu Yen flying fires, but it's not convenient to take them out, so you won't be able to see them even if I take them out. Yang Kai chuckled and revealed all his gains after entering the Lu Yen sand field. Except for the colorless crystal that was absorbed by the soul-warming lotus, Yang Kai didn't conceal anything. Are there really Lu Yen flying fires? The monkey-faced man cried out in surprise. Yes, why would I lie to you? Didn't you see them just now? Yang Kai grinned. The expressions of the four people gradually became extremely strange. Everyone had an awkward look on their faces because the four brothers had worked together and spent 3 months in Lu Yan's desert, looking for treasures everywhere. They thought that they had a good harvest and were very happy, but compared to Yang Kai's harvest, it was like a difference between heaven and earth. They didn't even have 1% of his harvest. This made them somewhat embarrassed, and their gazes towards Yang Kai became more and more heated. You liar! The skinny man suddenly rolled his eyes and coldly shouted. Boy, you've got guts, daring to deceive my brothers. Obediently give me your ring, and I'll let you go. As he said this, he exchanged glances with the cultivator with a protruding mouth and a monkey-like chin. Then, they rushed towards Yang Kai from both sides. In front of so many good things, he didn't want to waste any more words with Yang Kai, so he casually found an excuse to snatch them. Although these two people were arrogant and often bullied the weak, they were still elite cultivators of Heaven Battling Union. So even when facing Yang Kai, a First-Order Saint King cultivator, they didn't show the slightest bit of carelessness. In the past 3 months, the four of them had done a lot of killing and robbing in Luyan's desert, so they naturally knew that although some people didn't look like much on the surface, in fact, they had some tricks up their sleeves. A lion would use its full strength to hunt a rabbit. Not to mention that Yang Kai didn't look normal at all. From beginning to end, he had a calm look on his face. They faintly felt that Yang Kai had some kind of trump card to rely on. So the moment they attacked, they condensed their Saint Chi to protect their bodies, each of them holding back their killing moves. They were on high alert, lest Yang Kai counterattacked and cause them any losses. The beardless middle-aged man and the fat cultivator stood in place without moving. Although the two of them had a strange feeling, secretly feeling that Yang Kai was deliberately luring their companions into action. With such precious treasures in front of them, even if they had doubts in their hearts, they didn't stop their companions. Anyone who saw so many good things would be willing to take a risk. After all, these were treasures worth their lives. No matter how strong a First-Order Saint King was, could he be stronger than Chu Changfeng? Even if Chu Changfeng was here, it would be impossible for him to deal with the four of them alone. So, while paying attention to Yang Kai's movements, they were ready to lend a hand at a moment's notice, lest the other party really had some kind of earth-shattering method. The thin cultivator and the monkey-faced one were extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, they arrived 10 meters in front of Yang Kai. Yang Kai, on the other hand, wore a look of shock, as if he had just discovered that they were rushing towards him, hurriedly putting back all the treasures he had taken out of his space ring, his flustered appearance greatly reducing the vigilance in the hearts of the two cultivators. Without any hesitation, they pushed their speed to the limit. But soon, they saw a faint smile appear on Yang Kai's face. The moment they saw this smile, the two of them realized that something was wrong. It was a smile of someone who had succeeded in their scheme, as if he had set up some kind of trap here long ago, and was waiting for others to walk right into it. Even the look in the other party's eyes was filled with disdain and ridicule. So how could there be any trace of the previous fluster? In the next moment, the two Third-Order Saint Kings who were rushing towards Yang Kai suddenly stopped in their tracks, as if they had been blocked by an invisible wall. Two muffled groans rang out at the same time as the two Third-Order Saint Kings felt their bodies shrink, as if a mountain was pressing down on them, making it difficult for them to breathe as their bodies twitched and their bones creaked out of place. When Yang Kai first entered this strange space, he had almost been unable to break free. Yang Kai's physique was much stronger than an average cultivator's, so how could these two cultivators easily escape from this place? Although Yang Kai had been cultivating his space blade here for more than a month and had destroyed most of the viscous and dense space here, it was still possible for him to interfere with these two cultivators. As long as he had enough time, Yang Kai could easily kill them. As such, as soon as they rushed into this strange space, they had run out of luck. The two cultivators paled and their eyes filled with panic. Pushing the Saint Chi in their bodies with all their might, they finally managed to alleviate the heavy pressure around them. Just as they were about to retreat from this strange space, the middle-aged man's cry of alarm rang out from behind them. The two cultivators looked up and saw a palm slamming towards their heads. This space could hinder the movements of these two cultivators, but Yang Kai was like a fish in water here, completely unaffected. He had long since become accustomed to the dignified atmosphere of this place. Facing four Third-Order Saint Kings, one-on-one, or even two, Yang Kai wasn't the slightest bit afraid and was confident he could kill them all, but four of them were different. If he couldn't wipe them all out, and even one of them managed to escape, there would be no end to his troubles in the future. That was why Yang Kai had constantly exposed his gains. He wanted to use these incredibly valuable treasures to lure these four cultivators to snatch them away. The plan was proceeding smoothly. Men die for wealth and birds die for food. This ancient truth was vividly illustrated by the performance of these four cultivators. No one could remain unmoved after seeing so many good things. Asterisk prung pung. Two explosive sounds rang out as the thin man trapped in this strange space, and the monkey-faced cultivator from Heaven Battling Union burst into a bloody mist the moment Yang Kai's palm slammed into their heads, leaving not even their bones behind. The two third-order Saint Kings died extremely aggrieved, not even having a chance to fight back as they were directly killed by Yang Kai. Inside the bloody mist, Yang Kai stood there with a cold aura as he stared coldly towards the remaining two cultivators, his malevolent aura soaring to the heavens like that of an ancient demon god. It was only at this moment that Yang Kai revealed his white fangs and stared maliciously at the remaining two Heaven Battling Union cultivator. The fat man of the two remaining cultivators had just rushed out a few meters when he saw his fellow sect brother being killed. He immediately stopped and stared at Yang Kai in shock, a look of disbelief filling his face. The moment Yang Kai attacked just now, the Saint Chi fluctuations that surged from his body were indeed at the level of a first-order Saint King. Although it was quite good, it wasn't heaven-defying. The two palms he had sent out hadn't been very fast either, seemingly very casual. The fat man couldn't understand why his two fellow sect brothers had been killed without being able to put up any resistance. This was obviously illogical. There's something strange about him. There's probably some kind of barrier around him. The beardless middle-aged man's face was gloomy to the extreme. They had always been the ones to hunt wild geese, but today, they had been pecked in the eye by the wild geese and now two of their fellow sect brothers had died. He was so depressed he almost coughed up blood. Who else wants to check my space ring? The corners of Kai Yang's mouth curled upwards as he looked at the two indifferently. As he asked this question, he actually walked straight towards them. The fat man took a step back in horror, his face extremely dignified. The beardless middle-aged man also frowned. He had just said that there was some kind of barrier around Yang Kai, which was why he could easily kill his two fellow sect brothers, but now the other party had actually taken the initiative to attack. What was the meaning of this? Why was he so confident? The middle-aged man was a cautious person, so when he saw that the situation in front of him was beyond his comprehension, he didn't even think about it and immediately retreated while calling out to the fat man, "Let's go!" Then without looking back he flew back towards the canyon. Unable to figure out the enemy's true strength, he didn't want to stay here and risk his life. He just wanted to pass on the news that this person had a precious treasure to his fellow sect brothers, and then gather more people to take revenge. It had to be said that his idea was correct, and his approach was foolproof. The fat man, on the other hand, wasn't so shrewd. Although the middle-aged man had called out to him before leaving, the fat man was clearly very confident in his own strength, and had also been blinded by the good things in Yang Kai's ring. Seeing Yang Kai walking towards him, instead of being surprised, he was instead overjoyed. Immediately, his fat body began to emit a green light that surrounded him. Immediately, like a deflated balloon, the fat man's body shriveled up at a visible speed, turning into a thin man in the blink of an eye. Chapter 12:10. Although his figure had undergone a huge transformation, the aura radiating from this fat man's body had increased exponentially, and the Saint Chi surging from his body was almost tangible. With a wave of his hands, a green light flew out from his palms, transforming into vines that shot towards Yang Kai. These vines were full of sharp barbs and once caught, they would pierce into a cultivator's flesh and absorb their blood essence and Saint Chi. Even a cultivator in the same realm would not be able to easily break free, and would only be at the mercy of this fat man. With his unique Saint Chi and killing moves, this fat man had killed countless enemies. In Heaven Battling Union, although his fame was not as high as Chu Changfeng or the middle-aged man, he was still a core figure. On top of that, these would attribute vines multiplied and grew extremely quickly. As long as Yang Kai was given 3 breaths of time, he would be able to use his vines to seal off the entire canyon and form a cage. At that time, this place would be his world, and even if this first-order Saint King had great ability, he wouldn't be able to escape from this vine cage. His eyes were full of confidence. However, a black flame danced in the air like a fire dragon, pouring cold water on his head. A fire attribute cultivator? The fat man was shocked. His would attribute martial skills and martial skills were restrained by the fire attribute, So when he saw Yang Kai release these black flames, his heart sank and his expression became solemn. However, there was no turning back, and a single First Order Saint King wasn't enough to force Yang Kai to retreat. As such, Yang Kai increased the output of his Saint Qi, causing the green vines to grow even more frantically, showing signs of covering the entire canyon. The intensity of the fire suddenly became ferocious, and a scene that truly shocked the fatty happened. The black flames swept over, and actually burned all the green vines he had released into ashes. No matter how many he released, he still couldn't keep up with the speed at which they were being burned. In the blink of an eye, the black flames had burned close to him. Impossible! The fat man shouted. Although his martial skills were restrained by the fire attribute, there was no flame that could have such a powerful burning ability that his vines were unable to reproduce. The greenery that filled the sky was instantly suppressed by the pitch-black flames. Within the canyon, a feeling of alternating heat and cold came, causing Fatty to feel extremely tormented. Yang Kai was like a raging flame as he rushed forward, and threw a pitch-black heaven-punishing spear towards the heaven-battling Union cultivator. Yang Kai followed closely behind the heaven-punishing spear, and slammed down with heaven-covering hand. He had to end the battle quickly. The middle-aged man's cautiousness was far beyond Yang Kai's expectations. After he had killed 2 of his fellow disciples, his first reaction was not to seek revenge, but to retreat without even thinking about it. His decisiveness was unimaginable. This was an extremely terrifying person who was able to suppress his greed for the various treasures in his space ring, and choose the safest course of action. Now that he had already run several tens of feet away, if he continued to tangle with this fat cultivator, once that person left the canyon, it would really be too late to catch up. As such, Yang Kai attacked in anger, using almost all of his strength. The fat cultivator's reaction was not slow. Seeing the pitch-black heaven-punishing spear thrust towards him, he immediately summoned a small round shield. This small round shield rotated rapidly, its surface filled with complex runes and energy lines, as well as a tortoise pattern that swam about nimbly. With the small round shield in front of him to protect him, his figure flickered as he tried to quickly retreat. However, a giant hand that seemed to cover the sky suddenly slammed down from above, giving him the illusion that he could not avoid it. Hong. With a loud bang, the heaven-punishing spear collided with the small round shield, and a huge amount of energy burst out. Accompanied by a cracking sound, a crack appeared on the small round shield, but surprisingly, it didn't shatter. Although it was stained with some demonic flames, the turtle pattern on the round shield flashed and emerged from the round shield. Soon after, the turtle opened its mouth and spat out a mass of white energy, extinguishing the demonic flames in an instant. After doing all this, the tortoise pattern returned to the small round shield, but it no longer swam and became lifeless. This secret treasure had clearly lost its spirituality, unless an outstanding weapon refiner was hired to repair it. Otherwise it would not be able to be used again. The small round shield blocked Yang Kai's killing blow and protected the fat cultivator's life, but the heaven-covering hand slammed down heavily at this moment. The fat cultivator let out a strange cry. His hands quickly formed a complicated seal, and then his 2 palms faced the sky and pushed fiercely. A green curtain of light rose with his movements, like a protective shield, covering him below. Another loud bang sounded and the earth trembled. When the heaven-covering hand slammed into the green light curtain, the light curtain and the huge palm print shattered at the same time, and disappeared without a trace. As for the fat cultivator, although he didn't suffer any serious injuries after receiving this attack, his complexion was obviously pale. He had suffered some losses. In just a short time, he immediately recognized the gap between himself and Yang Kai. This was not a strength that a First-Order Saint King cultivator could display. Even a Third-Order Saint King would not be able to display such strength. If it were not for the Saint Qi fluctuations coming from Yang Kai's body being genuine, the fat cultivator would have suspected that the other party was an origin-returning realm master in disguise. No wonder the other party had the confidence to take the initiative to attack. With such combat power, it was more than enough to compete with Chu Changfeng, so dealing with the fat cultivator would be a piece of cake. The fat cultivator had already used an artifact, But the other party did not seem to be using his full strength, only using martial skills to fight him, not even bothering to use an artifact. What the fat cultivator did not know was that Yang Kai only had 2 artifacts. One was the purple shield, and the other was the 100 Mountains picture. The purple shield was a defensive artifact, and although the 100 Mountains picture was powerful, the terrain of the canyon was too narrow for it to be used. Otherwise, Yang Kai would have already summoned 20 phantom mountains to smash the fat cultivator to death instead of wasting time. The fat cultivator knew that the situation was bad, so after blocking the heaven-covering hand, he summoned another flying dagger-like artifact, poured his Saint Chi into it, and threw it towards Yang Kai. The flying dagger turned into a white light and flew straight towards Yang Kai's face, carrying a thick evil chi. At the same time, the fat cultivator quickly turned around and ran out of the canyon without looking back. He thought that his flying dagger artifact would buy him some time, and as long as he had a little bit of time, he might be able to escape. But how could he have known that just as he turned his back to Yang Kai, a deathly aura would strike him from behind? Looking back in horror, the fat cultivator saw that Yang Kai had already avoided the flying dagger's attack, and was holding a black sword in his hand, constantly slashing down. A series of shocking black sword waves suddenly filled the canyon. The fat cultivator's heart trembled, and before he could think of anything, he was struck by more than a dozen sword waves at the same time. With a scream, he fell to the ground, his body burning with demonic flames. No matter how hard he pushed his Saint Chi, he was unable to extinguish the flames and was soon burned into a charred corpse. The canyon was only 2 or 3 meters wide, so it was really not suitable for him to dodge. If not for this, he could have at least bought some time and not died so quickly. Even at the moment of his death, he could not understand how a trivial First-Order Saint King could be so terrifying. After killing the fat cultivator, Yang Kai immediately raised his head and looked towards the canyon. The last middle-aged man was running really fast. In just a short time he was already 2,000 meters away. He seemed to have heard the screams of the fat cultivator, and his figure trembled slightly as his speed increased. At this moment, he understood that his worries and cautiousness were not unreasonable. The scream of the fat cultivator had clearly announced his death. Being able to kill his fellow sect mate in just 5 breaths, no matter what method or scheme this young man used, he was not someone he could contend with. As such, he did not dare to look back, and only wanted to leave this canyon as soon as possible. At the same time, he touched his space ring with a trembling hand and took out a communication artifact, wanting to inform his fellow sect mates about what had happened here. It would be best if he could inform Chu Changfeng. In his eyes, only someone like Chu Changfeng could compete with this young man. Just as he took out his communication artifact, the sound of wind and thunder suddenly rang out behind him as a terrifying divine sense enveloped him. The strength of this divine sense was no less than that of some origin-returning realm masters. Not daring to neglect, he immediately poured his divine sense into his communication artifact, but before he could say anything, he felt a slight pain in his arm. It was as if he had been bitten by an ant. But when he went to investigate, he was shocked to find that his arm had been silently cut off. Not far from him, there was a dark blade-shaped crack that seemed to be able to swallow everything flying side by side with him. A void crack. This cultivator was quite experienced and knowledgeable, so he couldn't help muttering to himself. As soon as his voice fell, the thing he thought was a void crack disappeared. Intense pain came from his severed arm, causing sweat to ooze from his forehead and even his clothes to be soaked. Chi. Another soft and almost imperceptible sound rang out beside his ear, and his other undamaged arm hurt again. Thinking of what had just happened, the middle-aged martial artist's face turned ashen. He turned his head to look and found that his second arm was indeed gone. The cut was neat and tidy, as if it had been easily cut off by some sharp weapon. A silhouette swiftly passed by and blocked in front of him like a bolt of lightning. The middle-aged man stopped and stared at Yang Kai in a daze, a look of despair filling his face. He could no longer care about the pain in his severed arm, nor could he stop the blood from gushing out. He could only stare at Yang Kai and the pair of wind and thunder wings behind him. Only then did he understand why his opponent was still able to easily catch up to him despite him trying his best to escape. The other party actually possessed such a strange artifact. No wonder his speed was so fast. However, he did not know what kind of attack Yang Kai had just used to cut off his arms. He did not even feel any fluctuations of Saint Qi before his arms were inexplicably cut off. Chapter 12:11. Inside the canyon, Yang Kai and the middle-aged man stared at each other, the former's eyes cold while the latter's face filled with despair. Ah! The middle-aged man who was blocked by Yang Kai suddenly chuckled softly, but his smile was filled with bitterness and unwillingness. He knew that this time it would be difficult for him to escape, so it was too late for regrets. Luyan Desert was so large, so why did his brother and junior brothers choose to enter this canyon? Moreover, they ended up provoking such a fiend. If it weren't for this, the four of them would be living a very comfortable life right now. With the harvest of this trip, as long as they could safely leave this place, they would have reaped great benefits. But now it was too late to say anything. Of the four of them, 3 had died, and both of his arms were crippled. It seemed that he would soon follow in the footsteps of his fellow disciples. His heart was filled with regret. Now that he recalled the scene when he first saw this young man, he realized how ridiculous his and his 3 fellow disciples' actions were. If this young man didn't have something to rely on, how could he have remained indifferent when he saw the 4 of them and not run away? If this young man didn't want to lure the 4 of them into action, how could he be stupid enough to reveal the harvest of his space ring to everyone? Now that he thought about it, this young man's expression and actions at the time were indeed suspicious. But with benefits at stake, even the most astute and cautious person would be blinded by greed. Friend, the middle-aged man gulped and suddenly said, "Can you tell me, what kind of power did you use? If I can know, I can die without regrets." Yang Kai looked at him indifferently and shook his head. "The dead don't need to know." "That's true." The middle-aged man smiled miserably, his figure standing tall and straight, putting on an appearance as if he was ready to be stabbed. "Do it. I know I am definitely not your opponent, so I don't want to struggle, so I ask this friend to be quick. It's best if you don't let this one feel any pain." As soon as his voice fell, Yang Kai flicked his wrist and sent out a jet black sword wave towards him with an imposing aura. The moment the black sword light appeared, the eyes of the middle-aged man, who had previously looked like he was waiting for death, flashed and he opened his mouth and spat out a blood mist. This blood mist was extremely thick and reeked of blood. It was clearly his blood essence. Inside this blood mist, an all-shaped foot-long artifact, shining with a yellow light, spun like a top, rolling up the surrounding world energy and attacking Yang Kai. The cone-shaped artifact seemed to want to drill a hole through space itself, and wherever it passed, everything turned to dust. Even Yang Kai's black sword light was scattered by it. At the same time, his face was pale and he quickly retreated. He stared at Yang Kai through the blood mist with wide eyes. How could he still look like he was waiting for death? His face was clearly filled with an expression of extreme desire for life, but right now he was worried about his gains and losses. He didn't know if his carefully prepared attack would have the effect he expected. This was the attack he had pinned his hopes on. In order to coordinate with this sneak attack, he had said those words just now to distract Yang Kai's attention. He had hoped that at least he could use his pride to move his opponent. As long as his opponent showed the slightest flaw, he would have an opportunity to take advantage of it. But he hadn't expected this young man to be such a ruthless person. Even though he had put on such an act, this young man still remained indifferent and killed without hesitation. The other party had no flaws, so he could only hope that his artifact would not disappoint him. Under his nervous gaze, the cone-shaped artifact, under the cover of the blood mist, scattered the black sword light, and instantly arrived in front of Yang Kai. However, Yang Kai didn't seem to notice it, and just stood there motionless. The middle-aged man was overjoyed, but just as a smile appeared on his face it froze. Because he saw Yang Kai casually point his finger, and a pitch-black fissure-like attack that he had seen before appeared. When that fissure passed through his cone-shaped artifact, the murderous aura and the world energy it generated disappeared in an instant, as if they had been swallowed by a fierce beast. Not only that, when the fissure passed through his cone-shaped artifact, a portion of it strangely disappeared, while the remaining half lost its spirituality and fell directly to the ground. The middle-aged man's eyes bulged as he stared at Yang Kai in horror, muttering, "Is that really a void crack?" When Yang Kai saw it before, he only had some doubts, but seeing it again he immediately confirmed that the method used by the other party had really created a void crack that could move. Otherwise, how could a part of his cone-shaped artifact have disappeared without a trace? It had clearly been swallowed into the void by that void crack. "Is this your last resort?" Yang Kai looked at him sarcastically. The other party was a cautious person, something Yang Kai had already experienced, so whatever he said, Yang Kai treated it like a fart and made up his mind to kill him. Naturally, he wouldn't be fooled by this little trick just now. Yang Kai didn't have the habit of underestimating his enemy. "Impossible, your cultivation is so low, how could you possibly be proficient in the Tao of space? Even Elder Mo can't create such a void crack." The middle-aged man roared hysterically, as if he had seen the most unbelievable thing in the world. "Elder Mo? He understands the Tao of space?" Yang Kai raised his brow. So far, besides himself, Yang Kai had never met another cultivator who understood the Tao of space. Even an amazing character like Guizhu couldn't comprehend the Tao of space with his origin King Realm cultivation. Now, from this middle-aged man's mouth, Yang Kai had actually heard that someone named Elder Mo understood the Tao of space. This surprised Yang Kai greatly. Elder Mo is the chief elder of the Elder Hall, and reached the Third Order origin returning realm 1,000 years ago. His strength far surpasses all of Shadowed Star. "I am his." The middle-aged man mistakenly thought Yang Kai was afraid of him, and quickly reported his relationship with this Elder Mo, so Yang Kai wouldn't attack him. "If there is a chance, I will go to Heaven Battling Union to find him to discuss the true meaning of the Tao of space, but you won't have a chance to see it." Yang Kai didn't wait for the middle-aged man to finish speaking, and casually sent out a space blade. Under the horrified gaze of the middle-aged man, this space blade cut through his body as easily as cutting through tofu. The defensive artifact armor and Saint Chi he was wearing didn't play any role in blocking this attack, and a part of his body below his chest was directly cut off. The middle-aged man only felt his body shrink as the upper half of his body fell about an inch and smashed onto the lower half of his body. When he lowered his head to look, the blood spurting out of his mouth had sent the upper half of his body flying up again. Just as he screamed out, a ball of pitch-black devil flame enveloped him. Amidst the rolling flames, even his voice was annihilated. In just 3 short breaths, he had turned into a pile of black ash. Staring at the position where the middle-aged man disappeared, Yang Kai frowned slightly, his face filled with both joy and worry. On the one hand, Yang Kai was happy that after more than a month of tempering, his space blade had finally come in handy and could be used against his enemies. On top of that, its effects were quite good and its lethality was extremely high. His attacks were also quite secretive and without any Saint Chi fluctuations. It was difficult to detect. On the other hand, his space blade seemed to be easy to dodge and lacked accuracy. No matter how focused Yang Kai was, he couldn't accurately control its movements while tearing space. The moment the middle-aged man took out his communication artifact, Yang Kai knew that he wanted to send out a message, so he planned to kill him with a single blow. How could he have known that he would only cut off one of the middle-aged man's arms? Fortunately, when he cut off the middle-aged man's arm, the communication artifact also dropped, otherwise he might have been able to successfully send out a message. Yang Kai's second attack was the same, coincidentally cutting off the middle-aged man's second arm. This wasn't deliberate on Yang Kai's part, it was just 2 coincidences. If he only needed to kill once, Yang Kai wouldn't have wasted time and energy. The third time was a bit better, but Yang Kai's goal was still a bit off. However, even so, the terrifying lethality of his space blade could not be concealed. It could send everything it encountered into the void, and as long as it was stable enough, even an Origin King's body wouldn't be able to withstand a single attack from it. After verifying the power of his space blade in an actual combat, Yang Kai was quite satisfied. As for its accuracy and stability, Yang Kai believed that as his strength improved in the future, this would slowly change. When the time came, this move might become his biggest trump card. Bending down and picking up the middle-aged man's space ring, Yang Kai returned to his original position and cleaned up the battlefield. After dealing with the several corpses, He stared at the strange several dozen meter long void, let out a long sigh, passed through it, and walked directly to the other side of the canyon. There was no need to stay here any longer. According to Yang Kai's original plan, he would have to leave this place in 2 or 3 days. Now that the 4 from Heaven Battling Union had interfered, it was only a matter of time before he left. Half a day later, Yang Kai stopped under a huge boulder. After being baked by the heat waves of Luoyan sand for many years, this boulder had a fiery red color, and its internal impurities had long been removed. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was a good artifact refining material. If it was used for artifact refining, it could at least be used to refine a saint-grade artifact. Yang Kai really had no interest in this thing, so he decided to use it to avoid the heat waves. Below the boulder was a deep pit that only allowed one person to enter. Yang Kai came here just to check the rings of the 4 from Heaven Battling Union. After all, they were his spoils of war. After inspecting their rings, Yang Kai was secretly shocked. It wasn't that these 4 people had obtained some kind of heaven-defying treasure, but rather that their space rings contained a lot of spirit grasses, spirit medicines, fire crystal stones, and various ores that belonged to Luoyan sand. A huge amount. The things in each of their rings were almost equivalent to the total harvest of 7 or 8 people combined. It was impossible for them to have such good luck to obtain these things. Yang Kai didn't know how many people they had killed and how many treasures they had plundered in order to accumulate their current wealth, but now all of it had been taken advantage of by Yang Kai. Everything was relatively common in Luoyan sand. Although they were not as valuable as the huge fire crystal stones and brilliant fire crystal essences that Yang Kai had obtained, they were much larger in quantity, allowing Yang Kai to gain a lot. Chapter 12:12. After transferring everything into his space ring, Yang Kai sat down cross-legged under the boulder to adjust his breathing. After cultivating in the canyon for more than a month and fighting a fierce battle just now, although he hadn't consumed much of his strength, Yang Kai still wanted to maintain his peak condition to avoid any unexpected situations. After half an hour, Yang Kai had fully recovered. Just as he was about to leave the pit under the boulder, a gray figure suddenly appeared in front of him. This figure was small and agile, and although it wasn't as terrifying as Luoyan's flying fire, it was still extraordinary. The moment Yang Kai discovered this figure, he swept it with his divine sense, and after confirming what it was, he couldn't help showing a surprised expression. This was actually a kind of monster beast that looked a bit like a fox. Its eyes were extremely sharp and gave off a sly aura. Its body was surrounded by a wind attribute energy aura, and it moved like the wind, dashing off into the distance in the blink of an eye. What caught Yang Kai's attention though was that this monster beast was holding a fruit in its mouth. This fruit was bright red and seemed to contain an extremely hot aura. Golden sun fruit. Kai Yang raised his eyebrows and immediately stood up. He then quickly chased after the fox-like little beast. The golden sun fruit was an origin-grade high-rank spirit fruit, and a top-grade herb for refining origin-grade pills. Since Yang Kai was preparing to refine some pills for Wu Yi and the others to increase their cultivation, now that he had encountered such a spirit fruit, he naturally wouldn't let it go. On top of that, the monster beast's strength wasn't high, only 6th order. It only seemed to be fast, so Yang Kai believed he could easily catch up with it with his own ability. Snatching a spirit fruit from a monster beast's mouth was a bit unreasonable. But what Yang Kai cared about was that since a golden sun fruit had appeared, there must be a golden sun fruit tree growing nearby. If he could catch the monster beast, perhaps he could use it to lead him to this fruit tree. If it could be transplanted to Dragon Cave Mountain, it would be perfect. Yang Kai believed that with the vitality contained in his golden blood, transplanting the golden sun fruit tree would not be a problem. This was the heat zone on the 3rd layer of the Luoyan sand land. All the spirit grasses and spirit medicines had a long history, and were much more valuable than those sold in the market outside. Yang Kai's speed was not slow. The moment he sensed that the little beast had passed by, he immediately chased after it. However, he still somewhat underestimated the little beast's ability. By the time he chased after it, it was already 3 miles away. Frowning, Yang Kai used his wind and thunder wings, slowly closing the distance between him and the little beast. Half an hour later, Just as Yang Kai was about to catch up with the little beast, he suddenly heard the sound of fierce fighting not far in front of him. Bursts of violent energy fluctuations came from that direction. It seemed that the fight was in full swing. Kai Yang also didn't have any intention of looking for trouble. He originally wanted to avoid the location of the fight, but the little beast's direction of movement was actually heading straight towards the source of the fighting sounds. Having chased it for so long, Yang Kai was naturally unwilling to give up halfway, and simply continued his pursuit. But a moment later, Yang Kai showed a stunned look because he saw with his own eyes that the little beast he had been chasing all this time suddenly turn into a stream of light, and drill into the chest of one of the women when it arrived in front of the two people fighting. This little beast was actually raised by someone else. Yang Kai's expression became extremely ugly. If he had known this would happen, he would never have made such a blunder. Since this little monster beast was raised by someone else, it must have been released by its owner to search for spirit grasses and spirit medicines. It must have been accidentally discovered by Yang Kai on its way back, and chased all the way here. This could easily cause misunderstandings, and it might even lead to a fight. However, this little beast really did have some skill. It was actually able to find a golden sun fruit for its owner. And from the way it acted, it was clear it had done this kind of thing many times before. The one fighting the little beast's owner was a man wearing golden robes. When Yang Kai saw this robe, he couldn't help feeling a sense of disgust. Yang Kai didn't know how many cultivators from Heaven Battling Union had entered this place. No matter where he went, he would encounter them. 2 had died while collecting emerald silkgrass, and 4 had died in the canyon. Yang Kai had only just walked out of the canyon, yet here he was, running into another one. The scene of the little beast digging into the woman's chest with a spirit fruit in its mouth was naturally seen by the Heaven Battling Union disciple, and he couldn't help exclaiming, "Golden sun fruit?" As he spoke, greed flashed in his eyes and his attacks became more and more ruthless. After Yang Kai's arrival, the woman seemed to have become somewhat hesitant to attack him. From time to time, she would divert her attention to pay attention to Yang Kai's movements. This caused her, who had instinctively fought evenly with her opponent, to fall into a disadvantageous position. She was constantly being attacked by her opponent's halberd-like artifact, putting her in a perilous situation. The Heaven Battling Union disciple, on the other hand, didn't put Yang Kai in his eyes at all. While attacking with all his strength, he taunted the young woman. "You ugly woman, you don't even allow others to say you're ugly. Ha ha ha, since you're ugly, then you should obediently stay in your boudoir, and not show your face in public. It's your fault for running out and disgusting others. My mouth is on my body so I can say whatever I want. Bite me." Sure enough, under the man's poisonous tongue, the woman's tender body trembled and a cold murderous intent flashed across her eyes. Although she constantly pushed her Saint Chi to resist and wanted to tear her opponent's mouth apart, in her anger, she couldn't even display 80% of her peak strength, causing her already bad situation to become even more precarious. Only then did Yang Kai notice this woman's face, and at first glance he couldn't help feeling distressed. Although the Heaven Battling Union cultivator's words were extremely vicious, it was undeniable that this woman was not good-looking. Using the word "not good" to describe her was Yang Kai's kindness. Her face was simply unbearable to look at. She clearly had an exquisite, full and perfect figure, but her pretty face was full of bumps and hollows, and some of the spots even had yellow pustules, exuding an unpleasant smell. Not only that, but the skin on her face was also dark yellow, looking like she was malnourished. This formed a sharp contrast with her white arms and pink neck. If someone with poor psychological endurance saw her face, they would probably be scared out of their wits. If she didn't have these shortcomings, her appearance wouldn't be bad. After all, her facial features were delicate and neat. Yang Kai frowned slightly. He didn't know if this woman was born with this appearance or if it was due to some other reason, but her appearance was obviously her reverse scale. The Heaven Battling Union cultivator kept talking about her appearance, successfully stimulating her nerves. Otherwise, with her ability, she would have been able to kill this Heaven Battling Union cultivator. The weapon she used was a kind of white thread-like artifact that was extremely sharp and quite mysterious. As she waved it, white light flashed wildly within a radius of a few dozen meters, and the sound of something being cut constantly rang out, barely managing to maintain an undefeatable situation. Originally, Yang Kai didn't want to meddle in the battle between these two. Although he didn't like the Heaven Battling Union cultivator, as long as the other party didn't provoke him, he wouldn't take the initiative to attack. Those who had provoked him were all dead. Moreover, since the little beast that could only search for spirit fruits was raised by this woman, Yang Kai didn't intend to have any ideas about it. However, contrary to his wishes, the Heaven Battling Union cultivator seemed to have lost his mind, and while fighting with the woman, he casually called out to Yang Kai, "Boy, tell me, isn't this woman's appearance unreasonably ugly? If you do, this uncle will reward you with something good." Obviously, he wanted to use Yang Kai to stimulate the woman in front of him more deeply. Hearing this, Yang Kai frowned and stood in place, staring at the Heaven Battling Union cultivator with a funny expression. That woman, whether intentionally or unintentionally, also glanced over towards him. Yang Kai seemed to see a trace of worry in her eyes, and her red lips became pale as she bit down hard on them. Why was she so concerned about her appearance? She was obviously afraid of hearing Yang Kai agree with the Heaven Battling Union cultivator's words, which was why she was so nervous. Yang Kai didn't know what this woman was thinking, but he felt that even if she was extremely ugly, there was no need to care so much, right? However, Yang Kai didn't say anything, allowing the woman to secretly breathe a sigh of relief. The white artifact in her hand danced more and more fiercely, binding her opponent's halberd in an instant. The Heaven Battling Union cultivator was startled and quickly tried to withdraw his artifact, but was unable to do so. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't break free from the white silk, and was even about to be taken away by his opponent. His face changing drastically, he hurriedly pushed his Saint Chi and stabilized the situation. The two sides of the battle reached a stalemate in an instant, both of them stopping in place and desperately pouring their Saint Chi into their artifacts, using them as mediums to continue fighting. "Boy, are you mute? This uncle is asking you a question. Why aren't you answering?" The Heaven Battling Union cultivator was caught off guard by the woman, and couldn't help becoming angry out of shame as he shouted at Yang Kai. Yang Kai still looked at him with a strange grin, but after a moment of hesitation, he actually took the initiative to walk towards the two deadlocked cultivators. Both the woman and the Heaven Battling Union cultivator showed a stunned expression as they stared blankly at Yang Kai, who was approaching them, not understanding what this little First-Order Saint King wanted to do. But soon, the Heaven Battling Union cultivator thought of an idea and quickly shouted at Yang Kai, "Boy, whether you're mute or not, hurry up and kill this woman for me. Kill her and I'll give you enough benefits." As soon as this statement came out, the woman's expression changed drastically. She was currently in a stalemate with her opponent, but once an outsider intervened, this stalemate would definitely be broken. Although she wasn't afraid of the attack of Yang Kai, a First-Order Saint King, if he attacked her, the Heaven Battling Union cultivator would take the opportunity to get rid of her white silk artifact, and the advantage she had worked so hard to regain would be gone in an instant. So, she was really nervous. Fortunately, Yang Kai didn't seem to be moved and just slowly shook his head, allowing her to relax, and a look of gratitude appeared in her eyes. Chapter 12-13. Seeing Yang Kai actually reject him, the Heaven Battling Union cultivator's face became cold as he sneered. Good, good, good. A mute and an ugly woman, the two of you are a match made in heaven. Do you want this young master to play matchmaker for you?" The woman's dark yellow face blushed slightly as her originally calm mood became angry again. She seemed to be unable to bear hearing the word, ugly woman. As long as she heard it, her mood would change drastically. "There's no need to play matchmaker. I'm a married man. There's no need for this friend to meddle in my business." Yang Kai suddenly sneered. The Heaven Battling Union cultivator was stunned for a moment before laughing. "So you're not a mute? Then just pretend I didn't say anything. Boy, get out of here obediently. There's nothing for you to do here." He also saw that Yang Kai seemed to be harboring some malicious intent, so although he wasn't afraid of him, he still gave him a warning. But Yang Kai's face remained indifferent as his Saint Chi surged, and a long sword of black flame slowly condensed in his hand. Seeing this, the Heaven Battling Union cultivator's face couldn't help but sink as he gloomily asked, "What's wrong? You want to attack me? Think clearly, if you dare attack, you'll die. Whether I die or not is none of your excellency's concern, but you're dead. This friend's mouth stinks, I can't stand it, so I'll use your life for now," Yang Kai said as he lightly slashed forward with the demonic flame sword in his hand. Profound heavenly sword waves shot out from the tip of the demonic flame sword, each of them containing earth-shattering power. In an instant, a dozen or so sword waves blocked all the escape routes of the Heaven Battling Union cultivator. As soon as Yang Kai attacked, the Heaven Battling Union cultivator's face changed greatly. How could he not feel the power of this attack from Yang Kai, a First-Order Saint King? Not bothering to continue entangling with the woman, he took the initiative to withdraw the Saint Chi he had poured into his halberd artifact and at the same time, condensing a shield in front of him. Hong hong hong. The sword rays slashed at the shield. In just 2 hits, the shield was smashed into pieces. The remaining sword rays did not lose their momentum and swarmed forward. The Heaven Battling Union cultivator screamed in shock and was about to dodge, but the white silk in the woman's hand flickered and bound him in place. This white silk was made of some unknown material, and was incredibly sharp. After binding the cultivator, the woman pushed her Saint Chi and the white silk suddenly tightened. The cultivator's body flashed with light as his protective artifact armor erupted with defensive power, but it still couldn't stop the cutting of the white silk. With a series of piercing sounds, a dozen bloody lines appeared on the Heaven Battling Union cultivator. No. The man only had time to scream in horror before his body was cut into a dozen pieces by the white silk. Before his corpse fell to the ground, Yang Kai's black sword light swept through it and incinerated it. A Third-Order Saint King Realm elite disciple of Heaven Battling Union, under the joint attack of Yang Kai and the young woman, didn't even last a breath before his soul was scattered. Yang Kai wasn't surprised by this result because even in a one-on-one fight, he was confident he could kill this man, not to mention he was simply creating an opportunity for the young woman. However, the power of this woman's white silk exceeded his expectations, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to send out so many sword waves. The woman also seemed to be very surprised by the means Yang Kai displayed. After easily killing the Heaven Battling Union cultivator, she couldn't help glancing over at him, her eyes seemingly able to speak. Yang Kai then noticed that this woman not only had an excellent figure, but her eyes were also extremely intelligent, containing an indescribable spirituality. If she covered up her face and only exposed her eyes, she would definitely be able to drive any man crazy. But her appearance, it's a pity. Yang Kai thought so in his heart, but his expression didn't change at all. "Thank you." After killing her opponent, the woman exhaled heavily, her full breasts puffing out exaggeratedly before falling down in a breathtaking arc. Gently nodding to Yang Kai, she reluctantly squeezed out a smile and thanked him. Although her smile was sincere, when paired with her appearance, it wasn't flattering at all. However, her voice was extremely gentle, sweet, and pleasant to the ear. "It's nothing, I just didn't like him," Yang Kai replied lightly. "Don't worry, I won't tell anyone about what happened this time. Also, I killed him, it has nothing to do with you. If Heaven Battling Union really wants to investigate this matter, you won't have anything to do with it." The woman took all the blame on herself, making Yang Kai have a good impression of her, feeling that his actions hadn't been in vain. Saying so, the woman took off the ring on the arm of the Heaven Battling Union cultivator that had fallen to the ground after his death, and threw it directly to Yang Kai without even looking at what was inside. "This is for you." Yang Kai didn't refuse her, casually catching it and stuffing it into his sleeve. The woman thought for a moment before blushing slightly, turning around and reaching into her sleeve, taking out a red fruit and tossing it to Yang Kai. "You should be chasing this, right?" Yang Kai caught it and smiled awkwardly. "I didn't know it was your pet." The fruit in his hand was warm. He didn't know if it was because the woman had been holding it close to her bosom, or if it was because of the fruit itself, but Kai Yang could smell a faint fragrance coming from it, making him feel relaxed and happy. "I understand." The woman nodded gently. "Although my spirit fox can't be used to fight, it can naturally find some spirit grasses and spirit medicines. so it's normal for you to chase after it." Saying so, the woman frowned and suddenly remembered that her spirit fox was extremely fast, so it was possible for the cultivator to catch up to it outside. But inside this place, no one could fly, so how did Yang Kai chase after it? Her spirit fox should have gotten rid of him long ago. However, she didn't ask too much. Since this person was able to chase after her spirit fox, he must have his own methods, and asking too much would only make him feel annoyed. Although she wasn't very beautiful, she was a naturally intelligent woman, so she knew that there were some things that could be said, and some that were better left unsaid. Spirit fox. Yang Kai raised his brow. This was the first time he had heard of this monster beast, but there were some monster beasts that could find spirit grasses and spirit medicines, and this spirit fox was probably one of them. This type of monster beast was extremely precious, and would generally be raised by some sect to find treasures. And it grew up with me. When the woman mentioned the spirit fox, a smile bloomed on her face, one that was much more natural than the forced smile she had put on just now. Reaching out, she stroked the head of the little beast that had poked its head out of her arms, and was staring at Yang Kai vigilantly. Suddenly, as if thinking of something, she asked, "Do you want to come with me to find the golden sun fruit tree?" Since the spirit fox found a golden sun fruit, it means there is a fruit tree, and there must be more than one fruit on that tree. When the time comes, how about we split it 50-50? She seemed to be very unwilling to accept other people's favors. Yang Kai had just helped her, so she had given the Heaven Battling Union cultivator's ring and the golden sun fruit to Yang Kai, but she still felt that it wasn't enough, so she made this proposal. This was exactly what Yang Kai wanted. He had originally wanted to find the golden sun fruit tree, but he didn't have any clues. Now that this woman had taken the initiative to bring it up, it was naturally for the best, so he quickly nodded. Good. He could also see that this woman wasn't a bad person, so he readily agreed. Otherwise, with her third-order Saint King cultivation, how could she possibly propose to split the fruit equally with him? After reaching an agreement, the woman released the spirit fox and whispered a few words into its ear. The spirit fox then followed the original path and quickly returned, Yang Kai and the woman following behind it. When Yang Kai chased after the spirit fox, it took about half an hour, but when the spirit fox led them to the place where the golden sun fruit tree grew, it took more than an hour because the woman's speed wasn't very fast. There was indeed a golden sun fruit tree growing nearby, and its location was quite well hidden. In a small mountain valley surrounded by mountains, on a piece of land near the bottom of a cliff, this 10-meter-tall golden sun fruit tree was thriving, and no matter how hot it was, it remained motionless. In such a location, only a monster beast like the spirit fox, which specialized in searching for spirit grasses and spirit medicines, would be able to discover it. Even if a cultivator passed by this place, if they didn't investigate it thoroughly, they would miss it. Yang Kai and the woman had been very quiet along the way, neither of them asking about the other's name or origin, because both of them knew that after this cooperation, they would part ways, so there was no need to ask too much. At this moment, the two of them were standing below the golden sun fruit tree, staring at the huge fruits hanging from its branches in shock. Roughly counting, there were at least 30 fruits on the tree, each of them an attractive red color, and on the ground, there were even some that had long since ripened and fallen to the ground. There were at least a dozen. It was unknown how many years this golden sun fruit tree had been growing here, and how many fruits had been wasted. After staring for a while, the woman turned to Yang Kai and said, "I'll let the spirit fox pick them all first before we distribute them." Good. Yang Kai naturally had no objections. Following the woman's order, the fox-like little beast quickly climbed up the golden sun fruit tree, its body constantly moving as the golden sun fruits on the tree fell one by one. The woman's face lit up with joy as she grabbed the falling fruits one by one. When there were no more fruits on the tree, she picked up the fruits that had fallen to the ground and divided them into 2 portions before turning to Yang Kai and saying, "There are 44 in total, so we'll each take 22. Yang Kai gently nodded and put his share into his space ring. After dividing the fruits, the woman said, "In any case, I still have to thank you this time. If there is an opportunity in the future, I will definitely repay you." "No need," Those golden sun fruits are more than enough. Yang Kai shook his head and said. Kai Yang smiled and shook his head. He had only casually helped out, but the other party was so grateful, making Kai Yang feel a little embarrassed. The woman thought about it for a moment and didn't insist, instead saying, since that's the case, I'll go first. Good, I'll take this fruit tree out and leave. Yang Kai didn't conceal his intentions. This fruit tree had existed for countless years, so if he transplanted it back to Dragon Cave Mountain, perhaps it would blossom and bear fruit again. There were no spirit grasses or spirit medicines on Dragon Cave Mountain, so it wouldn't be a bad idea to bring this fruit tree back as a decoration. Chapter 12:14. Moreover, the divine tree was still sleeping in his black book space, so perhaps the aura of the divine tree could nourish this golden sun fruit tree. Of course, even if it failed, Yang Kai wouldn't lose anything. What do you want this fruit tree for? The woman who was about to leave paused and turned a strange look towards Yang Kai. This kind of spirit tree has very strict requirements for the environment it grows in. If you take it away from here, it may die. Also, a space ring isn't suitable for storing such things. After saying a few words, she suddenly realized that she shouldn't have meddled in other people's business and smiled awkwardly before asking, do you want me to help? No need. I appreciate your kindness, but I can handle this kind of thing myself. Yang Kai smiled faintly before stretching out his finger, condensing a sharp blade of energy at his fingertip before stabbing it into the ground, and walking a large circle around the golden sun fruit tree. The soil around the fruit tree wasn't very solid, so Yang Kai easily cut it open. In order not to damage the roots of this golden sun fruit tree, Yang Kai was very careful, constantly using his divine sense to cover the area around it while controlling his Saint Chi to avoid damaging the roots. After walking a circle around the golden sun fruit tree, Yang Kai released his divine sense and transformed it into a giant net that enveloped the entire golden sun fruit tree. The next moment, with a flash of light, the 10-meter-tall golden sun fruit tree disappeared. It had been taken into the black book space by Yang Kai and placed next to the divine tree, leaving only a huge pit in its place. A strange light flashed across the woman's eyes. Although with her cultivation, she could also take such a spirit tree into her space ring, Yang Kai, a first-order Saint King, being able to do so without any trace of exhaustion was somewhat surprising. After all, collecting such a huge thing, and a living one at that, would put some strain on one's divine sense. After collecting the golden sun fruit tree, Yang Kai smiled faintly at the woman, and was about to bid farewell to her. However, just as he was about to part ways though, his brow suddenly furrowed as he swiped his finger across his ring, and took out a communication artifact. Just now, when Yang Kai's divine sense inadvertently swept through his space ring, he suddenly noticed some information fluctuations coming from this compass, which immediately caught his attention. This communication compass was given to him by Wei Guchang. Not long after he entered the third floor of the Luyan Desert, Yang Kai found the corpses of 2 Shadow Moon Hall disciples. At that time, he tried to contact Wei Guchang, but there was no reply. He didn't know how that guy and Dong Xianer were doing. Now that more than a month had passed, there was suddenly a sound coming from the compass, which surprised him. Before Yang Kai could check the information in the compass, the woman standing at the side suddenly exclaimed in surprise. She looked at Yang Kai in surprise and said, "Are you a disciple of Shadow Moon Hall?" Yang Kai looked up at her with a confused expression and asked, "Why do you say that?" Although he had a close relationship with the people of Shadow Moon Hall, he wasn't really a member of Shadow Moon Hall. Now that he had just taken out a communication artifact, how could this woman have such suspicions? The woman smiled slightly and pointed to the compass in Yang Kai's hand and said, "The artifact in your hand was refined by Grandmaster Gu Lin of Shadow Moon Hall, and has his unique mark on it. I also have an artifact refined by Grandmaster Gu Lin, so I know more about this. Isn't the person who owns this communication artifact a member of Shadow Moon Hall? Moreover, only the core disciples of Shadow Moon Hall can have this kind of communication artifact." For some reason, after suspecting that Yang Kai was a disciple of Shadow Moon Hall, the woman's attitude towards him seemed to have improved. Before, there was still a sense of estrangement, but when she spoke these words, it was extremely natural. Yang Kai was stunned for a moment before looking in the direction she was pointing, and sure enough, he found a triangular symbol on the side of this communication artifact. Grandmaster Gulin. Yang Kai had heard of him before. It was said that he was the only origin-grade low-rank artifact refiner in Shadow Moon Hall, and one of the few grandmasters on Shadowed Star. It seemed that this triangular symbol should be the symbol of Grandmaster Gulin. This kind of thing was very normal. Generally, famous artifact refiners would have their own unique symbol. After refining an artifact, they would put this symbol on it. This way, not only would the value of the artifact increase, but it would also give the owner of the artifact a lot of face. This kind of thing could not be done by an alchemist. No alchemist would be so bored as to put their own mark on the pills they refined. As for pills, they could be swallowed in a single gulp. Could it be that they wanted to show it to others before eating it? This woman's observation skills were quite sharp. Yang Kai really hadn't noticed this symbol before. Hearing this, Yang Kai nodded and said, "This should have been refined by Grandmaster Gulin, but I'm not a disciple of Shadow Moon Hall. This thing was given to me by Wei Guchang." "Brother Wei gave it to you?" The woman covered her mouth in surprise. How could she not know how proud Wei Guchang was? Even if he was a core disciple of Shadow Moon Hall, he wouldn't put them in his eyes. Besides Dong Xianer, no one else could enter his eyes. Yet Wei Guchang had actually given Yang Kai a communication artifact. What did this mean? "You know Brother Wei?" This time, it was Yang Kai's turn to be surprised. He didn't expect that this woman he met by chance would have some kind of relationship with Wei Guchang. "And I know him. I'm very familiar with Xian." The woman smiled sweetly, but suddenly, as if thinking of something, her face changed slightly as she hurriedly said, "Did Brother Wei send a message? Quickly take a look." The people who would be able to transmit messages here, besides the few most core disciples of the Shadow Moon Palace, could not be anyone else. It was highly possible that Wei Guchang had sent the message himself, and for him to transmit the message to others, it was highly possible that he had fallen into some kind of dangerous situation. Wei Guchang and Dong Xianer had always been inseparable. If Wei Guchang was in danger, then Dong Xianer would definitely not be able to escape. Thinking of this, the woman burned with anxiety and hurriedly urged Yang Kai. The woman's nervous appearance surprised Yang Kai. He didn't know where this woman came from, but she was actually very familiar with Dong Xianer. Looking at her nervous appearance, it seemed that her relationship with Dong Xianer wasn't shallow. Not hesitating any longer, Yang Kai quickly poured his divine sense into the communication artifact and began investigating, while the woman's beautiful eyes stared nervously at Yang Kai. A moment later, Yang Kai's brow furrowed as he looked up at her and said, "It was Brother Wei who sent a message, but it seems that Brother Wei and the others have encountered some trouble." "What happened?" the woman asked anxiously. "They seem to have fallen into an ancient spirit array, and can't come out for the time being. Only I can receive their messages, but I haven't received any response. It's very strange." Yang Kai slowly shook his head. "An ancient spirit array?" The woman's face paled. "Is Sister Xianer all right?" "I don't know." Yang Kai shook his head. "Only Brother Wei sent a message, no one else sent a message." Hearing this, the woman's expression eased up a little. It was unknown whether she was comforting herself or something else, but she muttered, "Then little Sister Xian should be with Senior Brother Wei, so only Senior Brother Wei sent a message. Do you know their location?" Yang Kai shook his head again. "I haven't heard from Brother Wei yet, but let's wait. If he really wants to ask for help, he will definitely report his location. Since I can receive his message, he shouldn't be too far from here. If he was too far away, he wouldn't be able to receive his divine sense message." "Good." The woman gently nodded. Although she understood that what Yang Kai said was reasonable, her two soft and delicate hands still clenched into fists as she stared at the communication artifact in Yang Kai's hand with some unease. Yang Kai was now completely certain that the relationship between this woman and Dong Xianer was not shallow, otherwise, she would not be so nervous. Just as Yang Kai was sizing her up, the woman's pair of beautiful eyes also happened to meet his, and seemingly realizing that she had lost her composure, she couldn't help smiling awkwardly. "I've got it!" Yang Kai suddenly exclaimed. Sure enough, as he had expected, Wei Guchong had reported his location. After carefully sensing for a moment, Yang Kai looked up at the woman and asked, "Brother Wei's current location is a huge piece of silver star or a huge piece of silver star ore?" "Silver star ore?" The woman's face lit up with joy. "I know where it is, I came across it once before." "Lead the way." Yang Kai was also a decisive person, and immediately put away the communication artifact before motioning to the woman. The woman nodded and quickly used her movement skill to rush off to the side, Yang Kai following closely behind. Along the way, they didn't encounter any dangers, nor did they meet a single person. About half a day later, a huge piece of ore over 1,000 meters tall suddenly appeared in front of the two of them. It stood alone on the fiery red ground like a small mountain, as if it had been abandoned since ancient times, giving off a desolate and bleak feeling. When he saw this huge piece of ore, Yang Kai couldn't help raising his brow. When he heard that there was silver star ore here before, he had considered whether or not to take it away. Silver star ore was a very good artifact refining material. When refining an artifact, a small amount of it could be mixed and would make the artifact extremely sturdy, preventing it from being damaged in battle. As such, its value was very high. A small pinch of silver star ore could easily be sold for tens of thousands of saint crystals, and it was also a precious material that had no market. But at this moment, upon seeing such a huge piece of silver star ore, Yang Kai immediately gave up. This kind of thing couldn't be taken into the black book space. If it were any other ore, Yang Kai might have been tempted to take a piece of it, but since it was silver star ore, he decided against it. This thing itself was extremely sturdy and had to be melted with Saint Qi in order to extract the silver star ore, which was not something that could be done in a day or two. If only he had brought the stone mongoose with him, it would have been much easier, but unfortunately, before they set off, the stone mongoose had been left behind by Yang Inflammation, so there was no point in thinking about it now. Yang Kai stared at the huge piece of silver star, or with some reluctance before calmly withdrawing his gaze. "That's the one." The woman who was leading the way pointed in front of her and called out. Yang Kai nodded. "It's 100 kilometers to the west." Saying so, Yang Kai took out his yuan magnetic compass, determined the direction and led the way. Chapter 12:15. Worried about Dong Xian'er's safety. The woman had been using almost all of her strength along the way. At first, she was worried that Yang Kai wouldn't be able to keep up, so she deliberately slowed down a lot, but after seeing Yang Kai's relaxed appearance, she gradually increased her speed, but Yang Kai still followed closely behind her. Now, however, he was actually in front of her. This made her secretly surprised, thinking that it was no wonder this person was able to chase after the spirit fox in Lu Yan's desert. His current speed probably hadn't reached his limit, and he was simply waiting for her to arrive, which was why he was taking such a leisurely pace. After pondering for a moment, the woman suddenly called out, "Junior brother." Yang Kai turned his head and looked at her suspiciously, not knowing why she called out to him. The other party's cultivation was 2 minor realms higher than his, so calling him junior brother was understandable. "If you can go a little faster, don't worry about me, just go as fast as you can, I can keep up." A strange light flashed across Yang Kai's eyes, only now realizing that the other party hadn't used her full strength. It seemed that any cultivator who could enter the 3rd layer had some kind of hidden trump card. Not saying anything, after gently nodding, Yang Kai directly increased his speed to the limit, his body turning into a blur as he sped forward. Yang Kai didn't use his wind and thunder wings because he was certain that once he used them, even if this woman had some kind of trump card, he would be able to leave her far behind. A strong Saint Qi fluctuation came from behind him, and Yang Kai didn't know what method the woman used, but he could feel that her speed had increased significantly in an instant, closely following him. However, after her speed increased, her breathing stopped in an instant, as if she was holding her breath in her chest. 100 kilometers to the west of the Silver Star, there was a huge lava lake. The lake water was completely made up of molten lava, and the extremely high temperature caused the scenery in the area to distort. The lava in the lake was dark red and thick, and there were huge bubbles constantly churning from within, bursting with popping sounds. Every bubble that burst contained some black mist-like energy, as well as a terrifying fire poison and corrosive power. The entire lava lake was filled with this doomsday-like scene, making anyone who saw it shudder. At the center of the lava lake, there was a turtle shell floating on the surface of the lava lake. This turtle shell had a radius of 30 feet, and its original earthy yellow color seemed to have turned incomparably red due to the roasting of the lava. It was emitting a scalding aura, and there were countless tiny spider-like cracks on the turtle shell. Through these cracks, the scorching aura of the lava lake penetrated deeper, wantonly attacking a group of young men and women who were struggling to stand on the turtle shell. This group of people were the core disciples of Shadow Moon Hall. Wei Guchang and Dong Xianer were among them. In addition to the two of them, there were 2 other men and 1 woman, a total of 5 people. The turtle shell wasn't too big, just enough for the 5 of them to stand on. At this moment, all 5 of them were on the verge of collapse, their faces extremely pale, and their Saint Qi fluctuations were almost non-existent. Wei Guchang's situation was the best among the 5, but he had long since lost his previous high spirits. His face was filled with bitterness and annoyance, and only when he looked at Dong Xianer would a trace of tenderness and reluctance flash across his eyes. Every time he saw his beloved woman in the same boat as him, Wei Guchang's body would inexplicably surge with strength, making his situation better. If it weren't for this obsession in his heart, he wouldn't have been able to hold on long ago. Once he collapsed, the 5 people of Shadow Moon Hall would definitely be wiped out. Dong Xianer was still gentle and quiet. Since she fell into this barrier, she hadn't said much, only occasionally cheering her fellow disciples on, and encouraging them to hold on a little longer. But who would have thought that this white-robed woman who always smiled gently at others, as if she would be satisfied as long as she could be with Wei Guchang even if the sky fell down, was now a lamp that had run out of oil. Everything was just an act she put on. She had the same idea as Wei Guchang, that was she couldn't let the other 3 see her weakness and discouragement. Once either of them was discouraged, the situation would only get worse. Except for Wei Guchang and Dong Xianer, the situation of the other 3 was extremely bad. The 2 male disciples' faces were ashen, and their eyes were dim, as if they were covered by dark clouds, unable to see the slightest bit of light. They were constantly muttering to themselves, and under the threat of death, they had already lost their minds and were in a complete mess. The other tall woman in a red dress was also unable to bear the burden. The tears on her cheeks were clearly visible, and she seemed to have cried herself dry. She only knew how to mechanically pour the newly restored Saint Qi into the turtle shell, barely maintaining its defense. But whether it was Wei Guchang, Dong Xianer, or the other 3 disciples of Shadow Moon Hall, they all knew that as long as no one came to rescue them in a day or 2, they would definitely die. They had been trapped here for too long, and everyone's Saint Qi had been exhausted. In this damned place, they couldn't use their secret arts to restore themselves, and could only rely on Saint crystals and pills. It was simply impossible to make ends meet. It was better when they had pills, but after all of them were exhausted a few days ago, no matter how much energy they absorbed from Saint crystals, they still couldn't make up for their losses. The artifact armor on everyone's body was dim, and they no longer had any extra Saint Qi to maintain the operation of their artifact armor. If they were just trapped in the lava lake, it wouldn't be difficult for the 5 core disciples of Shadow Moon Hall to find a way to reach the shore. But what made them helpless was that no matter how they urged the turtle shell under their feet, it wouldn't budge. It was as if there was a magical force in the lava lake that firmly bound the 5 of them in place. To make matters worse, some kind of barrier had been set up in the lava lake, and from time to time, lava would gather and attack them from all directions. This caused the 5 of them to be constantly in danger. Fortunately, Wei Guchang was always able to erupt with a bit of his strength at the most critical moments, so the 5 of them didn't suffer any losses. However, Wei Guchang himself was riddled with scars. His body was covered in dark red burns, and the fire poison had gathered in these wounds to form a black aura. Wei Guchang didn't have any extra strength to expel this poison, and could only allow it to gradually erode his vitality and strength. Gradually, a trace of black aura climbed onto Wei Guchang's pale face, making him look like his situation was very bad. "Brother!" Seeing this scene, Dong Xianer's heart trembled and she almost cried. I'm sorry. Wei Guchang grinned and said with full strength, "There's nothing to be sorry about between you and me. Don't treat me like an outsider in the future. But if I didn't want to come here to explore, we wouldn't have fallen into this barrier." Dong Xianer's beautiful eyes dimmed. It was precisely because she found this place a little strange that she wanted to explore it. Who would have thought that as soon as she stepped into this place, the ground would crack inch by inch? The originally innumerable cracks in the ground suddenly sank, and large amounts of hot lava emerged, trapping the 5 of them in the center. Unable to fly, the 5 of them could only rely on this piece of turtle shell that they had just found to barely keep their lives. But if they wanted to leave this place, it was impossible. It was unknown whether this piece of turtle shell was left behind by a 10th-order monster beast after its death, but it was abnormally strong. Even after being baked in the lava lake for more than a month, it still didn't shatter, and only had many small cracks. But now this turtle shell didn't look too good, as if it would shatter at any time. Don't say that. Where there's profit, there's danger. The 5 of us agreed to come here to explore. It has nothing to do with you, Wei Guchang said calmly. If it weren't for this, we wouldn't have found that good thing. Once we leave this place, we'll divide that thing equally. I'm sure everyone's strength will increase by a lot. Can we still leave this place? The tall woman in the red dress looked at Wei Guchang with her beautiful eyes, and a few drops of tears suddenly seeped out of her big eyes. She said sadly, "Brother Gu and junior sister Lu died when we just entered the 3rd layer. Could it be that their resentful spirits are taking revenge on us for not saving them at that time?" Hearing this woman's words, the expressions of the other 2 male disciples changed greatly, as if they were recalling the situation more than a month ago. Their originally pale faces instantly lost all color. Wei Guchang looked at her coldly and said in a low voice, "Junior brother Gu and junior sister Lu were killed by the fire spirit beast. It's not that we didn't want to save them, we just couldn't do anything. When the heavens come, there's no way to avoid it. What happened to us has nothing to do with them, so don't think too much." The death of the 2 junior brother and junior sister had left a huge psychological shadow in the hearts of the others. This was because before entering Luyan Sandy Land, all of them were full of confidence. They were all core disciples with good qualifications and strength, and all of them felt that Luyan Sandy Land wasn't that great. They felt that with their own abilities, they could definitely obtain enough benefits in Luyan Sandy Land, and then soar to the sky and amaze the world with a single brilliant feat when they were moving around the 1st and 2nd layer. It was incomparably easy, and they didn't encounter any danger. But when they entered the 3rd layer, they lost 2 people. In the past, they lived together, cultivated together, and even talked and laughed with their fellow disciples who died tragically under their own eyes. No one would feel good in their heart. Although Wei Guchang was very disgusted by this kind of negative thinking, he could understand the feelings of his fellow disciples, so he didn't reprimand them. If he hadn't been wandering in the outside world all this time, and had been like these fellow disciples, cultivating behind closed doors in the sect all day long, his mental endurance wouldn't be so strong. Sure enough, only plants that had been exposed to wind and rain would grow strong and healthy. These so-called core elite disciples, when they were in the sect, their performance was remarkable. Every one of them was favored by the heavens, and were worshipped by countless junior brothers and junior sisters. Usually, they were very fierce in sparring, but when they came out, all kinds of problems were immediately exposed. If there was a chance to go back, he should talk to his master and Elder Qian. If the disciples of Shadow Moon Hall continued like this, they would definitely be destroyed in the hands of the next generation. Wei Guchang secretly made up his mind. Chapter 12:16. Brother, you sent a message to junior brother Yang, did he reply? Dong Xianer suddenly looked at Wei Guchang and asked. No, Wei Guchang smiled bitterly. Could it be that junior brother Yang? Dong Xianer hesitated, a trace of worry appearing on her face. Do you think he'll fall here? Wei Guchang chuckled and then shook his head. That shouldn't be the case. With his means and ability, as long as he isn't as unlucky as us, encountering such a strange barrier, he definitely won't fall. Then why hasn't he replied yet? Dong Xianer's beautiful eyes dimmed. subconsciously thinking that Yang Kai should have encountered something, so he hadn't replied to them. Wei Guchang didn't know how to answer for a while, pondering for a moment before sighing. Maybe Brother Yang didn't check his communication artifact before coming in. I felt that he wanted to act alone. Although I gave him a communication artifact, if he didn't check it, how could he know that we were trapped here and couldn't leave? But now, he's the only person I can ask for help, and with his ability, he will definitely be able to enter the third layer. I hope our luck is good. Brother Wei, the lava barrier has erupted again. One of the two male disciples suddenly shouted nervously. The remaining 4 people paled and turned their heads to look, discovering that the lava lake, which had been calm just a moment ago, now seemed to be boiling. More bubbles were rising from below, and some of them were close by, bursting with fire poison and corrosive force that quickly spread towards the 5 people. Wei Guchang let out a cold snort and waved his hand. A crimson thunder fire flickered and blocked the fire poison and corrosive force outside of his body. But after moving, Wei Guchang's body shook slightly. Normally, he wouldn't be afraid of the fire poison and corrosive force, but now that he was an arrow at the end of its flight, using any means would put a huge burden on him. He's here. The male disciple cried out in a trembling voice. The dark red lava in the lava lake surged and turned into pillars of fire, rushing towards the center from all directions. This kind of situation had happened countless times in the past month. Every time, the 5 of them had to work together to block the explosion of the restriction. However, it seemed to be a little different this time. Why are there so many? When the tall woman saw the number of restrictions erupting, her beautiful face changed, and she was almost dumbfounded. This time, the number of attacks from the restriction seemed to be much more than before. Previously, they were already having a hard time dealing with it. Wei Guchang was even more injured. Now that everyone was no longer at their peak, how could they withstand this wave of killing power? It's over. The tall female disciple and the other 2 male disciples all had ashen faces as they stared blankly at the oncoming lava pillar. They didn't even have the intention to resist. Instead, they looked like they were resigned to their fate. Don't panic. Wei Guchang shouted in a low voice as he and Dong Xianer poured all of their remaining strength into the tortoise shell, activating its protection. On the scorched red tortoise shell, a blue light curtain suddenly lit up. This light curtain contained a very rich water attribute aura, and enveloped the 5 of them. Asterisk chi chi chi. Asterisk the pillars of lava shot out, and all of them crashed into the light barrier. The blue light barrier swayed, and was on the verge of collapse after just the first wave of attacks. By the time the second wave of attacks arrived, the light curtain had completely collapsed. Wei Guchang's heart went cold, knowing that they were really doomed this time. If his 3 junior brother and junior sister hadn't resigned themselves to death, they might have been able to hold on for a few more breaths, but they hadn't done anything. With just him and Xianer, the protection of the tortoise shell couldn't support them. Forget it. Being able to die under this strange barrier was not a disgrace to his wisdom, but Wei Guchang turned his head to look at Dong Xianer and happened to meet her gaze. As their eyes met, the 2 of them smiled faintly, not needing to say anything. Asterisk schwa schwa schwa. Asterisk a couple of unusual sounds were emitted. It seemed that there was some kind of energy shooting over from a great distance away. Immediately, many shields that appeared to be agglomerated from black flames suddenly appeared around the tortoise shell. They appeared one after another in a densely packed manner, directly covering the space around the 5 of them. The lava pillars continued to attack, but they were all blocked by the shields. One shield after another was shattered, but even more shields were formed, completely protecting the space around the tortoise shell. Immediately after, numerous pitch-black sword rays shot over from the distance, sweeping away many of the lava pillars that were charging over. Having narrowly escaped death, the 5 people on the tortoise shell all revealed looks of pleasant surprise as they turned their heads to look at the source of the sword chi. Brother Yang. Wei Guchang couldn't help laughing when he saw that the person who had saved him at the critical moment was actually Yang Kai. At this moment, Yang Kai was standing on the shore of the lava lake, holding a jet-black demon sword in his hand, like an ancient demon god who had descended, constantly slashing out black sword chi. Catch! Yang Kai took out his purple shield from his space ring while reducing the pressure on Wei Guchang and the others, throwing it over with all his strength. The shield was his artifact and only he could display its full power, but it was incomparably sturdy, refined from the hard shell of a ninth-order monster beast, so it had a certain degree of defensive ability. It was fine to give it to Wei Guchang for a while. The purple shield turned into a streak of purple light and smoothly fell into Wei Guchang's hands. After catching the shield, Wei Guchang immediately used it to block the most concentrated lava pillars. At the same time, he shouted at Yang Kai from afar, "Brother Yang, I can't thank you enough. After this calamity, I'll have a good talk with you. And there's also this. Take it." Yang Kai nodded and threw over a jade bottle. This time, Dong Xian'er reached out and caught it. She opened the bottle cap and immediately exclaimed in surprise, "It's a snow pill." The three junior brother and junior sister of Shadow Moon Hall were overjoyed when they heard this and hurriedly said, "Senior sister Dong, quickly give me one." The 5 of them had already consumed all their pills, so the arrival of the snow pill could be said to be a timely help. Taking one would greatly reduce the pressure on them. Dong Xian'er nodded and poured out the snow pill one by one, giving one to each of them. Then, she stuffed one into Wei Guchang's mouth and finally took it herself. As soon as the ice and snow pills entered their stomachs, an icy cold aura suddenly gushed out from their bodies, dispersing the unbearable heat and fire poison. The 3 of them were all in high spirits, as if they had suddenly recovered some of their strength. They were no longer willing to wait for death, so they all used their own methods to block the lava pillars that had shattered the grand heavenly shield. On the shore of the lava lake, Yang Kai used the profound heavenly sword to help Wei Guchang, and the others disperse the pressure. From time to time, he would use his Saint Chi to condense the grand heavenly shield for them from a distance. As for the ugly woman who came with him, she only took a deep breath when she reached the shore. Yang Kai didn't know what kind of secret technique she had used, but on the way here, she hadn't even breathed, but she had followed closely behind Yang Kai and only began to recover after arriving here. Seeing that the situation was critical, she silently threw out a handkerchief-like artifact that transformed into a pink cloud that constantly fluttered around Wei Guchang and the others. All the lava pillars that were enveloped by this pink cloud disappeared. A pink handkerchief? Dong Xian'er recognized this artifact at a glance and glanced towards the shore thoughtfully. After seeing the figure of the ugly woman, she was pleasantly surprised. Why is elder sister Dai Yuan with brother Yang? As far as she knew, Dai Yuan had always been a lone wolf because of her appearance. Even if she was from the same sect, she would not travel with them. Yang Kai also seemed to be a person who preferred to travel alone, so for these two to be together was really strange. Maybe we just happened to meet on the way here. Wei Guchang grinned meaningfully and said, "But in any case, this calamity should be over. Later, we'll have brother Yang find a way to get us out." "Good, elder sister Dai Yuan's snow silk should be fine. It shouldn't be afraid of the lava here." Dong Xian'er was also in high spirits, and when the remaining 3 Shadow Moon Hall disciples heard what they said, their faces lit up with smiles, no longer showing any signs of sadness or despair. The lethality of the eruption of the lava lake's barrier wasn't too great, but its ability to trap people was something Wei Guchang and the others couldn't do. With the help of Yang Kai and the woman named Dai Yuan, Wei Guchang's group of 5 managed to block the eruption of the barrier without suffering any injuries. After everything calmed down, everyone secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The feeling of escaping from death was not something they could experience often. Wei Guchang and the others sat on the tortoise shell and adjusted their breathing. After a while he stood up and shouted to Yang Kai, "Brother Yang, don't rush into this lava lake. Even my origin grade artifact can't withstand the heat of this lava, and will be destroyed in an instant. How do we get you out?" Yang Kai had already investigated this lava lake while they were recovering. The lava here was extraordinary, and even with his strength, he didn't dare to enter it easily. Just as he was at a loss for what to do, Wei Guchang spoke up. "Just ask little sister Dai Yuan to help." Wei Guchang smiled at the woman beside Yang Kai. "So her name is Dai Yuan." Yang Kai also didn't know this woman's name until this moment. Hearing this, Dai Yuan bit her lower lip lightly and said to Wei Guchang, I don't know if the snow silk can withstand this lava. If it's destroyed, we'll have to think of another way. This way understands. If the snow silk is destroyed, I will definitely compensate little sister Dai Yuan. Wei Guchang gently nodded. Who cares about your compensation? I just want to save little sister Xian. Dai Yuan snorted, seemingly disliking Wei Guchang, causing the other party to smile awkwardly. Although she said so, she quickly took out the white silk thread Yang Kai had seen before. Yang Kai had seen her use this thing when she was fighting with the Heaven Battling Union disciple. At the time he hadn't known what it was refined from, but now he understood. It was actually snow silk. Chapter 12:17. Snow silkworms were extremely rare, and could only survive in extremely cold places. What's more, snow silkworms didn't produce silk as they would only mature after 200 to 300 years. Once every 10 years, they would produce a tiny bit of silk each time. If one wanted to refine such an artifact, it would take at least several hundred years of accumulation. This woman named Dai Yuan actually possessed an artifact refined from snow silkworm silk, which made Yang Kai look at her in a new light. Being able to be familiar with Wei Guchang and Dong Xianer and possessing such a precious artifact, it seemed her status wasn't low. Just as Yang Kai was guessing about her origins, Dai Yuan had already arrived at the edge of the lava lake. Her brow furrowed as she stared at it, constantly probing it with her divine sense. After a long time, she took out her snow silkworm silk artifact with a dignified expression. With a flick of her finger, a thin, almost imperceptible snow-white silk thread shot out from her fingertip and flew a dozen meters or so. However, this distance was far from enough. The turtle shell where Wei Guchang and the others were standing was at least 300 meters away from the shore, so the snow silkworm silk was only able to fly halfway before it fell into the lava lake. As soon as it fell into the lava lake, the ice attribute contained in the silk violently conflicted with the heat of the lava, causing a cloud of white steam to rise up, making it almost impossible to see anything. Dai Yuan's expression became more and more dignified as she held onto the end of the snow silkworm silk with one hand and madly poured her Saint Qi into it to resist the heat of the lava, while simultaneously controlling her snow silkworm silk to extend towards Wei Guchang and the others. Everyone was nervously paying attention to her movements, the 5 people on the turtle shell especially worried. Although the snow silkworm silk was an ice attribute artifact, whether it could resist the heat of the lava was still unknown. After all, Wei Guchang and the others had more than 1 or 2 of their artifacts destroyed here. Almost every one of them had 1 or 2 artifacts destroyed by the lava, many of which were origin-grade artifacts. If even a treasure like the snow silk couldn't pass through the lava, then they could only wait for death. Amidst the boiling water, Dai Yuan bit her red lips and formed a series of seals with her hands, causing the cold qi inside the snow silk to suddenly rise sharply, suppressing the scorching heat of the lava. Crack, 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 a crisp sound rang out. Visible to the naked eye, a small frozen path suddenly appeared on the surface of the lava lake. The path was only a finger wide, but it was spreading towards Wei Guchang and the others at an extremely fast speed. Everyone was overjoyed. They could clearly see that this frozen path was created by the ice energy of the snow silk, which had frozen the lava. The fine silk was hidden in the frozen path. In the blink of an eye, the frozen path had extended about 30 meters forward. However, at this moment, the speed at which it was extending suddenly decreased. Yang Kai, who had been paying close attention to Dai Yuan's movements, also noticed that an abnormal flush had appeared on her face. Obviously, she was not able to hold on any longer. Sure enough, the speed at which the frozen path was extending forward became slower and slower, and when it was only a few dozen meters away from the turtle shell, it was unable to advance any further. On the contrary, the frozen path showed signs of rapidly melting. This scene made the faces of the 5 people who had been standing on the turtle shell waiting for rescue turn gloomy. Wei Guchang and Dong Xianer were slightly better off and their expressions quickly returned to normal, but the other 3 Shadow Moon Hall disciples once again fell into despair. They had thought that they could be easily rescued, so they had great confidence in Dai Yuan, but now that they saw that Dai Yuan didn't seem to be able to do it, their hearts immediately sank. Separated by a distance of more than 300 meters, Dai Yuan and Dong Xianer stared at each other. Dong Xianer's eyes filled with worry. She wasn't worried about her own safety, but rather that Dai Yuan would do something that would greatly damage Yuan Qi. Sure enough, Dai Yuan grit her teeth, and a look of determination flashed across her face as she bit down on the tip of her tongue and spat out a mouthful of blood onto her snow silk. The pure white snow silk immediately turned a deep red, and an ice-cold aura burst forth from it, spreading all the way to the end of the path. The ice path that was originally showing signs of melting was once again frozen solid, and the snow silk that had stopped moving finally began to move forward, once again sealing the magma along its path. Yang Kai's brow furrowed as he paid close attention to Dai Yuan's movements. After she spat out a mouthful of blood essence, Yang Kai also moved. He could see that even if Dai Yuan sacrificed her blood essence to control the snow silk, she wouldn't necessarily be able to deliver it to Wei Guchang and the others. Moreover, even if she delivered it, with the current state of Wei Guchang and the others, they wouldn't be able to hold onto the snow silk and save themselves. This snow silk was extremely sharp and cold, not something that Wei Guchang could resist in his current state. As such, he had to make a trip over. Taking advantage of the frozen path created by the snow silk, Yang Kai was confident that he could run over smoothly. The frozen path quickly spread towards the turtle shell, and Yang Kai's figure flashed like a bolt of lightning as he quickly ran over. Seeing this scene, Wei Guchang's eyes couldn't help showing a trace of emotion. With his shrewdness, how could he not understand what Yang Kai was trying to do? Without wasting any time, Wei Guchang quickly reminded, "Brother Yang, don't underestimate this snow silk artifact. Even if junior sister Dai Yuan doesn't target you, the cold and sharp nature of it won't be easy to resist." "I know," Yang Kai responded faintly as he ran to the end of the frozen path. At this moment, the frozen path was only about 5 meters away from the turtle shell, and although it was still extending forward, its speed had once again decreased. Yang Kai didn't wait for Dai Yuan to control this artifact, and instead condensed a layer of demonic flame around his hand before grabbing towards the end of the frozen path. With a kacha sound, Yang Kai dug a hole in the frozen path, and when Yang Kai withdrew his hand, he was holding a red snow silk. Everyone was dumbfounded, and even Dai Yuan was stunned by Yang Kai's crazy actions, her beautiful eyes filled with amazement and disbelief. For an ordinary cultivator, let alone holding the snow silk, even approaching it would cause their body to stiffen from the cold. But Yang Kai was really holding it in his hand at this moment. Not only was he not frozen, even his hand wasn't cut off, only drops of golden blood dripping from the gaps between his fingers. However, Dai Yuan wasn't an ordinary person, so after being stunned for a moment, she immediately reacted and cooperated with Yang Kai to extend her snow silk. Just now, in the lava, it had been very difficult for her to extend her snow silk because of the heat of the lava, but now that the snow silk was in Yang Kai's hand, she could naturally use her divine technique with ease. The snow silk immediately extended endlessly. Yang Kai held one end of the snow silk in one hand while using his other hand to form a grand heavenly shield in the lava. Leaping out of the frozen path, Yang Kai stepped onto his grand heavenly shield, and immediately took another step forward. As soon as his foot landed, a second grand heavenly shield appeared and supported him, but as soon as he stepped forward, the grand heavenly shield shattered. The situation was extremely tense, and the 5 Shadow Moon Hall disciples were all sweating nervously for Yang Kai, fearing that he would miss a step and fall into the lava lake. Only 5 meters away from the turtle shell, Yang Kai only needed to take a dozen or so steps to reach it. Wei Guchang and the others had already moved aside to allow Yang Kai to land. After reaching the turtle shell, Yang Kai just nodded lightly to Wei Guchang before using the snow silk in his hand to tie up the turtle shell. After confirming that it was secure enough, he turned to Wei Guchang and said, "I should be able to take 2 people back. Who wants to go back with me?" Wei Guchang didn't even think about it and simply pointed to the tall woman and the other young-looking male disciple and said, "Take them back." Dong Xianer also nodded, agreeing with Wei Guchang's opinion. Yang Kai nodded, grabbed one in each hand, then stood on the turtle shell and motioned to Dai Yuan, who was standing on the shore. Dai Yuan's face became solemn as she pushed her Saint Qi, causing the snow silkworm silk to immediately spring up and allow Yang Kai to step on it and return. Condensing the grand heavenly shield to act as a foothold was only a temporary measure. The temperature of the lava was too high, so even the grand heavenly shield could only be used for a moment. If one was not careful, they would fall into the lava lake. Yang Kai had taken a huge risk by rushing over just now, so now that he was returning, he would rather be cut by the snow silk than try again. The male disciple who was being held under Yang Kai's armpit turned pale, and his eyes bulged as he stared straight at the lava lake below, completely motionless. On the other hand, the tall female disciple, for some unknown reason, was hugging Yang Kai tightly, her tender body almost sticking to Yang Kai's body. Her full breasts were incredibly supple, and her beautiful eyes were tightly closed, as if she would rather die than face this terrifying lava. Men and women had completely different reactions when faced with danger. In an instant, Yang Kai returned to the shore and put down the two Shadow Moon Hall disciples. Both of them were gasping for breath, the female disciple patting her towering chest, a look of joy on her face as she rejoiced at having survived a disaster. After Yang Kai returned, Dai Yuan tried to drag the turtle shell, but found that it was as if it had grown out of the lava lake and wouldn't budge. No matter how hard she pushed her Saint Chi, she couldn't drag it back. Helplessly, she could only turn to Yang Kai and stare at Yang Kai's bloody feet with a pleading look on her face. Now among everyone present, she needed to control the snow silk and straighten it to form a simple passage. Wei Guchang and the others were like arrows at the end of their flight, so it was impossible for them to come ashore on their own. The only one who could save them was Yang Kai. However, Yang Kai had clearly suffered some injuries this time, so Dai Yuan didn't know if Yang Kai would cut off his feet if he tried again. This woman had obviously underestimated Yang Kai's ability. Although the sharpness of the snow silk had surprised Yang Kai because even his body had been injured by it, it was impossible for it to seriously injure him. Whether it was the wounds on his palms or feet, they had all been healed by now. The restorative ability of his golden blood had always been so powerful that even the cold energy contained in the snow silk had been dispelled by Yang Kai, not affecting him in the slightest. Chapter 12:18. What made Dai Yuan feel relieved though was that before she could even ask, Yang Kai had already taken the initiative to return, allowing her to secretly breathe a sigh of relief. It seems that this person's friendship with Wei Guchang was quite good, otherwise, why would he take such a risk to save them? After a brief struggle, Dai Yuan finally managed to bring the remaining 3 people ashore. Strangely enough, when there was no one left on the lava lake, the originally tumbling huge bubble, like the boiling lava lake, suddenly sank rapidly. In just a short span of a dozen breaths, the lava lake that had trapped Wei Guchang and the others for a month strangely disappeared from everyone's sight. All that was left was a tortoise shell with many cracks, which had been roasted red, and the dark red ground that could be seen everywhere. It was as if everything and all the tribulations that he had experienced before were just an illusion. This kind of barrier stunned even Yang Kai, thinking to himself that it was no wonder Wei Guchang and the others had been trapped there, unable to escape. If it had been him, he would definitely have been trapped there as well. However, Yang Kai was certain he wouldn't have been trapped there for so long. In terms of Saint Chi density, Wei Guchang and the others were inferior to him, so he could have taken the risk of using the Grand Heavenly Shield as a support point to break out of the lava lake. However, the Saint Chi and Wei Guchang and the others' bodies couldn't accomplish this. After the lava lake disappeared, the force that had been restraining the tortoise shell also disappeared, allowing Dai Yuan to easily drag it back from the distance. This tortoise shell aroused Yang Kai's great interest. He had personally experienced the lethality of lava, but this seemingly ordinary tortoise shell had actually been able to float above it for so long, so it was definitely not ordinary. While Wei Guchang and the others were restoring themselves, Yang Kai was studying this tortoise shell. The tortoise shell was full of crisscrossing ravines, and was obviously quite old. Moreover, this tortoise was definitely a long-lived monster beast, having lived for at least several thousand years. The tortoise shell was full of traces left behind by the flowing time Great Emperor. This is the shell of a 10th order monster beast, the black water tortoise. Just as Yang Kai was studying this thing, a pleasant voice suddenly reached his ear. He didn't need to turn around to know that it was Dai Yuan. You know? Yang Kai looked at her in surprise. Yes, I've seen it in some ancient books. Dai Yuan squatted down, stretched out her jade white hand, and touched the patterns and grooves on the tortoise shell, a trace of sadness flashing across her face. I just don't know who killed it. This tortoise shell seems to have been refined by someone, otherwise Sister Xian, and the others wouldn't have been able to display the water attribute power contained within it. I really didn't expect there to be a 10th grade monster beast in a place like this. Looks like I'll have to be more careful in the future. A 10th order monster beast was equivalent to an Origin King Realm Master. Forget about a 10th order, even a 9th order monster beast was a rare existence on Shadowed Star. If a 10th order monster beast were to appear in the outside world, it would definitely be an invincible existence that would bring a huge catastrophe to all of Shadowed Star. Maybe there isn't a 10th order monster beast here, or maybe it existed a long time ago and is gone now, Yang Kai said thoughtfully. How can you be so sure? Dai Yuan looked at him strangely. I'm just saying. Yang Kai chuckled but didn't explain. He had obtained the soul-cleansing divine water in Lu Yen Sand Field, and knew that an Origin King Realm Master had died here before. Since an Origin King Realm Master had died here, it wasn't strange for a 10th order monster beast to die here as well. However, after experiencing so much, Yang Kai faintly felt that this Lu Yen Sand Field was not simple, and was definitely not an ordinary forbidden zone. There must be some kind of secret hidden inside it. This time, the threat to the third layer had been greatly reduced, allowing many elites to enter. Yang Kai didn't know what kind of accident had caused this. Seeing that Yang Kai didn't want to say more, Dai Yuan didn't continue to ask and simply smiled before turning to Yang Kai and saying, Let me introduce myself again. My name is Dai Yuan, from Colored Glass Sect. Colored Glass Sect? Yang Kai was taken aback. Who is In Su Dai to you? Hearing Yang Kai mention In Su Dai, a trace of disgust flashed across Dai Yuan's brow, but she quickly recovered and said lightly, She is my junior sister. For some unknown reason, her tone had become inexplicably cold, seemingly because Yang Kai's first reaction after hearing about Colored Glass Sect was In Su Dai. Yang Kai couldn't be blamed for this, as the only person he knew about Colored Glass Sect was In Su Dai. He hadn't been on Shadowed Star for long and wasn't a native cultivator, so how could he know anything about Colored Glass Sect? That woman is actually your junior sister? Yang Kai seemed to be re-examining Dai Yuan, looking her up and down with a strange expression. Yang Kai didn't have a good impression of In Su Dai, but he also didn't have any ill feelings towards her. He just felt that this woman was a bit slick and charming, an existence on par with Feng Tianzhong, Chu Changfeng and Wei Guchang. Yang Kai didn't know how much real talent she possessed, but her beauty definitely added a lot to her fame. Now that Dai Yuan said that In Su Dai was actually her junior sister, Yang Kai was quite surprised. Dai Yuan was a good person and always kept a low profile, unlike In Su Dai who was always the focus of attention wherever she went. On top of that, the two of them had very different appearances, so it was naturally strange that these two women were actually senior sister. The surprise only lasted for a moment before Yang Kai quickly realized that he had lost his composure and quickly smiled. No wonder you're so strong. It turns out you're from Colored Glass Sect. You're also not bad. Dai Yuan stared at Yang Kai with her beautiful eyes, as if she wanted to peer into the depths of his soul. This first-order Saint King young man's performance had always surprised her. What's wrong? Big brother Yang didn't know that little sister Dai Yuan was from Colored Glass Sect? Wei Guchang and Dong Xianer walked over together. Looking at their appearances, it seemed that they had recovered quite a bit. After all, Yang Kai had just given them some pills. These recovery pills were all personally refined by Yang Kai, and their restorative effects were far superior to those sold on the market. I didn't know. The two of us just happened to meet halfway and happened to receive a message from you. So we rushed over together. Yang Kai stood up and smiled at Wei Guchang. On behalf of junior brother and junior sister, this Wei thanks the two of you for your great kindness. Wei Guchang walked over and immediately bowed to Dong Xianer respectfully. Yang Kai quickly helped them up, but before he could speak, Wei Guchang sternly said. Big brother Yang, this time, if you and little sister Dai Yuan hadn't arrived in time, even if it had been just a quarter of an hour later, Xianer and I would have already gone to the Yellow Springs together. There's nothing else to say, but if there is anything this way can do for you in the future, feel free to ask. Even if there is a mountain of blades or a sea of flames, this way will not hesitate to help. It seemed that it wasn't until this moment that Wei Guchang really wanted to make friends with Yang Kai. Previously, he had gotten along well with Yang Kai largely because of Qian Tong's orders, and also because he appreciated Yang Kai. But after this life-saving grace, Wei Guchang had lowered his posture. If it was only his life, it wouldn't be enough to make him lower his head. But Yang Kai had also saved Dong Xianer, a woman he regarded as more important than his own life. This was a great kindness. Glancing over at him, Yang Kai nodded gently. Wei Guchang then turned to Dai Yuan and said, As for little sister Dai Yuan, I will arrange for Xian, or to visit Colored Glass Sect some other day to express my gratitude. I hope little sister Dai Yuan won't drive us away. Dai Yuan snorted lightly and didn't pay him any attention, simply pulling Dong Xianer's hand and whispering something to her. Wei Guchang smiled bitterly and shook his head. Glancing over at his junior brothers and junior sisters who were still recovering, he wasn't in a hurry and simply began chatting with Yang Kai. Through his narration, Yang Kai learned about the hardships they had experienced in Shadow Moon Hall. If he had to describe it in one word, it would be that their luck wasn't good enough. A total of more than 70 people had come to Shadow Moon Hall this time, of which nearly 50 remained in the first layer flame area, while the remaining 20 entered the second layer treasure area, and split up into several teams to search for spirit grasses and spirit medicines. Through communication artifacts, they were able to communicate with one another peacefully, and had a bountiful harvest. When news of the weakening of the third layer spread, Wei Guchang immediately gathered some of the most elite members, gathering a total of 7 people, and rushed to the third layer. However, as soon as they entered the third layer flame area, they were surrounded by a group of fire spirit beasts. After a long battle, 2 of them fell. Wei Guchang brought up the rear, saving the lives of the others. Without waiting for them to recover from the grief of losing their companions, he stepped into the ancient restriction. They had been trapped for more than a month, and were only rescued today. When Wei Guchang spoke of this, his face was full of annoyance. Of course, bad luck played a part in this, but it was also because they were not strong enough. Forget about this ancient barrier. Even if an origin returning realm master came here, they wouldn't be able to see through it, and would be trapped inside. However, the group of fire spirit beasts they encountered was really because they weren't strong enough, resulting in the loss of their companions. Compared to these encounters, Yang Kai found that his luck was simply off the charts. Huge fire crystal stones, brilliant fire crystal essence, map fragments, soul-cleansing divine water, 9-branch jade crystal tree, suspected dragon bones and dragon beads, saint crystal loads, various spirit grasses, spirit fruits and spirit medicines, and that strange and dignified space. Yang Kai's harvest along the way was simply unimaginable. If Wei Guchang knew about these things, what would he think? He would probably be so depressed that he would vomit blood. In short, since entering the third layer, Wei Guchang and the others had obtained nothing else except for a few fire crystal stones. They had wasted more than a month here. Fortunately, they didn't suffer any losses in the end. If 5 of them had died here, it would have been really bad news. If Shadow Moon Hall lost so many elites at once, there would be a huge gap in the number of people below. It wouldn't be obvious in a short time, but once the Saint Kings of other forces grew, the decline of Shadow Moon Hall would be exposed. No one could bear such a result. Chapter 12:19. Brother Yang, are you interested in this tortoise shell? Wei Guchang complained for a while before suddenly asking a random question. If you're interested, feel free to take it. Although this thing is unusual, it's cracked a lot, so I don't know if it has any use. He knew that Yang Kai had a powerful artifact refiner behind him, and this kind of 10th order monster beast material was the favorite of those skilled artifact refiners. Even if he brought this tortoise shell back, he wouldn't be able to find a suitable person to refine it into an artifact. Grandmaster Gulin was already very old, and hadn't refined an artifact for many years. Elder Qian had also been trying to extend Grandmaster Gulin's lifespan over the years, but the results had been minimal. Grandmaster Gulin's condition was getting worse and worse, causing Elder Qian's heart to ache. What's more, with Grandmaster Gulin's level of artifact refiner, he might not be able to refine this tortoise shell, so it was better to give it to Yang Kai now. Perhaps this kind of useless material would be able to play its greatest role in Yang Kai's hands. Yang Kai hesitated for a moment but didn't refuse, simply nodding and putting away the 10th Order Monster Beast's tortoise shell in front of Wei Guchang. While the two of them were talking, Dong Xianer and Dai Yuan were also whispering to each other in the distance. However, at this moment, Dai Yuan was holding a jade bottle in her hand as well as a pill in her palm. This pill was round and light blue in color, exuding a delicate fragrance that made one feel relaxed and refreshed upon smelling it. When Dai Yuan's beautiful eyes stared at this pill, a trace of imperceptible excitement and expectation flashed across them, followed by a look of admiration. Dong Xianer didn't say anything to disturb her. She knew why her close friend was showing such an expression, so she simply stood quietly to the side. This pill wasn't a rare treasure, just an ordinary recovery pill used to restore one's strength, but its grade wasn't low, Saint King grade high rank. It was one of the pills Yang Kai had just given to Dong Xianer. Dong Xianer hadn't finished using it yet, but Dai Yuan took it and carefully inspected it. After a long time, Dai Yuan placed the pill back into the jade bottle and handed it back to Dong Xianer before taking a deep breath. "How is it?" Dong Xianer asked. "What an amazing alchemy technique. I can't do it. This pill's medicinal properties have already been refined to the pinnacle. If my luck is a bit better, I'll be able to form pill veins. On the surface of the pill, there are faint traces of pill veins. Unfortunately, I don't know why it failed at the last moment." Dai Yuan showed a look of regret and shock. "It's not just this one, all the others are like this. This alchemist's skill in alchemy has already reached the limit." "So powerful." Dong Xianer was taken aback, her apricot mouth opening slightly, being able to cause so many Saint King grade pills to almost form pill veins. Doesn't that mean the one who refined this pill was an origin grade alchemist? And it should be an origin grade alchemist. When Dai Yuan said this, she intentionally or unintentionally glanced towards Yang Kai, a look of expectation flashing across her beautiful eyes. Seeing this look, Dong Xianer didn't know what she was thinking and quickly said, "Elder sister Dai Yuan, don't worry, this matter will eventually be resolved." Dai Yuan reached out and brushed her hair behind her ear before saying lightly, "I know, I'm not in a hurry. It's been so many years already. By the way, little sister Xian, what is the origin of that Yang Kai?" She seemed to suddenly become interested in Yang Kai, and began inquiring about Yang Kai. Dong Xianer didn't hide anything and immediately told Dai Yuan everything she knew. When she heard that Yang Kai had come to Shadowed Star from the outside world, Dai Yuan's beautiful eyes lit up and her tender body couldn't help trembling, the look of expectation in her eyes becoming more and more obvious. Since others could come to Shadowed Star from the outside world, why couldn't she leave Shadowed Star and go to the outside world? Like Wu Yi, Dai Yuan also wanted to leave Shadowed Star, but their starting points were different. Wu Yi wanted to experience the wonders of the outside world while Dai Yuan had other reasons. Although she really wanted to ask Yang Kai which alchemy grandmaster had refined that bottle of vitality restoration pills, Dai Yuan still restrained herself. She wasn't familiar with Yang Kai and had only met by chance, so if she rashly asked him these questions now, if it involved someone else, it would only annoy him. How could she do such a stupid thing? However, she was already considering whether she should improve her relationship with Yang Kai, and wait until the time was right before asking him. Time passed by little. Dai Yuan and Dong Xianer had not seen each other for a long time, so naturally, they had a lot to say to one another. Yang Kai and Wei Guchang were also chatting happily, constantly chatting about various things. From Wei Guchang, Yang Kai learned many interesting stories and secrets about Shadowed Star. Yang Kai had no intention of staying behind to act with them, but now that they had just escaped danger, it would be somewhat inappropriate for him to leave them alone, so he decided to wait for everyone to recover. When the time came, he would say goodbye and continue deeper into the third layer to find a suitable place to refine the profound sunflower water. A day later, the remaining 3 people in Shadow Moon Hall finally recovered, and came to Yang Kai and Dai Yuan to sincerely thank them. This time, the 3 of them didn't dare to underestimate Kai Yang anymore. When Lu Yan opened the sand field, these 3 people had been waiting in line behind Wei Guchang. At that time, Wei Guchang proposed that Yang Kai act with them, but the 3 of them were very reluctant, secretly feeling that bringing Yang Kai along would definitely be a burden, and would only drag them down. If they found any benefits, they would have to share some with him. Never had they thought that this young man, who they considered a burden, would actually save their lives in the third layer flame area. Recalling the thoughts that flashed through their minds at that time, the 3 of them couldn't help feeling ashamed, and wished they could find a hole to crawl into. The 3 of you, return to the second floor the way you came from. Fortunately, we haven't gone too far. If you return the way you came from, with your strength and means, you should be able to protect yourselves. Don't take any risks in the third floor. This is not a place you should be able to enter. Wei Guchang waited for the 3 of them to finish thanking him before directly speaking. The 3 of them froze for a moment before immediately understanding why Wei Guchang had made such a decision. Back at the lava lake, the performance of the 3 of them was really inconsistent with their status as elite disciples, so now that Wei Guchang had ordered them to return to the second layer, they didn't dare disobey, and all of them nodded in shame, warning Big Brother Wei and Senior Sister Dong to be careful. Wei Guchang gently nodded. Although he was a little disappointed with the performance of his junior brother and junior sister, in the end, they were still fellow disciples, and he still remembered their friendship. Before they left, he gave them all the pills he and Dong Xianer hadn't used. The 3 of them said their goodbyes with tears in their eyes, but before they could set off, the sky above Lu Yan sand field suddenly became much brighter. This kind of abnormality was naturally noticed by everyone. Everyone looked around suspiciously, but they didn't find anything wrong. Just as they were puzzled, the tall female disciple pointed in a certain direction in astonishment. Her beautiful eyes filled with shock. The sun. Looking in the direction she was pointing, everyone was stunned when they saw the strange phenomenon. At the edge of the sky, a red sun was rising. The bright red light almost dyed the entire sky into a gorgeous color. It was because of the rise of this red sun that everyone felt that their field of vision was much brighter. But no one thought this was really the sun. It had been a few months since they entered the Lu Yan sand field, but in this strange space, there was no sun, no moon, no stars, not even the sky. Looking up, all they could see was a red space, the dark red cracks on the ground, giving off a feeling that it was the end of the world. How could there be a sun in such a forbidden zone? Yang Kai's first reaction was that someone was fighting, and that someone was using some kind of powerful artifact. However, after thinking about it carefully, Yang Kai felt that this was impossible. The red sun was clearly far away, at least a few hundred kilometers away from here. Yet even at such a distance, the red sun was still able to affect his vision. Only an Origin King grade artifact could achieve such an effect. Which great force would allow their disciples to bring an Origin King grade artifact into the Lu Yan sand field? There were so many dangers here that no one could guarantee their own survival. Even Wei Guchang had almost died here. Unless the elders of that great sect were stupid enough to allow their disciples to bring an Origin King grade artifact into this place. Each of these artifacts was a hallowed treasure of their respective sect, and could not be used easily. What's more, even if this was the case, with the strength of a Saint King Realm cultivator here, they would not be able to use an Origin King grade artifact. Forcibly using it would only cause a backlash. What is this thing? Yang Kai's brow furrowed as a look of shock appeared on his face. Even though he had seen all kinds of incredible things in the Lu Yan sand field, he still could not understand the scene in front of him. However, faintly, he felt that the scene in front of him was somewhat familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere before, but when he thought about it carefully, he could not figure it out, causing him to frown secretly. How can there be a sun here? Could it be that the barrier around the Lu Yan sand field has been broken? A male disciple of Shadow Moon Hall exclaimed in surprise. What he said made sense. The barrier around the Lu Yan sand field had been broken, so naturally, One could see the scene outside. If the sun happened to rise from the east at this time, one could indeed see such a scene. Wei Guchang shook his head. It's not the sun. His thoughts were the same as Yang Kai's. Then what is it? Brother, have you ever seen such a scene? Dong Xianer leaned her tender body slightly towards Wei Guchang, a faint uneasiness and tension spreading from the depths of her heart. I've never seen it before. After Wei Guchang finished speaking, he turned his head to look at Yang Kai, wanting to hear his opinion, but how could he have known that Yang Kai had a thoughtful expression on his face at this moment, apparently having no time to pay attention to him? With no other choice, Yang Kai turned his gaze to Dai Yuan. Although he did not think that Dai Yuan was more knowledgeable than him, perhaps she knew something. To Wei Guchang's surprise, Dai Yuan showed the same expression as Yang Kai. What are these two doing? Wei Guchang muttered to himself. Chapter 12:20. The rising of the red sun shocked all the cultivator in the third layer of the Lu Yen sand field. On a hill, 5 or 6 Saint King Realm cultivator wearing golden robes stood behind Chu Changfeng. Their eyes filled with shock as they stared towards the place where the red sun was rising. After recovering from their shock, these Saint King Realm cultivators began whispering to each other about what this red sun was. Chu Changfeng's face, on the other hand, was extremely gloomy. On this trip to the Lu Yen sand field, he had indeed seen a lot of good things, but it seemed that he hadn't obtained any substantial benefits, especially the soul-cleansing divine water, which had become a thorn in his heart. Now that such a phenomenon had appeared, it immediately attracted his attention. After a moment of hesitation, he waved his hand and shouted, "Let's go take a look." Immediately leading his fellow disciples, he quickly rushed towards the direction where the red sun was rising. On another plain, there were also 4 cultivators with pure and vigorous Saint Qi. All of these cultivators had arcs of lightning visible to the naked eye flashing around their bodies, and the artifacts they used were also capable of releasing bolts of lightning, giving them an extraordinary display of power. When the red sun rose, these cultivators had just finished encircling a group of fire spirit beasts that had come to harass them. One of them collected the scattered fire crystal stones on the ground, and slowly gathered with his companions around a young man with a steady appearance and simple clothes. "Brother Feng, what is that?" someone asked. The young man in simple clothes slowly shook his head and said lightly, "Let's go take a look." Such a phenomenon appearing in the Lu Yen sand field is very likely the birth of some kind of treasure. Saying so, he clasped his hands behind his back and walked straight in the direction of the rising red sun. His pace seemed to be neither fast nor slow, but lightning flashed under his feet as his figure floated forward like a ghost. In the blink of an eye, he had covered a distance of several hundred feet. On a towering rock, a man with an indifferent expression was meditating and adjusting his breathing. At this moment, he also looked towards the red sun, and after a moment of contemplation, immediately got up. In the depths of the third layer of the flame area, a man who looked to be in his 30s was struggling to resist the heat waves and fire poison. It seemed that he wanted to go deeper, but when the red sun rose, he turned around and glanced at it. Immediately, his face was filled with shock and ecstasy. He muttered, "It's actually this kind of thing that matured. Ha ha." After saying that, he immediately turned around and impatiently rushed in the direction of the red sun, as if he was afraid that the benefits would be taken away if he was late. Many similar situations were occurring everywhere in the third layer. The elite disciples of the major forces who had broken into the third layer were all rushing towards red sun at this moment. Everyone was guessing what had caused such a phenomenon, and whether it was the birth of some kind of precious treasure. But before they could reach the red sun, a fiery red gust of wind suddenly swept towards them. This gust of wind contained an extremely hot aura, causing all the cultivators' expressions to change drastically as they hurriedly circulated their Saint Qi to defend themselves. To everyone's surprise, this seemingly fierce gust of wind did not cause any damage to anyone. Instead, a strange fragrance wafted throughout the entire third layer of the Lu Yen sand field. This was a kind of fruity fragrance that made one's spirit soar 100 times over. It even contained some very strange power that was difficult to describe, making one want to immerse themselves in it and comprehend it. but no one stopped to try and comprehend it. There had never been an Origin King Realm Master on Shadowed Star, so if some great force obtained this spirit fruit called the Red Candle Fruit at this time, and allowed an Origin King to appear in their sect, wouldn't they be able to unify the entire Starry Stars? As a core disciple, how could Wei Guchang not understand the implications of this? If it were something else he wouldn't have cared, but his Shadow Moon Hall had suffered heavy losses this time, so Wei Guchang didn't want to get involved in any more muddy waters. Originally, he planned to have his 3 junior brothers and junior sisters return to the second layer while he and Dong Xianer wandered around the third layer to see if they could find any opportunities, but if the Red Candle Fruit really had such a magical effect, even if he had to risk his life, he had to snatch it. And he had to get his hands on it. Once this thing fell into the hands of others, especially their enemies, it would be a disaster for Shadow Moon Hall. Wei Guchang could not sit back and watch this happen. Brother. Dong Xianer bit her red lips as she looked at Wei Guchang with worry in her beautiful eyes. The latter's expression was gloomy, but he soon made a decision and turned to his junior brothers and junior sisters. You should return to the second layer. Don't interfere with the Red Candle Fruit. This time it will definitely be very chaotic. What about you, Brother Wei? The tall woman asked. I'll go with Xian. After Wei Guchang finished speaking, he glanced over at Dai Yuan. Dai Yuan chuckled lightly. This kind of rare event, I naturally have to go and take a look. What's more, it's still some time away from ripening, so I can use its fruit fragrance to fuse with my own cultivation. Wei Guchang seemed to have known she would say this and nodded before turning his eyes to Yang Kai and asking, What does Brother Yang think? I'll also go and take a look, Yang Kai said faintly. Good, then let's go. Wei Guchang no longer hesitated. After a day of recovery, he had mostly recovered, so if he rushed over, he would definitely be able to restore himself to his peak. Even if he had to fight, he wouldn't be afraid. The 4 of them quickly flew towards the Red Candle Fruit. On the way, Yang Kai glanced over at Dai Yuan thoughtfully and said with a smile, Sister Dai Yuan seems to be quite proficient in medicinal principles. If she hadn't been immersed in silver herb all year round, it would have been impossible for her to recognize the Red Candle Fruit so quickly. Looking at Dai Yuan's appearance, it was obvious she had read a lot and was very knowledgeable about all kinds of rare and precious spirit grasses and spirit fruits. Hearing Yang Kai's question, Wei Guchang laughed. Brother Yang, I'm afraid you don't know, but Sister Dai Yuan not only possesses amazing strength, but is also a Saint King grade alchemist. Oh. This time, Yang Kai was surprised. He hadn't expected Dai Yuan to actually be a fellow alchemist like him, but he was an Origin grade alchemist while she was just a Saint King grade alchemist. The gap between them was quite big. Dai Yuan said softly, I'm just a Saint King grade low-rank alchemist, nothing special. My aptitude in the alchemic Tao isn't very good, but Junior Brother Yang, there must be many Origin grade and Origin King grade alchemists out there, right? Yang Kai chuckled, knowing that she should have asked Dong Xianer about his details, but he didn't mind, just slowly shaking his head and saying, There are indeed many Origin grade alchemists out there, but Origin King grade alchemists are rare, I've never seen one. So Origin King grade alchemists are rare existences in the outside world. Dai Yuan showed a surprised expression. Naturally, there aren't many Origin King grade masters out there either. Dai Yuan heard this and opened her mouth, as if she wanted to ask something, but hesitated. In the end, she couldn't bring herself to ask, causing Yang Kai to frown. However, since the other party didn't ask, he didn't need to take the initiative to inquire. If he ended up causing some unnecessary trouble, the gains would not make up for the losses. A few 100 kilometers was a distance the group of 4 could cover in a moment, but in the Luyan Desert, such a distance would take a lot of time. However, the further they went, the stronger the fruity fragrance that permeated the air became. On top of that, the rising red sun was gradually rising higher, reaching a height of several hundred meters. We need to pick up our pace. When the red candle fruit ripens, the 3 suns rising sun phenomenon will appear. Only after the 3 suns rising sun phenomenon will it truly ripen, so before that happens, every bit of time is precious. The sooner we arrive, the sooner we can comprehend the benefits. Dai Yuan urged softly. Chapter 12:21. Hearing what Dai Yuan said, the other three couldn't help speeding up their pace. Wei Guchang and Dong Xianer asked about the three suns' grand opening wonder, while Yang Kai also pretended to be very interested and listened attentively. After Dai Yuan's explanation, Wei Guchang and Dong Xianer finally understood what the three suns' grand opening wonder was, but Yang Kai's expression became strange. He found that although Dai Yuan recognized the red candle fruit and knew about the three suns' grand opening wonder, she didn't seem to understand everything. Yang Kai didn't know if the others were the same, but Yang Kai was sure that it wasn't just him and Dai Yuan who recognized the red candle fruit. The most elite cultivators on Shadowed Star were all gathered in the third layer, so there would definitely be others who recognized it. After a full 4 hours, the group of four rushed to a valley. This valley wasn't large, and it occupied an area of around 300 meters. Below the valley, there was a dark red ground that could be seen everywhere. There were countless cracks and ravines, but surprisingly, there were some withered trees growing in this valley. The trees were also red in color, and they looked as if they didn't have any vitality. If one looked carefully, they would discover that these trees were clearly not dead, and there was a strange energy that allowed them to survive in this cruel environment. On all sides of the mountain valley, there were at least 20 large and small hills. By the time Kai Yang's group of four arrived, about half of these hills had already been occupied. These people were all from their respective sects, occupying these small hills as footholds. Most of the cultivators' eyes lingered on the withered trees in the mountain valley, a look of longing and desire flashing across their eyes, but strangely, no one ventured deep into the mountain valley, making it impossible to tell what everyone was avoiding. When Yang Kai and the others arrived, countless eyes swept over them, many of them showing vigilance and disgust. After all, this heaven-defying spirit fruit was about to ripen, so the fewer people there, the better. However, everyone knew that this was unrealistic. Before the red candle fruit ripened, the rising red sun had already caused the entire third layer to boil, so it was likely that everyone was rushing over. So even if they were vigilant and disgusted, there was nothing they could do, only glancing over at Yang Kai and the others before withdrawing their gazes. Yang Kai swept his eyes over the crowd and couldn't help feeling shocked. The scene this time was truly magnificent. There was no need to mention the number of people who had come, all of them elites from great sects. Yang Kai saw people from Heaven Battling Union, Thunder Typhoon Sect, Colored Glass Sect, as well as other young talents he didn't recognize. Altogether, there were at least 70 or 80 people here. Yang Kai's group of four had arrived relatively late, so there were definitely more people on the way. Presumably, this place would become even more chaotic. Yang Kai also saw the indifferent cultivator who had previously occupied the center of the soul-cleansing divine water. This guy occupied a small hill all to himself, his hands behind his back, his expression as indifferent as ever, his figure as straight as a sword as he stood there proudly, but no one dared to come up and find trouble with him. Everyone who came here could more or less guess the identity of this guy, so no one dared to provoke him. So even if they didn't like his behavior, no one dared to say anything. On the side of Colored Glass Sect, In Su Dai's expression became a little strange after seeing Dong Xianer, as if she hadn't expected that her senior sister would be traveling with someone else. But after recognizing her, a look of relief appeared on her face, and she didn't ask anything, nor did she show any intention of greeting Dong Xianer. Wei Guchang swept his eyes around before pointing to a small hill that no one was paying attention to and saying, "Let's go there." After a while, the four of them arrived at the top of this hill, and like everyone else, turned their eyes to the mountain valley below and observed, "Where's the red candle fruit?" Wei Guchang swept his eyes around but didn't find any trace of a spirit fruit. All he could see was countless dead trees, causing him to be stunned. The red candle fruit can't be seen before it matures. Dai Xianer slowly shook her head. Dai Yuan slowly shook her head. But it is definitely somewhere in this mountain valley. Once it matures, it will naturally surface. So that's how it is. Wei Guchang gently nodded. Oh, Brotherly Yunnan of Medicine Pill Sect is coming over. I wonder what he wants to do. Dong Xian let out a light cry of surprise and turned her gaze to a spot not too far away. Over there, a middle-aged scholarly-looking cultivator wearing blue robes and a jade belt was galloping towards them. Before this person had even arrived, he had already waved his hand towards them with a smile. Medicine Pill Sect, Yang Kai had heard of it before. In any place, there were sects or forces that specialized in alchemy. The central capital had Medicine King's Valley. Tongxian Realm had the Alchemist Guild. And on Shadowed Star, Medicine Pill Sect was the most famous. Such an existence was not one that ordinary people would easily offend, because there was no telling when they would have to beg for their help. In Medicine Pill Sect, there were as many as 5 origin-grade low-rank alchemists, a number that far surpassed all of Shadowed Star. Each of these 5 was a famous grandmaster on Shadowed Star, and was respected by all. No matter where they went, they would be treated as honored guests. Since this guy named Li Yunan could penetrate deep into the 3rd layer of Luyan Sand Field, he must also be an elite of Medicine Pill Sect. It seemed that he also knew Wei Guchang, Dong Xianer, and the others, but Yang Kai didn't know what their relationship was. After a while, the middle-aged scholar named Li Yunan arrived at the mountain where the 4 of them were standing and cupped his fists to Wei Guchang with a smile. "Brother Wei, you really came." Wei Guchang returned the courtesy and laughed. "Of course I'm here to join in on the fun." To the side, Dong Xianer and Dai Yuan also greeted Li Yunan. Li Yunan responded with a smile, appearing very gentle and refined. He then asked about Yang Kai's origins and name, but Wei Guchang simply brushed it off. Although Li Yunan was a little curious as to why a first-order Saint King like Yang Kai would come here, since he was brought here by Wei Guchang, it wasn't appropriate for him to ask. "Brother Li, why have you come looking for this way?" Wei Guchang narrowed his eyes and asked straightforwardly. Li Yunan smiled lightly and pretended to be mysterious. "Brother Wei, since you came here because you saw a vision, do you know what is about to appear here?" "I heard it's the red candle fruit," Wei Guchang replied. Li Yunan raised his brow, seemingly a little surprised, but after looking at Dai Yuan he suddenly realized something and patted his forehead. This Li asked a stupid question. Since Sister Dai Yuan is here, then Brother Wei must know something about it. "I'm afraid there is no exotic grass or exotic fruit in this world that Sister Dai Yuan doesn't know about." "Brother Li is too kind, Dai Yuan has only studied it a little." Dai Yuan responded lightly. "Haha, Sister Dai Yuan doesn't need to be modest. There aren't many people who can recognize the red candle fruit. Brother Chu of Heaven Battling Union, Brother Fong of Thunder Typhoon Sect, and Sister Een of Colored Glass Sect didn't recognize it. It was this Li who told them. Otherwise, why do you think they've been biding their time? With their tempers, I'm afraid they would have already scoured the entire mountain valley." Wei Guchang suddenly understood why everyone was standing on the surrounding hills and not making a move. It turned out that Li Yunan had notified every force that had arrived. Obviously, he wasn't doing this out of good intentions. With such a precious treasure in front of him, who wouldn't want to take it for themselves? Li Yunan was no exception. Him notifying others was obviously because he didn't want them to act rashly and interfere with the ripening of the red candle fruit. If the red candle fruit was disturbed by someone who didn't know about it and caused it to disappear, it would be a huge loss. Therefore, even though he was somewhat unwilling, Li Yunan still worked hard to travel to each mountain, informing the cultivators who came here of the situation. Brother Li really cares about the world. This Wei admires him greatly. Wei Guchang put on a sincere look and cupped his fists again and again. This hat was a bit too big, so Li Yunan didn't dare, quickly changing the subject and revealing his true intentions. "I wonder if Brother Wei is interested in joining forces with my Medicine Pill Sect?" "Join forces?" Wei Guchang's eyes narrowed even more as he grinned meaningfully. "Brother Li, although this Wei is not very proficient in alchemy, this Wei knows that there should only be one red candle fruit, so how should we join forces? If we really obtain the red candle fruit, how should it be distributed?" "Brother Wei, please listen to this one first." Li Yunan seemed to have known he would say this and wasn't in a hurry, his expression calm and collected. "Please speak, Brother Li, this one is listening." Although Wei Guchang knew what the other party was up to, he couldn't refuse. After all, there was no benefit in offending Medicine Pill Sect. What I mean is to first obtain the red candle fruit. Although there is only one of this spirit fruit, if it is used in alchemy, it should produce more than one pill. Li Yunan said as he observed Wei Guchang's reaction. Li Yunan observed Wei Guchang's expression as he spoke, but seeing no reaction from him, he continued. As far as I know, your Shadow Moon Hall only has one origin grade low-rank alchemist, right? On top of that, that alchemist has only been promoted for a few years, so his success rate in refining origin grade pills is not high. If Brother Wei obtains the red candle fruit, he can only bring it back to the sect and give it to his elders, which will greatly reduce its medicinal properties. After a pause, a proud look appeared on Li Yunan's face. This situation is not only limited to your Shadow Moon Hall, but also to all the other great sects. However, my medicine pill sect is different. My medicine pill sect has a total of 5 origin grade low-rank alchemists. Although the grade of this red candle fruit is very high, if my medicine pill sect's elders work together, they may be able to refine more than a dozen pills. Hearing this, Wei Guchang finally understood what the other party was trying to say and squinted towards Li Yunan. What Brother Li means is that your medicine pill sect will take the red candle fruit, refine it into pills, and give my Shadow Moon Hall a share. And this Li thinks so. Li Yunan nodded repeatedly. I have not only said this to Brother Wei, but also to Brother Chu of Heaven Battling Union, Brother Fong of Thunder Typhoon Sect, Sister Een of Colored Glass Sect, Brother Chu of Twin Heart Valley, and Brother Tang of Floating Mist Palace. What do they think? Wei Guchang raised his straight eyebrows. Haha, although none of them have expressed their views yet, this Li believes he should be able to convince them. Li Yunan put on a confident look. Chapter 12:22. Everyone knew that Li Yunan was spouting nonsense. If he really had the confidence to convince all the great forces to give up on the red candle fruit and hand it over to medicine pill sect, it would have been strange indeed. Only when it was in one's own hands did it truly belong to them. Li Yunan's words were completely insincere and could not be trusted. What's more, how could such an important matter be decided by these juniors? If Li Yunan took the red candle fruit back, and the elders of medicine pill sect refused to recognize the decision of these juniors, what could the other sects do? Even if they joined forces to destroy medicine pill sect, the red candle fruit would still be lost. Wei Guchang knew better than anyone else that once he agreed, he would definitely become the target of public criticism. Chu Changfeng, Feng Tianzhong, Yin Sudai, Chu Minghai of Twin Heart Valley, and Tang Yongyi of Floating Mist Palace would not rashly agree to such an unreasonable proposal. However, Wei Guchang was not stupid enough to offend medicine pill sect directly, so he pretended to think seriously for a while before nodding lightly. If Brother Chu and Brother Fong agree, then my Shadow Moon Hall share is fine, but Brother Li, haha, have you talked to that guy yet? Saying so, he quietly gestured towards a nearby mountain. Li Yunan's face twitched slightly. Of course he knew who the guy Wei Guchang was talking about was, but he still forced a smile and said, "This Li wants to communicate with all of you first before discussing with him in detail." Wei Guchang curled his lips and shook his head, sighing as he said, "This matter is not easy to handle. If there were only a few of us, then there would be no harm in joining forces, but now that such a variable has appeared, this Wei feels that Brother Li should first finalize what that guy's intentions are before coming to discuss it with us." Li Yunan was startled, but his expression remained calm as he cupped his fists and said, "What Brother Wei says makes sense. Then this Li will go back and think about it." Saying so, he flew down the mountain and returned to his own side. After he left, Wei Guchang snorted coldly. "Do you really think I'm an idiot?" Dai Yuan chuckled to the side and said, "It's not like Brother Wei doesn't know what kind of people medicine pill sect are, so why bother arguing with them? Not agreeing this time was the right thing to do. If he had, it would have been more troublesome." "Of course I know that." Wei Guchang's expression was solemn. "Let's not talk about this for now. Now that such a spirit fruit has ripened, I don't know if it's an opportunity or a calamity." He looked at the elites on the various hills, wondering how many of them would die from fighting when the red candle fruit matured. "Let's not talk about that for now. I feel like cultivating here is very beneficial. In any case, there's still some time before the three sons' grand opening wonder that elder sister Dai Yuan mentioned, so we might as well cultivate here, Dong Xianer suggested. The other three nodded and immediately found a place to sit down cross-legged on one of the hills, carefully savoring the various mysteries contained in the fragrance of the fruit. Yang Kai soon became aware of the heaven-defying nature of this red candle fruit. Indeed, just as recorded in the ancient records, in the days before it matured, it would constantly exude a fruity fragrance. When this fragrance entered one's nose, it would blend into one's flesh and bones, promoting one's mastery of their own strength and the integration of their cultivation. Only a single red sun had appeared, yet it had such a miraculous effect, so if all three suns gathered together, the effect would definitely be multiplied several times. Because he was with Wei Guchang and the others, Yang Kai wasn't worried about being ambushed here, so he only spared a small part of his consciousness to monitor his surroundings before quickly immersing himself in this wonderful feeling. Yang Kai was an alchemist, so when performing alchemy he needed to have an extremely high level of control over his Saint Qi, so in this regard he was better than most cultivators. Stimulated by the fragrance of the red candle fruit, Yang Kai's control over his Saint Qi became more and more exquisite. Yang Kai soon immersed himself in this feeling, as if he had entered a new world where he could perfectly communicate with the power in his body and control it to its peak. While Yang Kai was immersed in his comprehension of Saint Qi control, Wei Guchang, Dong Xianer, and Dai Yuan were also immersed in a deeper understanding of the different strengths in their respective territories. The other cultivators on the various hills, after the initial observation, also sat down cross-legged and began inhaling the fragrance of the red candle fruit, no longer wasting any time. About half a day after Yang Kai arrived, a strange tranquility had appeared as everyone was savoring the benefits brought to them by the red candle fruit's fragrance. More and more people continued to come to this hill, and although most of them were confused, seeing the people who had come before them meditating, they also began looking for suitable positions. In an instant, a look of pleasant surprise appeared on their faces as they immersed themselves in the fragrance, unable to extricate themselves. At a certain moment, a young cultivator in blue robes arrived here alone. This person was the one who had tried to go deeper into the third layer, but he had come a little too late. The hills near the valley had already been occupied by everyone else. Sweeping his eyes around coldly, he secretly considered whether he should seize a territory, but soon dispelled this idea. He had just seized this body and had seen the light of day again, so for the time being, he did not want to attract too much attention. However, when his eyes swept over Yang Kai, who was sitting cross-legged, his eyes suddenly narrowed as a look of pleasant surprise appeared on his face. He had not expected to see Yang Kai in this place. But soon he frowned, and his face was so gloomy that it was about to drip water. He was certain that it was this first-order Saint King cultivator, who had taken away his precious treasure. But he still could not sense any aura from the other party. Did the other party really fuse with it? That was impossible. He knew better than anyone just how powerful that thing was. Let alone a first-order Saint King, even an Origin King would not be able to fuse with it in a day or two, and there was a great chance that they would suffer a backlash if they attempted to do so. However, the strange thing was that after the first-order Saint King youth obtained what Yang Kai wanted and left the stalactite cave, less than an hour later, the aura of the stalactite disappeared without a trace. No matter how Yang Kai tried to use his secret technique to track it, he was unable to find any clues. Besides, if it was really him who had fused with it, it was impossible for him to still be alive. He would definitely be dead by now. Such a strange thing annoyed him greatly. He could never have imagined that it was not Yang Kai himself who had fused with that treasure, but rather a supreme treasure that had already grown to 6 colors, the soul-warming lotus. Just as he was feeling bewildered and puzzled, on the opposite hill, the first-order Saint King youth suddenly opened his eyes and locked his gaze onto him from a distance. This man's heart trembled and he quickly turned his gaze away as if nothing had happened, looking for a spot that was not too good, and sitting down to meditate like everyone else. Atop the hill, Yang Kai's brow furrowed as a look of displeasure appeared on his face. He had been immersed in a deep state of enlightenment when he suddenly discovered that someone was spying on him. And this person had a trace of hostility and murderous intent. At first, Yang Kai thought it was Chu Changfeng, but after seeing this person's face, he couldn't help feeling stunned. This person was not Chu Changfeng, but Yang Kai had seen him before. It was one of the people who had entered the stalactite cave with him to soak in the soul-cleansing divine water. Being interrupted while he was meditating naturally made Yang Kai a little unhappy. This person's strength was not bad, a third-order Saint King. Yang Kai vaguely remembered that this person belonged to a force called Flowing Cloud Valley. However, at that time there was an old man and another man with him, but now he was the only one left. Yang Kai didn't know what had happened, nor did he know whether the old man from Flowing Cloud Valley and the other man were dead or alive. Why was this person so hostile and murderous towards him? Yang Kai had never provoked this other party, nor had he exposed too many of his secrets in front of him. Now that he was suddenly targeted, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling annoyed. Junior brother Yang, did you discover something? Dai Yuan seemed to notice that Yang Kai's aura had changed and opened her eyes, only to see his contemplative expression and quickly ask. No. Yang Kai shook his head before turning his gaze towards a certain spot and asking, do you recognize that man? Dai Yuan followed his gaze and actually recognized the other party's identity. That man is Flowing Cloud Valley's core disciple, Lu Yi. What's wrong? Does Brother Yang have some kind of grudge with him? Lu Yi. Yang Kai secretly remembered this name before shaking his head and saying, no, I've only met him once, but I don't know why this Lu Yi has some hostility towards me. It's really strange. Dai Yuan's beautiful eyes flashed as she asked curiously. This Lu Yi doesn't seem to be the type to provoke others. Although I don't have a deep friendship with him, we've still spoken a few times. His reputation in Flowing Cloud Valley is also very good, so why would he be hostile to you? I also want to know. Yang Kai grinned. Dai Yuan seemed to have misunderstood something and thought that Yang Kai really had some kind of grudge with Lu Yi, so she frowned and whispered. Lu Yi is the son of Flowing Cloud Valley's Valley Master, Lu Xiangdong. Although Flowing Cloud Valley isn't a top force, it's not bad either. If it's not a big deal, I can help you speak to Lu Yi and mediate. With his temperament, he should be fine. There's no need. Yang Kai shook his head. Not to mention that he had no grudge with this Lu Yi. Even if he did, he didn't need others to resolve it for him. If the other party didn't come looking for trouble with him, Yang Kai wouldn't mind cutting off the weeds and eliminating the roots. Seeing Yang Kai refuse her proposal, Dai Yuan naturally didn't say anything more, and was about to continue meditating when Yang Kai suddenly gestured to the side and asked, what about that person? Dai Yuan followed his gaze, and saw an indifferent man occupying a small hill by himself. Her expression couldn't help changing slightly as she immediately withdrew her gaze and warned, Junior brother Yang, don't ask others about this person. I only know that he should be from Star Emperor sect, but I don't know his name. Chapter 12:23. Sure enough, it's Star Emperor sect. Since seeing Chu Changfeng treat this person so cautiously in the stalactite cave, Yang Kai had faintly guessed that only someone from Star Emperor sect could make the arrogant and despotic Chu Changfeng act so restrained in front of him, to the point that even after suffering a loss, he could only pinch his nose and admit defeat, not daring to retaliate. Dai Yuan seemed to be afraid that Yang Kai didn't know how powerful Star Emperor sect was, so she said with a serious expression, on the entire Shadowed Star, the three most powerful forces are Star Emperor sect, Heaven Battling Union, and Thunder Typhoon sect, but in reality, every great force knows that the gap between Heaven Battling Union and Thunder Typhoon sect is not small. I heard that there are over 100 powerful peak third-order origin returning realm cultivator on Star Emperor Mountain. A terrifying number that Heaven Battling Union and Thunder Typhoon sect cannot compare to. What's more, I heard that they also possess several powerful origin king-grade artifacts. Are they that powerful? Yang Kai was shocked. A single sect having over 100 peak third-order origin returning realm masters was truly astonishing. And it's just that their total number is relatively small, and they never recruit disciples from the outside, so they aren't very famous. Then how long has their inheritance lasted? Yang Kai frowned. I'm not too sure. However, over the past countless years, there have been rumors that some lucky individuals had met some powerful cultivators who had come down from the Star King Mountain and were brought back to cultivate. However, there aren't many of them, only 4 or 5 of them. Dai Yuan smiled lightly. The people on Star Emperor Mountain rarely come out, so although they have many masters, as long as other great forces don't provoke them, they won't bully the weak, but if someone provokes them. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as he noticed Dai Yuan's tender body tremble slightly just now. His heart clenched as he thought to himself that if someone really dared to provoke such a terrifying existence, their end would definitely be miserable. Dai Yuan's voice dropped even lower as she continued. Generally speaking, every 10 or 20 to 30 years, Star Emperor Mountain will send one or several young disciples out for life experience. These disciples also don't reveal themselves, keeping a very low profile. I'm afraid that even after they return to Star Emperor Mountain, no one knows their origins. I once read in one of Colored Glass Sect's ancient books that 2,000 years ago, there was a sect on Shadowed Star that was as famous as Heaven Battling Union and Thunder Typhoon Sect, one called the Ancient Yang Sect. At that time, a young cultivator who had come down from Star Emperor Mountain had accidentally obtained a precious treasure which was discovered by some people from the Ancient Yang Sect. These people had set up an ambush for him, killed him on the spot, and robbed him of his treasure. A month later, the Ancient Yang Sect was uprooted overnight and suffered a tragic extermination. Yang Kai's face paled. Needless to say, it was Star Emperor Sect that destroyed the Ancient Yang Sect. Being able to destroy an existence on par with Heaven Battling Union and Thunder Typhoon Sect overnight, it was easy to imagine how powerful this Star Emperor Sect was. Dai Yuan, on the other hand, smiled and brushed her hair back behind her ear. But that was more than 2,000 years ago. So whether it's true or false is impossible to say. The elders of the sect are also wary of this matter, and have never mentioned it, so it's impossible to ask them about it. However, on Shadowed Star, there was a place called Grand Hidden Valley. Within a radius of 1,000 kilometers, not even a blade of grass grew. It was completely desolate and filled with dense yin qi. It was rumored that the Ancient Yang Sect used to be located here. In the past, there were many cultivators who went to Grand Hidden Valley in search of opportunities, saying that the Ancient Yang Sect had a hidden cave that contained many precious treasures and a great deal of wealth. Unfortunately, no one ever found it and many of them even died. You've been there? Yang Kai looked at Dai Yuan with a smile. Although she had used the words hearsay and rumor several times, Yang Kai could tell from her tone that she was certain these rumors were true, and that she had been to Grand Hidden Valley before. Naturally, Dai Yuan nodded lightly. However, I didn't gain anything, only a wisp of yin qi lingering around my body. After returning to Colored Glass Sect, it took me a few days to resolve it. If junior brother Yang is interested, you can go take a look, but you must be careful. And if there is a chance, we'll talk about it again. Yang Kai nodded casually, but in his heart he disagreed. Even if the Ancient Yang Sect really had some kind of hidden cave, 2,000 years had already passed, so it should have been discovered long ago. Yang Kai didn't think that such a thing would have been left behind for so long. Rushing over to find it would only be a waste of time and energy, something he wasn't willing to do. Dai Yuan also saw Yang Kai's perfunctory attitude and didn't continue on this topic, simply saying, in the past, those who came out of Star Emperor Mountain generally wouldn't be discovered, but this time it was different. It just so happened that Lu Yan's sandfield opened, so before I came in, Honored Master told me to be careful of any strange cultivator who came out alone, because there was a chance he was a disciple of Star Emperor Sect. To be honest, when I first met junior brother Yang, I thought you were from Star Emperor Sect. Yang Kai was stunned, not having expected her to have such a misunderstanding, but it wasn't surprising. He was indeed an unfamiliar face to the people of Shadowed Star, and being able to break into the third layer with just a first-order Saint King cultivation, his methods were definitely extraordinary, so it was inevitable that Dai Yuan would have such a misunderstanding. Considering all this, Yang Kai's brow rose as he realized why Imperial City sects Meng Hongliang and Extreme Path sects Huang Shiran seemed to have misunderstood him after he displayed some of his methods. It turned out that they thought he was from Star Emperor Mountain, which was why Meng Hongliang was so cautious. Dai Yuan also had such a misunderstanding, but after learning that Yang Kai and Wei Guchang were friends, she immediately denied this conjecture in her heart, because people from Star Emperor sect generally didn't make friends with others. After arriving here and seeing the indifferent man, Dai Yuan instantly understood that he was a true disciple of Star Emperor sect. He wanted to take advantage of this opportunity before the red candle fruit ripened to clarify this vague idea. Once he could realize it, his combat power would increase greatly. Time passed by little, and just as everyone was trying to figure out what to do, a roar suddenly rang out from a nearby mountain. "Bastard, you dare secretly arrange a spirit array!" This roar awakened many cultivators who were meditating and comprehending. Looking towards the source of the roar, they saw a man from Heaven Battling Union waving a huge fan angrily. The energy contained within this fan wasn't low, so it was obvious at first glance that it was a good artifact. Chapter 1224. The Heaven Battling Union cultivator waved the fan in his hand and summoned an imposing wind dragon. Accompanied by a loud dragon roar, this wind dragon instantly crossed a distance of several hundred meters and rushed towards the other cultivator, who was standing foolishly in a corner of the mountain valley, his face flushed red. It was unknown which great force this cultivator came from, but he seemed to have been sneakily doing something. Originally, this cultivator thought that everyone was immersed in their own comprehension, so it was a good opportunity to sneak in and attack. On top of that, he had some knowledge of spirit arrays, so he had been wondering if he could arrange a spirit array near this mountain valley, so that when the red candle fruit matured, he would have a layer of protection. But how could he have known that there were still people here, who were not comprehending their own spirit array, and were constantly on guard? As soon as he took action, he was immediately seen through by one of the Heaven Battling Union cultivators. This roar awakened most of the cultivator, and in front of everyone's eyes, the cultivator who had been trying to sneak in blushed, but before he had time to explain himself, the huge wind dragon had already arrived in front of him. This wind dragon's body was completely composed of sharp wind blades, and it opened its mouth, releasing a murderous aura as it attempted to swallow him whole. This cultivator was not a mediocre cultivator. If he had not used enough means, it would have been impossible for him to break into the third layer. Raising his hand, he sent out a red beam of light that poured into the wind dragon's mouth, and at the same time flew backwards in horror. With a bang, the crimson light directly exploded in the belly of the wind dragon, bursting out with unimaginable power. The crimson light sputtered in all directions, and the wind dragon's seemingly corporeal body blurred for a moment before collapsing. "You dare fight back?" On the Heaven Battling Union side, Chu Changfeng stood up and grinned as he stretched out his hand to grab the cultivator from afar. An invisible force suddenly bound the cultivator, making it impossible for him to retreat. Seeing this, the Heaven Battling Union cultivator controlling the wind dragon artifact grinned meaningfully and waved his fan again, summoning another wind dragon that rushed towards the cultivator, who was arranging the spirit array, and swallowed him whole. A pitiful scream rang out. Although the person who had set up the spirit array was also a third-order Saint King, under the joint attack of Chu Changfeng and his fellow sectmaster, he was unable to put up any resistance. After struggling for a moment, he was cut to pieces by the countless wind blades from the wind dragon. The smell of blood filled the air, and severed limbs and flesh were all over the ground. After Chu Changfeng and his fellow sect brothers killed one of them, they immediately turned their gazes towards a certain mountain, their eyes filled with malice. At the top of the mountain, 3 Saint King realm cultivators stood there with ugly expressions. One of them, who seemed to be the leader, stepped forward and shouted, "Chu Changfeng, what are you doing? Even if my Flame Shield Union's disciple did something wrong, it's not up to you to kill him. Do you want to provoke a dispute between Heaven Battling Union and Flame Shield Union?" "Haha, provoke a dispute?" Chu Changfeng sneered. "Don't try to accuse this young master. You're not worthy. Why don't you ask if the others will agree to this junior brother of yours secretly setting up a formation here?" The man who spoke turned his head and looked around, only to find that all the cultivators on the mountain were glaring at him, clearly not wanting to see him. His heart sank as he knew that his fellow sect master's actions had angered everyone. The red candle fruit was about to ripen, yet someone dared to secretly arrange a spirit array in order to gain the upper hand. How could they tolerate this? So even if Chu Changfeng's reputation was not good and his character was not good, at this moment, everyone was standing on his side. In other words, everyone was defending their own interests. After Chu Changfeng shouted, many of the cultivators on the mountain peaks stood up, seemingly wanting to continue attacking. The faces of the 3 Flame Shield Union cultivators changed drastically, but they didn't dare to say anything, knowing that there was no place for them here. While hating Chu Changfeng's ruthlessness, they were also extremely annoyed. Just now, their fellow sect master had wanted to go out and arrange a spirit array after everyone had discussed and agreed. They all felt that this was a good opportunity to arrange a spirit array, but they hadn't expected to be seen through so quickly, causing them to be forced into a passive position. If they didn't leave now, they were likely to be killed. Thinking so, the Flame Shield Union disciple nodded and said, "Good Chu Changfeng, I'll remember you. Killing my fellow sect master, I'll definitely get my revenge in the future. As for you accomplices, I'm afraid you'll suffer the same fate as us. Haha, I hope you'll take care of yourselves. Let's go." As he said this, he simply took his other 2 fellow disciples and left quickly without looking back. Seeing the other party act so decisively, Chu Changfeng was also a little surprised, but he wasn't stupid enough to chase after them. Leaving at this time wasn't a good opportunity. Just now, he and his junior brother had been able to instantly kill the other party's cultivators, but there were still 3 of them left. Wanting to kill all of them was a bit unrealistic. All of them were third-order Saint Kings, so even if there was a gap in strength between them, they weren't soft persimmons that could be easily pinched. With a sullen expression, Chu Changfeng swept his eyes around and declared proudly, "If anyone else dares to secretly play tricks, don't blame this Chu for being impolite. A precious treasure is about to appear. I hope everyone can abide by the rules and compete for it with their own strength. Otherwise, don't blame this Chu for being ruthless." Just as he finished speaking, someone shouted loudly, "Young Master Chu, I just saw that guy secretly let something out. It seems like he's up to no good." Chu Changfeng's expression went cold as he stared at the speaker. Myriad Beast Mountain's people. The speaker didn't show the slightest fear as he pointed to the 5 cultivator atop one of the hills. The faces of these 5 people changed dramatically as they glared at the speaker with resentment. But this person clearly wanted to curry favor with Chu Changfeng, so how could he care about their threats? Instead, he shouted, "Although I didn't see what it was, it should be some kind of monster beast that specializes in concealment. Haha, Myriad Beast Mountain's people are all good at controlling monster beasts, everyone knows that." "So that's how it is." Chu Changfeng nodded naturally before turning to the 5 Myriad Beast Mountain disciples and coldly asking, "What else do you have to say?" The leader of this group, a burly man, frowned and pondered for a while before suddenly laughing. "Young Master Chu, words alone are useless. Don't tell me you really believe this guy's words?" Obviously, he was confident in his methods and felt it was impossible for anyone to see through them, so he wasn't afraid of anything. As long as there was no evidence, how could Chu Changfeng force them to leave? However, now that things had developed to this point, everyone could see that Heaven Battling Union was planning to act ahead of schedule. Since they couldn't force people to kill for no reason, naturally they had to find some excuse. The Flame Shield Union disciple who had been killed before had deserved it. Who told him to run over and arrange a spirit array, causing him to lose his life. Even the other Flame Shield Union disciples had been implicated and driven away. Now it was unknown whether these Myriad Beast Mountain disciples had really done something, or if they had been framed, but no one spoke up for them. In this situation, the fewer people who remained here, the better. Most people held an attitude of indifference, allowing Chu Changfeng to act as he pleased, hoping he would drive more people out. Once there were fewer people here, it would be easier to compete for the red candle fruit. Listening to the burly man's words, Chu Changfeng frowned. Although he wanted to drive away these myriad Beast Mountain disciples at all costs, without any evidence, acting rashly wasn't a good idea. Does young Master Chu think that just because Heaven Battling Union is strong, you can disregard the other great forces? If that's the case, this Hai will not agree. My myriad Beast Mountain is not a place anyone can bully. As the burly man said this, his expression turned ruthless. Suddenly fist-sized, pitch-black giant bees emerged from his body. The giant bees spread their wings and hummed incessantly. There were more than 30 of them, and each of them had a cold light flashing on their tails. The stingers on their tails were a few inches long, and they were pitch-black. At first glance, one could tell that they were highly toxic, causing one's hair to stand on end. Not only that, the several cultivators around Hai surnamed also released their own monster beast. Each of these monster beast was a rare species, each of them an 8th order monster beast. Each of them was born with some kind of mysterious killing technique. Circling or crawling, they gathered around the 5 myriad Beast Mountain disciples, their scarlet eyes staring around maliciously, waiting for their masters to give the order to attack. Bitter monarch bees. After seeing the 30 or so giant bees, Chu Chongfeng's face changed dramatically, revealing a look of dread as he grit his teeth and said, Good. No wonder you're so confident. It turns out you've brought a lot of Myriad Beast Mountain's giant bees with you. It seems Myriad Beast Mountain has put in a lot of effort this time." The burly man surnamed Hai heard this and grinned. "We've let young Master Chu see a joke. Myriad Beast Mountain disciples only know how to control monster beast. Entering this Luyan desert, how could they not bring some life-saving treasures? This Hai doesn't want to make things difficult for young Master Chu. But if young Master Chu doesn't have conclusive evidence, please don't embarrass this Hai any further. This Hai will be grateful." Although the bitter monarch bee had given Hai Shan some confidence, he didn't want to tear down all pretense of cordiality with Chu Chongfeng here. At this time, he wanted to use some soft words to give both sides a way out of this situation, turning big problems into small ones and small ones into nothing. Chu Chongfeng's brow furrowed. It seemed he didn't want to look for trouble anymore. There were more than 30 bitter monarch bees. If they really attacked, they would definitely suffer losses. But before he could speak, a chuckle suddenly rang out. "If you want evidence, it's very simple, just let me see it." Everyone turned towards the direction of the voice and saw Yin Su Dai standing up from the hill occupied by colored glass sect, her charming face filled with a soul-stirring smile, her slender waist seemingly boneless, her jade-white hand holding a small gray bead the size of a pigeon's egg. This bead looked ordinary, not at all precious. But when Chu Chongfeng saw this bead, his eyes lit up and he couldn't help laughing. Chapter 1225. On the other hand, the big man surnamed Hai from Myriad Beast Mountain exclaimed, "Form illuminating bead. Yin Su Dai, you crazy woman, you actually brought this thing here. Did you specifically target my Myriad Beast Mountain?" Yin Su Dai giggled again and said, "What is Big Brother Hai saying? Your Myriad Beast Mountain and my colored glass sect are close neighbors. We live in harmony and are as close as brothers and sisters. How could I possibly target you? It's just that there are various barriers in this Luyan sand field, so I brought this bead here just in case. What's wrong? Why is Big Brother Hai so nervous? Could it be you really have some kind of secret?" Her voice was sweet and clear, but when it reached the ears of the big man surnamed Hai, it caused him to feel a chill run down his spine. Yin Su Dai didn't wait for the big man surnamed Hai to say anything, and simply spat out a mouthful of fragrance onto the gray bead. The gray bead immediately burst into a dazzling light, and wherever this light shone, it seemed to contain some kind of incredible divine technique. Everyone couldn't help feeling as if they were unable to conceal their auras, causing them to feel a sense of dread. Under the valley full of dead trees, a centipede-like figure several meters long appeared, quietly lurking a few dozen meters below the ground, wriggling about, causing everyone's hair to stand on end. As the light shone down on the valley, even though this centipede-like monster beast had been hiding perfectly, it couldn't help revealing some flaws at this moment. Seeing this, Chu Chongfeng shouted, "Redline Iron Centipede. What else do you have to say now?" After recognizing the gray bead in In Su-dai's hand, the burly man surnamed Hai knew that the situation had taken a turn for the worse. With a quick thought, he took back the red line iron puppet he had hidden underground, his face flushing red as he ignored Chu Changfeng and glared towards In Su-dai with a venomous look. The scene instantly became tense, as if a fight could break out at any moment. Kacha. The sound of electric arcs flashing was extremely ear-piercing in this tense atmosphere. Looking in the direction of the source of the sound, Hai felt a chill in his heart. He had originally planned to rely on the powerful monster beast brought by his brother and the others to forcefully stay here. But now he had no choice but to dispel this idea, because the one who made the sound of lightning arcs exploding was actually Fang Tianzhong of Thunder Typhoon Sect. He slowly got up and looked towards Myriad Beast Mountain indifferently. Although he didn't say anything, everyone understood what he meant. Fang Tianzhong was obviously quite dissatisfied with the other party's sneaky tricks, so he joined forces with Chu Changfeng this time. In Su-dai had already made her attitude clear, so Hai Shan knew that if he insisted on remaining, he would become enemies with these three powerful sect elites. The monster beast he had brought with him was definitely not enough to cope with such a situation. His face becoming gloomy to the extreme, Hai Shan didn't say anything, simply taking a deep breath and taking back the 30 or so bitter monarch bees that had been flying around him. He then led his fellow sect members down the mountain and quickly left. After the people from Flame Shield Union were driven away, the 5 people from Myriad Beast Mountain also suffered the same fate. Sure enough, the words of the Flame Shield Union cultivator before he left were confirmed. Neither of these two forces was weak, but after committing such an outrageous act, they didn't dare remain. The red candle fruit was indeed precious, but their lives were naturally more important. After forcing the people from Myriad Beast Mountain to retreat, In Su-dai's mood was the most wonderful. Her charming smile was like a blooming peony, exuding a soul-sucking power, causing many male cultivator who caught a glimpse of her to feel greatly moved, all of them wishing they could rush forward to embrace her in their arms and savor her beauty. Myriad Beast Mountain and Colored Glass Sect were close neighbors, so naturally, there was no shortage of battles between them. This time, In Su-dai had brought the form-revealing bead, because she was worried that the people from Myriad Beast Mountain would use the monster beast to conceal themselves, but she hadn't used it until now. Now it had come in handy. After reporting this matter to her honored master, she should be able to receive praise, right? In Su-dai thought so, intentionally or unintentionally glancing towards Dai Yuan, but seeing that the other party had not opened her eyes and was immersed in her own comprehension, In Su-dai couldn't help feeling a bit bored. At that moment, Yang Kai suddenly let out a muffled groan and his face turned pale, as if he had suffered some kind of injury. Around the mountain valley, all was quiet, with many cultivators' eyes darting left and right, and some of them even holding their breaths. None of them dared to speak loudly. Even the sound of their breathing was suppressed to the extreme. So Yang Kai's groan was extremely abrupt and immediately attracted the attention of everyone present. Wei Guchang, on the other hand, asked with concern, "Brother Yang, what happened?" Yang Kai's pale face gradually returned to normal as he smiled lightly. "It's nothing, I just made a small mistake in my comprehension and was almost injured." Oh, although Wei Guchang still felt a little strange after hearing this, he didn't ask any more questions. Even if he made a mistake in his comprehension, he shouldn't have been injured. Not only was Wei Guchang puzzled, but even Dong Xianer and Dai Yuan were also puzzled. Dai Yuan, who had not opened her eyes all this time, even turned to look at Yang Kai. "Brother Wei, is everything all right on your side?" Chu Changfeng asked coldly. Just now he had been showing off his strength, but Yang Kai's groan had interrupted him. Whether this First-Order Saint King cultivator had done so intentionally or not, Chu Changfeng was still very unhappy, so naturally his tone wasn't very good. What's more, he didn't like Yang Kai to begin with. He didn't know why, but every time he saw this guy, Chu Changfeng would feel a belly full of anger. It just so happened that Yang Kai often ran into him, and Chu Changfeng couldn't help wondering what kind of skill this guy possessed to be able to break into the third layer with such a low cultivation. "It's nothing, Brother Chu can continue." Wei Guchang grinned and said meaningfully. Chu Changfeng's face sank as he shot a deep look towards Wei Guchang, but tactfully didn't try to find trouble with him. Instead, he crossed his arms behind his back and stood atop his own mountain, loudly declaring, Fire Shield Union and Myriad Beast Mountain only have themselves to blame. This Chu just said that he hopes everyone will abide by the rules, and not try to tamper with the red candle fruit before it fully matures. Once the red candle fruit is ripe, everyone can compete for it. This Chu also believes that those two forces aren't the only ones who have tried to tamper with the red candle fruit. Haha, if any of you want to do so, please leave now, otherwise, when this Chu finds out who you are, you won't be able to leave even if you want to. Hearing this, many people's expressions changed, realizing that they had underestimated Chu Changfeng's appetite. Previously, when he chased away the people from the Fire Shield Union and the 10,000 Beast Mountain, there was more or less a reason. He stood on everyone's side, and could be considered to be working for everyone's benefit. But now when he said these words, there was something wrong. This guy clearly wanted to chase them away boldly. Thinking so, many of the forces who didn't have the confidence to remain turned their eyes to Thunder Typhoon Sect, wanting to see how Feng Tianzhong would react. Everyone knew that Feng Tianzhong and Chu Changfeng didn't get along. Every time the two of them met, they were like fire and water. Just now, Feng Tianzhong and Chu Changfeng had joined forces once, but that didn't mean they would do so again. Perhaps Feng Tianzhong would put on a show against Chu Changfeng this time, and if that happened, they could fish in troubled waters. However, after seeing this scene, everyone's hearts sank. Feng Tianzhong was actually sitting there with his eyes closed, completely ignoring Chu Changfeng's domineering and arrogant actions. What did this mean? This clearly meant that Feng Tianzhong had secretly reached an agreement with Chu Changfeng, so he was simply ignoring the current situation. On second thought, many people shook their heads and smiled bitterly. There really was no such thing as an eternal enemy in this world, only eternal interests. For the red candle fruit, even Feng Tianzhong and Chu Changfeng had temporarily joined forces, so how could there be room for them to survive? For a time, several forces with only 2 or 3 cultivators left the mountain with gloomy looks on their faces. They believed that even if they insisted on staying, Chu Changfeng would find an excuse to drive them away. When that time came, there would be absolutely no benefit to them, so it was better to leave now and at least escape unscathed. Sure enough, some great forces couldn't stand Chu Changfeng's approach and insisted on staying, but they were all framed and slandered. This time, Chu Changfeng didn't ask any questions and simply took action, expelling several more great forces in a fit of murderous intent. When he dealt with Myriad Beast Mountain before, he had to look for evidence because he was afraid of the bitter monarch bees, but against others he didn't have such scruples. Since his fists were bigger, he had reason. When Chu Changfeng showed his power, only the cultivators from the dozen or so forces remained calm, not showing the slightest concern, simply watching the scene in front of them with indifferent eyes, neither showing any intention of intervening, nor trying to stop it. Because everyone knew that if Chu Changfeng did this, he would more or less gain some benefits while Heaven Battling Union would have to bear the bad reputation. In any case, Heaven Battling Union had too many debts to worry about, so why not do it? Chu Changfeng cut the Gordian knot and drove away the originally bustling mountain valley. At least 70% of the forces who had come here were driven away by him. The remaining dozen or so forces each occupied a mountain. It wasn't that Chu Changfeng didn't want to drive them away, but because these forces weren't weak, he didn't dare to frame them casually. After some commotion, the scene quieted down again as the second red sun gradually approached its zenith. Yang Kai, on the other hand, stared at the back of a figure walking away with a cold expression. The cultivator who was walking away was the one Dai Yuan had just mentioned, Lu Yi of Flowing Cloud Valley. Yang Kai had long felt murderous intent and malice from the other party, but he had never expected that the other party would dare to attack him in front of so many people. What's more, the other party's methods were so profound that even he had failed to notice. When In Su Dai had used the form illumination bead before, Yang Kai had opened his eyes out of curiosity, wanting to see what was so special about this form illumination bead, that even the big man from Myriad Beast Mountain was so afraid of it. But unexpectedly, when the light from the form illumination bead was released, he vaguely saw an abnormal energy not far in front of him that was spreading towards him. The source of this energy was none other than Lu Yi. Chapter 12:26. This was a wisp of spiritual energy that had been perfectly concealed. Even with Yang Kai's powerful divine sense, he hadn't been able to detect it when it approached him. If it weren't for a freak combination of factors and the help of the form-revealing bead, Yang Kai would likely have been ambushed. The moment he detected this spiritual energy, Yang Kai immediately counterattacked. What surprised him, though, was that his opponent's divine sense cultivation was not inferior to his own. After the invisible collision between their divine senses, Yang Kai suffered a slight loss while his opponent didn't fare much better. However, after this incident, Lu Yi immediately withdrew his divine sense and pretended that nothing had happened. On the other hand, Yang Kai's grunt attracted everyone's attention. After Chu Chongfeng began driving people away, Lu Ye's expression became gloomy. After many cultivators from other forces were driven away, he had no choice but to take the initiative to leave. After all, he was the only cultivator from Flowing Cloud Valley who had come here. Chu Chongfeng didn't put Flowing Cloud Valley in his eyes, so if he didn't leave, he would only be asking for trouble. There's something wrong with this Lu Yi. Yang Kai couldn't help thinking that if he hadn't obtained the soul-warming lotus by chance a few years ago, it would have been impossible for him to possess such a powerful spiritual energy. But how many supreme treasures like the soul-warming lotus could there be in this world? Even if there were other soul-warming lotuses, it would be impossible for them to be in the hands of a cultivator like Lu Yi. Lu Ye's divine sense cultivation was actually not inferior to his own, which was quite strange. Flowing Cloud Valley's forces weren't very strong, and could only be considered mid-tier on Shadowed Star. It was impossible for the sect to possess a secret art that could temper one's soul, so how did this Lu Yi cultivate his spiritual energy to such a degree? Back in the stalactite cave, Yang Kai hadn't noticed anything special about this Lu Yi. He was just an ordinary third-order Saint King cultivator. Later, when he was soaking in the soul-cleansing divine water, Lu Yi had also entered, but the benefits he obtained weren't enough to cause such a drastic change. Such a powerful enemy had appeared out of nowhere, causing Yang Kai to feel extremely depressed. He didn't even know how he had provoked the other party. Yang Kai had to find an opportunity to kill him. Regardless of whether the other party's targeting him was a misunderstanding or not, being targeted by such a person was unsettling. With all kinds of thoughts intertwining in his mind, Yang Kai quickly made up his mind and let out a sigh of relief, no longer thinking about Lu Yi, instead closing his eyes and continuing to meditate. The second of the red sun rose up the divine waterflower red's fruit's fragrances, and the various mysteries of this fruit fragrance. To Yang Kai to say, to Yang Kai. Yang Kai was still immersed in his own comprehension of Saint Chi control. He knew that using the fragrance of a world treasure like the red candle fruit would only allow him to comprehend it for a short period of time, so he didn't plan on comprehending the space principles at all. As long as he could comprehend how to control his Saint Chi in just 2 or 3 days, it would definitely be worth it. Yang Kai didn't know what kind of choice the others would make, but he believed he had made the right choice. When the second red sun rose to the middle of the sky and stopped moving, a layer of dark red energy spread out in the valley. The many masters who had experienced this situation twice naturally didn't care about it, but they still couldn't hide the excitement in their hearts and expressions. Sure enough, the red candle fruit had matured. After a stick of incense worth of time, the world energy aura in the third layer of the Lu Yen sand field had been completely depleted, and the surrounding several hundred kilometers had suddenly become a dead land. The red sun seemed to become more and more solid, like a real sun hanging in the sky. Suddenly, it stopped rotating, going from extreme motion to extreme stillness in an instant. Not good. Seeing this, Li Yunan immediately broke out in a cold sweat, and hurriedly summoned a shield-like artifact. This shield transformed into a stream of light, and directly formed a protective barrier around the mountain where the medicine pill sect disciples were standing, protecting them from all harm. Chapter 1228. Li Yunan's face went ashen and he almost fell to the ground. He thought that the red candle fruit was doomed and would definitely be poisoned. At that moment though, a bolt of lightning struck and the power of the energy column weakened significantly, but it was still not completely eliminated. Under everyone's horrified gazes, the energy column slammed into the red candle fruit, causing everyone's soul to fly out of their bodies. Xiao. The red candle fruit, which had not been affected by the battle, was sent flying straight out of the mountain valley under the impact of the energy column. To everyone's surprise, the seemingly fragile and delicate heaven-defying spirit fruit was actually unscathed under that blow. Everyone was overjoyed and used their movement skills to rush out of the mountain valley. An even more dangerous battle was about to begin. Just now, when the red candle fruit was in the mountain valley, the red energy had filled the air. Everyone had simply stood on top of the mountain and used various methods to collect this spirit fruit. But now that the red candle fruit had left the mountain valley, the scene had become more and more chaotic. With so many sect elites colliding, there was bound to be a fierce battle. Over at the Shadow Moon Hall, Wei Guchang glanced over at Yang Kai hesitantly. Yang Kai still hadn't opened his eyes, making him feel quite depressed. Just as he was wondering if he should let Dong Xianer stay behind to protect him, Yang Kai suddenly said, "The three of you can go, don't worry about me." Hearing this, Wei Guchang smiled happily and nodded slightly before also flying out with Dong Xianer and Dai Yuan. As long as Yang Kai wasn't immersed in a deep state of enlightenment, there was no need to worry about him being ambushed or suffering an accident. After Wei Guchang and the others left, Yang Kai opened his eyes, a light flashing across them as a hint of joy flashed across them. He had finally managed to clear up his fuzzy thoughts at the last moment before the red candle fruit ripened. Although he felt that his control over his Saint Qi had reached a new height, now was not a good time to test it. Turning his head to look a few dozen meters away, Yang Kai couldn't help but frown at the scene before him. Even though he had experienced great storms and waves, several dozen elite third-order Saint King cultivator were desperately using their martial skills and artifacts, fighting in groups of 3 or 5, each of them ruthless and showing no mercy. Although the scene was extremely intense, almost every force had 1 or 2 people paying attention to the situation of the red candle fruit. Strangely enough, after the red candle fruit was blasted out of the mountain valley by the Star Emperor Sect's cultivator, it had yet to fall. Every time it was about to land on a certain cultivator, some subtle energy fluctuation would sweep it aside at the right moment, allowing it to continue flying through the air. The performance of the indifferent cultivator from Star Emperor Sect was particularly eye-catching. Feng Tianzhong, Wei Guchang, and Chu Changfeng formed a 3-pronged formation and completely restrained him, not allowing him to intervene in the red candle fruit's matter. This guy was also displaying great strength, not falling into a disadvantageous position, even when fighting 1 against 3. Although this was not a life or death battle, being able to single-handedly fight against 3 rising stars was still amazing. Yang Kai was secretly shocked and immediately understood that this guy from Star Emperor Sect was definitely not someone to be trifled with. After watching for a moment, Yang Kai knew that if nothing unexpected happened, this red candle fruit's ownership would not be decided in a short time. At the very least, a few people would have to die before everyone's strength could be fully unleashed. Only then would it be possible to settle this matter. Yang Kai released his divine sense without hesitation, sending out countless threads of divine sense to form an inescapable net around him, not letting go of a single inch of space or corner. However, to his surprise, the third person had really disappeared, and even his powerful divine sense was unable to detect the slightest trace of this person. However, Yang Kai knew that the other party had definitely not left. Since they had stayed here, they must be after the red candlestick. The red candlestick was now in Yang Kai's hands, so if the other party wanted it, they would definitely come looking for him. Suddenly, one of the threads of divine sense scattered around Yang Kai's body sent out some subtle movements. Normally, Yang Kai wouldn't have paid attention to it, but at this moment, all his hair stood on end. Quickly turning around, he condensed a ball of demonic flame around his fist and punched out. Inside the red mist, a vague figure strangely appeared, and a giant hand that resembled a dead tree secretly stabbed towards Yang Kai like a sharp sword. A long sword covered in demonic flames appeared and Yang Kai slashed out with his profound heavenly sword. When the sword wave collided with the giant dead tree hand shattered and the vague figure disappeared, but the profound heavenly sword wave also collapsed. Your Saint Chi is quite interesting, actually possessing such power. I really didn't expect there to be a Saint King realm cultivator like you in this world. Lu Ye's voice came from behind again with a hint of mockery. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as he turned around again, only to see that the other party was actually standing there without moving, as if the giant hand and the vague figure that had just attacked him weren't him at all. What kind of method is this? Yang Kai was shocked and no longer dared to act carelessly. Just as he was about to take the initiative to launch an attack, countless vague figures he had seen before suddenly appeared from all directions. These figures were all identical, as if they had been cast from the same mold, and all of them rushed towards Yang Kai from all directions, unleashing a series of powerful martial skills towards Yang Kai. Each of these martial skills was a real attack, without the slightest bit of illusory feeling. Yang Kai's face changed slightly as he directly summoned his purple shield, and placed it beside him to protect himself. At the same time, he sent out a series of shocking sword waves to form an impenetrable defense around himself. *********. Wherever the sword wave passed, the blurry figures were reduced to nothingness one by one, and all of their attacks were blocked. However, there seemed to be no end to the blurry figures around Yang Kai, as if there was no end to them, constantly attacking him one after another, causing Yang Kai to feel a headache coming on. Yang Kai had never seen such a strange method before, so he couldn't find a way to break it for a while. But after exchanging blows with his opponent for a while, Kai Yang also faintly felt that something was wrong. Each of these vague figures had Lu Ye's aura, making them seem like afterimages of Lu Ye's body, but at the same time, they also seemed like Lu Ye's, both real and illusory, making them difficult to grasp. Sending out another sword wave to stop these blurry figures from approaching, Yang Kai took advantage of this opportunity to bite his index finger and drip a drop of golden blood, which Yang Kai quickly smeared onto his left eye. The demon eye of annihilation reappeared, and an invisible majesty spread out from it. Yang Kai's left eye was no longer as hazy as before, instantly piercing through the red mist and allowing him to see everything clearly. The blurry figures around him also became clear at this moment. They were indeed Lu Yi, each of them was Lu Yi, but under the divine technique of the demon eye of annihilation, which could see through all illusions, these figures all gave off an abnormal faint red glow. Only one figure in the distance remained the same from beginning to end. Yang Kai's eyes instantly locked onto this figure, and if he wasn't mistaken, this was Lu Ye's real body. The previous figures were all created by him through some special method. Oh, a heavenly talent. A look of shock and anger appeared on Lu Ye's face as he stared fixedly at Yang Kai's left eye, as if he had discovered something incredible, a look of greed appearing on his face. With his knowledge and experience, he was naturally able to see that Yang Kai's left eye was not a result of some kind of secret technique, but rather an innate divine technique. This kind of innate divine technique was extremely rare, and even he had never possessed one before. The golden pupil was narrow and slender, and at first glance, it was obvious it was a precious treasure. After staring at it for a moment, Lu Yi actually felt his soul become turbulent in his knowledge sea, as if it was about to be sucked away. Panicking, he hurriedly stabilized his mind and calmed the tumbling of his knowledge sea. While feeling great fear in his heart, Lu Ye's expression also became excited. If he could seize Yang Kai's left eye, it would definitely be like adding wings to a tiger for him. He really hadn't expected that this First-Order Saint King cultivator would give him so many pleasant surprises. Moreover, the other parties I seemed to be able to see through illusions, so Lu Ye's original plan could not be carried out. With a single thought, all the scattered illusory figures shook and transformed into streams of light that returned to his body. The next moment, a shocking burst of spiritual energy erupted from Lu Ye's body, transforming into a sharp spike that pierced towards Yang Kai's knowledge sea. Yang Kai only felt that the defenses of his knowledge sea were about to be broken at this moment. And in a great shock, he didn't dare to hold back, pushing his spiritual energy to the limit to block the other party's attack. Although he had managed to block it, Yang Kai still felt a little dizzy, and his divine sense had been slightly damaged in that instant. It seemed that before the red candle fruit ripened, Lu Yi had not used his full strength when he attacked him. This guy's soul cultivation was even higher than his own. The moment he felt dizzy, Yang Kai knew that the situation wasn't good and quickly waved his sword, sending out a burst of demonic flames that broke through the red fog and shot towards the void. A red curtain of light covered Yang Kai's head, one that was filled with a thick evil aura. Lu Ye's strange laughter rang in his ears, causing his blood to boil. He wanted to take advantage of Yang Kai's unguarded state, to capture Yang Kai in one fell swoop, so he could unearth all the secrets hidden on Yang Kai's body. But how could Yang Kai allow him to do as he wished? With a single thought, the demonic flames he had sent out before suddenly transformed into pitch-black beams of light that shot towards a certain point on the red light curtain like arrows released from a bow. Yuan control technique. Lu Ye's face sank as his expression became gloomy. Yang Kai's performance had always amazed him. Not only did he possess extraordinary talent, but his Saint Qi, spiritual energy, and spiritual energy were all different from ordinary people. Now he was actually able to display Yuan control technique, which was far beyond Lu Ye's expectations. Although the other party's Yuan control technique seemed a bit crude, as if he had just comprehended it, this was not a skill that a Saint King realm cultivator could master. Only after reaching the origin returning realm and gaining a certain degree of understanding of sure would it be possible to achieve this. Even so, there were very few origin returning realm masters who could control their Saint Qi outside their body, and each one of them was a shocking genius who would have great prospects in the future. The Yuan control technique that Lu Yi spoke of was something Yang Kai had painstakingly comprehended over the past few days. Before, Yang Kai's use of his Saint Qi was based on the foundation of some martial skills. Sometimes, Yang Kai would simply throw out his Saint Qi, but whether or not he could hit his target depended on both sides' reactions and their defensive abilities. But in the days before the red candle fruit ripened, Yang Kai had comprehended a deeper level of control over his Saint Qi. This not only required a deep understanding of Saint Qi, but also a powerful spiritual energy to support it. Otherwise, Yuan control technique would be a joke. This made him feel like he had lost a great deal of face, causing him to become angry out of shame. The Yuan control technique of the two was almost the same. Yang Kai had only just comprehended it, and was unable to control it to perfection, while Lu Ye's Saint Qi wasn't pure enough, so he couldn't display his full strength. As a result, the Saint Qi he used to control was always at a disadvantage when fighting against Yang Kai's demonic flame. His Saint Qi was at a disadvantage, his spiritual energy was unable to suppress his opponent, and his physical body wasn't as strong as his opponent's. After only a short exchange, Lu Yi was already riddled with scars, and was on the verge of collapsing. Yang Kai didn't say a word and simply continued to frantically suppress his opponent, the demonic flame sword in his hand causing some damage to his opponent from time to time. However, what made Yang Kai extremely depressed was that even when his demonic flames touched his opponent's body, they would be extinguished by a flash of blue light. Yang Kai didn't know what this blue light was, but it was actually able to restrain his demonic flames, and only caused him superficial injuries. Since he had made up his mind to kill this inexplicable enemy, Yang Kai naturally wouldn't hold back. Yang Kai didn't use his space force. His self-created space blade had yet to reach the grand accomplishment stage, so it was best to use it for a surprise attack. If he missed and allowed his opponent to be on guard, it would no longer be effective. Yang Kai was looking for the right opportunity to give Lu Yi a big surprise. As long as Lu Yi was hit by his space blade once, even if he didn't die, he would be seriously injured. Unexpectedly, Yang Kai's frantic suppression also aroused Lu Ye's anger. After being wounded again, Lu Yi roared, "Junior, you court death." Saying so, Lu Yi suddenly spat out a mouthful of black blood. The smell of this blood was extremely pungent and nauseating, and it seemed to contain a terrifying amount of power. It seemed to be his blood essence. This blood essence turned into a blood mist that suddenly condensed into a single point and burst open. Immediately after, Lu Yi raised his hand and summoned a short black ruler into his grasp. This short ruler was only about the length of 2 palms, and was about as thick as a fist. It seemed inconspicuous, but when it appeared, Yang Kai's heart jumped as an inexplicable sense of crisis suddenly rose from the bottom of his heart. He rarely felt this way, but every time this feeling appeared, it meant that an unimaginable danger was approaching. A fierce grin appeared on Lu Ye's face as he madly poured his Saint Qi into the short black ruler, causing the world around him to dim. It was as if all the light in the world was being absorbed by this short ruler, making it impossible for Yang Kai to see anything around him. Even with his demon eye of annihilation, he was unable to see anything. What frightened Lu Yi even more was that his severed arm, which had fallen to the ground, was obviously missing a bit and couldn't fit perfectly with his wound. He didn't know what was going on. While he was still in shock, Yang Kai's murderous intent surged like a tide, and was about to take advantage of his heavy injuries to kill him when Lu Ye's figure flickered, and he suddenly turned into a red light and sped away. Lu Yi didn't know what kind of secret technique he used, but by the time Yang Kai's divine sense detected him, the other party was already 35 kilometers away. Chapter 12:31. In the sandy Luyan Desert, where flight was impossible, Lu Yi was able to run 3 to 5 kilometers in an instant. This secret technique was quite impressive, but it wasn't over yet. Lu Ye's aura flashed as he ran another 3 kilometers. Yang Kai's face became gloomy as he was shocked by the other party's endless methods, but at the same time, he also felt a great sense of dread. Yang Kai had even used his space blade but had failed to cut the other party in half, and had instead allowed him to escape with his life. Moreover, Yang Kai didn't know what kind of artifact this black ruler was, but just a casual wave of it had required 2 drops of his golden blood to resist. Origin-grade artifacts didn't have such power, so the only explanation was that the black ruler in Lu Ye's hand was an Origin King-grade artifact. Flowing Cloud Valley actually had an Origin King-grade artifact? And why was it being carried by Lu Yi? Although Yang Kai didn't understand why Flowing Cloud Valley would make such a choice, he had already made up his mind to kill Lu Yi while he was seriously injured. Otherwise, once Lu Yi recovered, it wouldn't be so easy to kill him. Thinking so, Yang Kai was about to use his wind and thunder wings to pursue when he suddenly heard the shouts of countless people, all of them filled with panic and inexplicable panic. These shouts were coming from the group of elites who were competing for the red candle fruit. Chu Chongfeng's angry shout, Feng Tianzhong's attempt to stop him, Wei Guchang's scream, Yin Sudai's cry, all sounded almost at the same time. Obviously, something terrible had happened. Immediately after, Yang Kai heard a soft sound, as if something had broken. Then a red light flew straight from the battlefield towards the mountain valley, and the direction it was flying towards was Yang Kai. Yang Kai didn't think much about it, and directly reached out to grab it because he could feel that the energy contained in this red light was amazing, but it wasn't some kind of attack. As soon as he touched it, a rich fruity fragrance immediately filled his nose. Yang Kai raised his brow and looked carefully at the object in his hand before exclaiming, "The red candle fruit?" Yang Kai hadn't expected that the red candle fruit, which he hadn't even tried to snatch, would actually end up in his hands while everyone was fighting over it. But now, this red candle fruit was incomplete, as if it had been cut open by a sharp weapon. The one in Yang Kai's hand was only 1/6 the size of a whole red candle fruit. The fresh and tender flesh of the fruit was exposed, and a rich fruity aroma filled the air. Yang Kai was stunned for a moment. Immediately, Yang Kai was shocked and quickly released his divine sense to perceive the movements of others. Soon, Yang Kai's mood relaxed as he found that the elites who had been competing for the red candle fruit were still fighting over it. But they were no longer able to obtain the whole spirit fruit, and were instead divided into groups of a dozen or so, each of them staring at a portion of the fruit. "You dare!" Chu Changfeng shouted angrily, but before he could finish his words, he was slapped shut by an attack. Immediately after, the indifferent man from Star Emperor sect made a feint and retreated, under everyone's shocked and angry gazes, calmly leaving and quickly disappearing. No one had any intention of stopping him. Firstly, there were still a few pieces of the fruit that had yet to be determined, and secondly, this man was too strong. 1 or 2 people wouldn't be able to stop him. At this time, who would bother with such a thankless task? Everyone turned their eyes to the few pieces of the fruit that had been cut open. Once again, a chaotic scramble ensued. Seeing this scene, Yang Kai's heart relaxed, and while feeling distressed over the loss of the red candle fruit's medicinal efficacies, he quickly rummaged through his space ring. This kind of heaven-defying spirit fruit couldn't be stored in an ordinary jade box. If he wanted to maintain its medicinal efficacies, he had to use a wood attribute box. Fortunately, Yang Kai had such a wood attribute material in his space ring, so after a while he found a piece of azure spirit wood, and used his Saint Chi to create a simple wooden box. Placing the red candle fruit inside, he closed the lid and breathed a sigh of relief. If he had known that such a situation would occur, he would have prepared a wooden box a long time ago and would not have panicked so much. Although the wooden box made of azure spirit wood was quite good, if it was left like this for a long time, the medicinal efficacies of the red candle fruit would inevitably disappear. Yang Kai needed to find some time to deal with it to prevent this from happening. But right now he didn't have the time to do such a thing, so he could only wait until he had time. Moreover, after being delayed like this, Yang Kai had to give up on his plan to hunt down Lu Yi. The other party had long since escaped the range of his divine sense, and was now hiding somewhere. Outside the mountain valley, the pieces of red candle fruit that did not belong to anyone eventually fell into the hands of several forces after a chaotic scramble. The elites who managed to snatch the red candle fruit were all overjoyed, while those who failed to do so thumped their chests and sighed, a fierce light flashing in their eyes. On the battlefield where the red candle fruit had originally been, 7 or 8 corpses were left behind, each of them in an incomparably miserable state. It was impossible to tell who had killed them in the process of snatching the fruit. The scene just now was so chaotic, with all kinds of artifacts and martial skills being used. Everyone was using their full strength and no one had the time to pay attention to the situation of others. So even though the forces that had just lost a few people knew that their enemy was right in front of them, they couldn't determine their target. So they didn't dare act rashly, and could only grit their teeth and swallow the bitter pill in their hearts. After the pieces of red candle fruit were taken into their space rings, everyone rushed over to the mountain valley at the same time. It seemed that they had all seen the piece of red candle fruit that had just flown over, and only now did they find the time to continue scrambling. However, the mountain valley was filled with red mist, making it impossible to see anything with the naked eye. After releasing their divine senses, all kinds of divine senses intersected with one another, and from time to time, muffled groans could be heard, making it difficult for everyone to release their divine senses too far. The several elites of Medicine Pill sect hadn't obtained anything in this competition, so Li Yunnan clearly wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to fish for some benefits. Otherwise, he wouldn't have made such a big fuss about his junior brother being injured. Normally, no one would injure an elite disciple of Medicine Pill sect for no reason, but that was then and this was now. When they were fighting for the red candle fruit just now, who cared if you were a disciple of Medicine Pill sect? Not killing you was already being lenient, so it was only a minor injury. It wasn't as if you would lose your life. What's more, there really were 7 or 8 elites who had died in the battle. In comparison, The cultivator from Medicine Pill sect was much luckier. Although they all snorted in their hearts, no one said anything at this time. Feng Tianzhong frowned slightly, but his heart was clear as he quickly said, "If Brother Li is willing to tell this Feng the method to store it, after leaving the Lu Yen sand field, Thunder Typhoon sect is willing to pay 1,000,000 saint crystals as a reward." Chapter 1232. 1,000,000 haha. Li Yunan chuckled lightly before turning to Feng Tianzhong and saying, "Does Brother Feng think this red candle fruit is only worth 1,000,000? If that's the case, this Li will take his leave." 5,000,000. Feng Tianzhong's expression remained unchanged, but the price he offered directly increased fivefold. Li Yunan's raised foot fell as he revealed a look of excitement. Although his medicine pill sect failed to grab the red candle fruit this time, if every great force that managed to grab the red candle fruit offered him 5,000,000, the harvest from this trip would not be small. What's more, the value of the red candle fruit that had been cut open was no longer as heaven-defying. As such, Feng Tianzhong hesitated for a while, wondering if he should continue to raise the price. While Yang Kai was lost in thought, Yin Su Dai suddenly turned her beautiful eyes towards Dai Yuan from Colored Glass Sect's side, her red lips moving slightly as if she was sending a message to Dai Yuan. Dai Yuan's brow furrowed as a look of displeasure appeared on her face, but she still sent a message back. The next moment, Yin Su Dai's charming face filled with a happy expression as she giggled and said, "Several brothers, please continue your discussion. This junior sister will take her leave first." Saying so, he quickly left with several of Colored Glass Sect's elites. Everyone was extremely surprised because just now, Yin Su Dai had also used her ribbon-like artifact to snatch a piece of the red candle fruit, so no one had expected that she would actually leave without obtaining a method to preserve it. But soon everyone felt relieved. In terms of proficiency in the Tao of Alchemy, besides Li Yunan, an elite disciple of Medicine Pill sect, there was also Dai Yuan. It seemed that Yin Su Dai had learned some information from Dai Yuan, which was why she had simply retreated. With such a precious treasure in hand, Yin Su Dai naturally did not want to remain in this dangerous place. For a time, several people cast burning gazes towards Dai Yuan, seemingly wanting to learn from her how to properly preserve the medicinal efficacies of the red candle fruit. Seeing this, Li Yunan knew that if he didn't agree now, he wouldn't get his share of the 5,000,000. He had been so depressed before that he had completely forgotten about Dai Yuan's existence. Although this woman was from Colored Glass Sect, for some special reason, she had been studying medicinal herbs, so she definitely knew how to preserve the red candle fruit. Feeling annoyed, Li Yunan quickly nodded to Feng Tianzhong. "Good 5,000,000 it is. We'll do as Brother Feng says." Feng Tianzhong gently nodded, not showing any intention of going back on his word. Li Yunan quickly sent a few words to Feng Tianzhong, causing him to ponder for a moment before silently leading Thunder Typhoon Sect's group away. On the other side, Chu Changfeng and the burly man with an astonishing aura hesitated for a while before also sending Li Yunan a message, both of them contentedly leaving. "Let's go too." Wei Guchang grinned. He had also obtained a piece of the red candle fruit. Although very few people had come to Shadow Moon Hall this time, only he and Dong Xianer had come, his luck was simply unstoppable. Originally, he didn't have much hope, but when the Star Emperor sect disciple cut open the red candle fruit, a piece of fruit flew over to him, and he immediately collected it. It could be said that this was an extremely simple and easy process. Compared to the others who had to fight for a piece of the red candle fruit, Wei Guchang's luck was simply off the charts. It was as if the bad luck he had felt since entering Lu Yen Sandfield's third layer had suddenly dissipated. The cultivator from the other forces saw that Tang Yong of Floating Mist Palace no longer had any ideas about the red candle fruit, and could not help sighing in their hearts before leaving one after another. Soon only the people from Medicine Pill sect remained in the mountain valley. Wei Guchang looked at Li Yunan with a faint smile. From beginning to end, he did not say anything, but his smile was full of meaning. He did not believe that Li Yunan would help him for no reason. The other party obviously had some ulterior motive, but since the other party did not say anything, Wei Guchang was not stupid enough to ask. Now can Brother Wei have a good talk with this one? Li Yunan looked at Wei Guchang with a smug look on his face, as if he felt that his ability to send everyone away with just a few words was quite amazing. If Brother Li has something to say, please speak. Wei Guchang nodded slightly. This one would like to ask if Brother Wei has any intention of selling that piece of red candle fruit? Li Yunan did not beat around the bush and asked directly. Sell. Wei Guchang's eyes narrowed. Brother Li wants to buy it? And Li Yunan nodded seriously. Wei Guchang grinned meaningfully and said, didn't Brother Li just say that the value of this piece of red candle fruit is not as good as before? Why does Brother Li want to buy it? Li Yunan shook his head and said solemnly, even if the value of this piece of red candle fruit is not as good as before, it is still a heaven-defying spirit fruit that only appears once every 10,000 years. My medicine pill sect has always been dedicated to the research of various spirit grasses and spirit medicines, as well as the refinement of pills. Now that such an opportunity has presented itself before this Li, if this Li doesn't do something, I'm afraid he will be punished by the elders of Medicine Pill Sect after returning to Medicine Pill Sect. After buying this piece of red candle fruit, perhaps the elders of Medicine Pill Sect will be able to research something that will greatly improve my alchemy skills. Of course, if Brother Wei is willing to sell that piece of red candle fruit to this Li can guarantee that not only will Medicine Pill Sect provide sufficient compensation to Shadow Moon Hall, but also that the 5 elders of Medicine Pill Sect will agree to Brother Wei's request to refine pills 5 times for free. Wei Guchang originally had a disapproving look on his face, but after hearing the last condition, his expression changed immediately and he couldn't bring himself to refuse. After all, the efficacy of the red candle fruit was only rumored, and no one knew what its true value was. Perhaps it was worthless after being cut open, but an opportunity for the 5 elders of Medicine Pill Sect to refine pills for free was extremely rare. Over the years, the 5 elders had rarely acted in alchemy, and every time they did, other great forces would have to pay a huge price to invite them to do so. Comparing the two of them, Wei Guchang found it a little difficult to choose. But soon he said, Brother Li, even if this Wei doesn't say it, presumably you know that this is not a decision I can make. If you really want to buy this piece of red candle fruit on behalf of Medicine Pill Sect, you might as well wait until we leave the Luyan Desert, and let the elders of Medicine Pill Sect come to Shadow Moon Hall in person to discuss the matter. Whatever the two of us say here is useless. Naturally, this Li understands. Li Yunan saw that Wei Guchang didn't immediately refuse and seemed to have a lot of room for negotiation, so he couldn't help smiling and saying, since that's the case, this matter will wait until the Luyan Desert closes and the elders of our sects can discuss it. That would be best, Wei Guchang nodded with satisfaction. If Brother Li has nothing else to say, this one will take his leave first. Two hours later, Yang Kai finished processing the red candle fruit and threw it into the black book space before leisurely getting up and walking over to where Dai Yuan was meditating. Every time she came back from picking them, she would talk endlessly about them, from their medicinal properties, pill recipes, methods to condense medicinal liquids, and even the use of spirit arrays in alchemy. It was as if there was nothing she didn't know, and she didn't shy away from anything. It was as if she was a completely different person from her usual taciturn self. At this time, Yang Kai remained silent and listened quietly. If it were any other time, he would really be interested in discussing alchemy with Dai Yuan. He could also see that this woman was very skilled in the alchemic way, and although her alchemy level was not as high as his, there was no harm in communicating with her. Unfortunately, at this moment, his mind was focused on refining the profound Yin sunflower water, and he really wasn't in the mood to talk about these things, so he could only miss the opportunity to exchange alchemy with this woman. Yang Kai's silence made Dai Yuan feel a little disappointed. She secretly thought to herself, could it be that things weren't as she thought? Otherwise, how could Yang Kai not say a word to these spirit grasses and spirit medicines, or even show any signs of excitement? She even deliberately misstated some information about these herbs, but Yang Kai didn't show any intention of correcting her, causing her to hesitate. Dai Yuan naturally didn't monopolize the spirit grasses and spirit medicines she picked, and she was also very self-aware that if it weren't for Yang Kai, she wouldn't have been able to safely travel so far, so when distributing the herbs, she took the initiative to keep a small portion for herself while giving the majority to Yang Kai. In this regard, Yang Kai didn't refuse. He and Dai Yuan didn't have a deep friendship and had only cooperated on this trip to the third layer. So naturally, he would accept the benefits that were given to him with a clear conscience. The two of them traveled all the way to the third layer for about 10 days, and by this time, Dai Yuan was already struggling to move forward. The intense heat all around her was like someone was using a fire attribute attack, constantly bombarding her tender body. Even with the protection of her artifact armor and the pink veil she had formed around her body, Dai Yuan was still sweating profusely, her clothes sticking tightly to her body, perfectly outlining her exquisite figure. If it wasn't for the fact that she was using the Li Bai handkerchief to cover her figure, at this moment, she feared that her body would have already been exposed. Fortunately, there was only her and Kai Yang here, and Kai Yang was walking in front, so he didn't have any intention of looking back. With every step she took, she had to expend a huge amount of energy. Her delicate body trembled slightly, and there was a faint layer of black gas lingering around her. This was the unique fire poison of Luyan's desert, and Dai Yuan couldn't completely resist this fire poison. Now that some of it had already invaded her body, the situation would only worsen if she continued forward. After reaching this point, Dai Yuan already had thoughts of retreating, secretly regretting that she had come so far. However, she also had difficulties she couldn't voice out. She and Yang Kai had already been in the third layer for more than 10 days, and even if she wanted to retreat now, she didn't know if she could do so safely. In the current situation, she was riding a tiger. She could only stand strong and follow behind Kai Yang without saying a word. Although Yang Kai's situation wasn't as difficult as hers, he wasn't feeling very good either. His skin was burning as if it was on fire, and the heat and fire poison were pressing down on him from all directions, making him feel like his bones were being crushed. If it weren't for the massive amount of Saint Qi in his body, Yang Kai would have had to find a place to quickly restore himself. Walking in front, Yang Kai's divine sense was constantly monitoring Dai Yuan's movements. This woman's difficult appearance naturally couldn't escape his perception, so Yang Kai didn't rush to help her. The environment here was extremely harsh, but by walking in this harsh environment, one could temper the purity and density of one's Saint Qi, which was of great benefit to a cultivator. Helping her resist the heat and fire poison was only a small matter. But if he lost this opportunity to become stronger, the gains wouldn't be worth it. Moving forward bit by bit, the pair's speed was now as slow as a turtle's crawl compared to a few days ago. And the deeper they went, the harsher the environment became. Yang Kai's eyes gradually showed some excitement because he needed this kind of hot environment, so naturally he couldn't wait for it to get worse. Yang Kai secretly thought to himself. According to his observations over the past few days and the changes in the environment, he should only need to walk forward for another 5 days to find a suitable location. At that time, he could begin refining the profound Yin sunflower water. The only problem was how to deal with the woman behind him. Chapter 1235. Yang Kai hadn't expected that after going so far, he wouldn't be able to find a suitable place to separate from Dai Yuan. Abandoning her now was tantamount to taking her life. It seemed that Yang Kai would have to find a suitable place for her to stay for a while. Taking advantage of this time, he would do his own thing. As long as that place was safe enough, it should be enough for her to wait until the Lu Yen sandfield closed. At that time, The world principles here would naturally teleport her out. Just as Yang Kai was thinking this though, Dai Yuan's tender cry suddenly came from behind him. Yang Kai swept the area with his divine sense, and his expression changed slightly. His figure flashed over to Dai Yuan's side and caught her in his arms. This woman was already an arrow at the end of its flight, and the Saint Chi in her body had dried up to the point where it was almost completely depleted. The power of the artifact armor and artifact armor that had been guarding her could no longer be exerted. The moment the artifact armor and artifact armor lost their effectiveness, the scorching heat waves began pressing down on her from all directions. If Yang Kai hadn't taken action now, she would have been reduced to ashes in the next moment. Dai Yuan really couldn't hold on any longer. After being picked up by Yang Kai, her beautiful eyes blinked weakly as her face turned extremely pale, and she fainted without a sound. She had actually overdrawn herself to this extent. Yang Kai couldn't help laughing. He hadn't carefully examined the situation inside Dai Yuan's body before, and thought that since she was able to hold on, she definitely hadn't been pushed to her limit, so he had taken the lead. If he had known this would happen, he would have taken action long ago. Dai Yuan's body was soft and supple to the touch, and there was a seductive fragrance wafting from her body. What's more, after the colorful handkerchief disappeared, this woman's sweat-drenched body was suddenly exposed in front of Yang Kai, a sight that was somewhat breathtaking. This woman, if it weren't for her face, she would definitely be a femme fatale. Slowly shaking his head, Yang Kai pushed his Saint Chi to form a protective shield around her before picking her up and carrying her towards the depths of the third layer. Dai Yuan woke up slowly, but before she even opened her eyes, she felt that she was immersed in an environment rich in world energy. The Saint Chi in her body, which had been depleted, seemed to have recovered significantly at this moment, and the air around her was fresh and pleasant. There was even a faint medicinal fragrance in the air. Violet fine jade fruit. Dai Yuan's heart skipped a beat, and she immediately determined the source of this medicinal fragrance, quickly opening her eyes and looking around. Her beautiful eyes were instantly attracted by a purple spirit tree that looked like a grapefruit not far away. The vine-like spirit tree was entwined in the middle of several large trees. Between the vines, there were a few strings of light purple, sparkling and translucent berries that were as fragrant as grapes. It's not ripe yet. Dai Yuan showed a slightly disappointed look. The purple fine jade fruit was a genuine origin king grade low-rank spirit fruit, so if it was ripe, it should have been covered in a purple glow and looked like a piece of exquisite purple jade. Whether it was used for alchemy or directly consumed, it would be of great benefit to a cultivator. What was even rarer was that this kind of spirit fruit was similar to grapes and was produced in bunches. Once it appeared, there would be a large number of them. So the moment Dai Yuan smelled the fragrance, she woke up. After all, this kind of thing was extremely rare. Taking a closer look, Dai Yuan found that there were clear signs that some of the vines had been recently harvested. Even the environment of the third layer couldn't meet his requirements, so he could only hope to enter the fifth layer. Standing in place and watching for a while, Dai Yuan's mouth curled into a wry smile. She had always felt that her strength was extraordinary, and even if she wasn't as strong as Feng Tianzhong, Chu Changfeng, and the others, she was still stronger than the average third-order Saint King. But now compared with Yang Kai, she finally understood that she had been a frog in a well. In this world, there was actually such an amazing character. There was also that guy from Star Emperor sect who was a monstrous existence. When they were snatching the red candle fruit, Dai Yuan couldn't help feeling a little apprehensive every time she saw him take action. The combat power he displayed was simply terrifying. Dai Yuan didn't know who would be stronger and who would be weaker if these two met. Chapter 1236. Through the rolling mountain range, Yang Kai's figure moved like a bolt of lightning. Although he was still suppressed by some kind of inexplicable world principles, and was unable to fly, without Dai Yuan holding him back, Yang Kai was able to use his wind and thunder wings to quickly move forward. Yang Kai had no intention of staying in the fourth layer for long. Although he knew that there were likely to be some rare spirit grasses and spirit medicines here, searching for them was simply a waste of time. Yang Kai wanted to see if there was a fifth layer flame area. If there was, the biggest purpose of this trip would be achieved. The mountain range was extremely large, and as soon as Yang Kai entered, he felt that the world energy aura here was incredibly rich. It was far better than any of the stars he had been to before, even faintly comparable to the mysterious floating continent. The mountain range was shrouded in clouds, and large clusters of snow-white clouds floated in the depths of the mountain range like cotton, leisurely drifting about halfway up the mountain. Compared to Dragon Cave Mountain, the difference was like the difference between heaven and earth. There was simply no comparison. Yang Kai's eyes filled with shock and excitement as he secretly thought that if this was not the Luoyan Desert, a restricted area on Shadowed Star, this rolling mountain range alone would be enough for all the great forces and great sects to fight over. Which of those great forces and great sects was not located in a place with rich world energy aura? Even the foundation of each of these great forces had a massive earth vein beneath it. Only the world energy emitted by these earth veins could allow a sect to last for thousands of years without collapsing, allowing its disciples to achieve twice the result with half the effort. For example, Tongxian Realm's Nine Heavens Holy Land. As far as Yang Kai knew, Nine Heavens Holy Land had a large earth vein beneath its 9 peaks, which was why the world energy aura between its 9 peaks was so dense. Soaring Heaven Sect was the same. Soaring Heaven Sect also had earth veins beneath its 108 peaks. The ancestral founder of any sect would not choose to set up their sect in a place with barren world energy aura. The first condition for setting up a sect was that there must be an earth vein, and the larger and higher the quality, the better. And this continuous mountain range in front of him was definitely the best place to establish a sect. If he let his disciples cultivate here, they would have the best time and place, and they would grow faster than ordinary people. Yang Kai was certain that there must be at least one or more high-grade earth veins under this mountain range. Unfortunately, this was the Luoyan Desert. It would only open once in a while, and it would close again in less than half a year. No one could build a sect here, and no one could stay here for long to cultivate. Yang Kai sighed again and again. Although he was alone now, he still had many relatives and friends left behind in Tongxian Realm. If he could go back one day and bring them to Tongxian territory, this mountain range would definitely be a good place to settle down. Of course, before that, he needed to have the strength to protect himself. Otherwise, it would only bring disaster to his family. Shaking his head and dispelling all the distracting thoughts in his mind, Yang Kai continued on his way. The mountain range was extremely quiet and elegant, with no birds or beasts in sight. It seemed that in this fourth layer, Yang Kai was the only living person. As he expected, even if there were spirit grasses and spirit medicines in this place, they were extremely rare, because along the way, Yang Kai didn't encounter any more spirit grasses or spirit medicines, and there wasn't even the slightest medicinal fragrance in the air. He had once served as the Holy Master of Nine Heavens Holy Land, and when Nine Heavens Holy Land was besieged by powerful enemies, he had personally activated the mountain defending array to protect the 9 peaks, so at this moment, he was naturally able to see through it. In such a desolate mountain range where not even insects or birds could be seen, there was actually a mountain defending array. What's more, this mountain defending array was extremely profound. No matter how the indifferent man from Star Emperor sect attacked, it remained motionless, showing no signs of damage. Yang Kai's face was filled with amazement. Luoyan Sand Field had existed for at least 10,000 years, and from the 3rd layer onwards, no one had ever set foot on it. The same was true for the 4th and 5th layers, which meant that this mountain defending array had existed for at least 10,000 years. Even after 10,000 years, it still had such a powerful defensive function, so one could only imagine how strong it must have been. Why was there a mountain defending array here? This kind of thing was generally arranged by a sect at great expense of manpower and financial resources. Yang Kai's eyes swept past the Star Emperor sect disciple and gazed further into the distance, his eyes narrowing in shock. In the distant mountain range, there were thick clouds and mist, and countless treasured lands were protected by the mountain-defending array. Although he couldn't see how high these mountains were, or what the situation inside was like, Yang Kai could vaguely see some vague traces of buildings in the clouds. There seemed to be jade palaces, pavilions, and waterside pavilions, giving off an otherworldly appearance. However, when Yang Kai took a closer look, he found that there was nothing there, only clouds drifting slowly through the clouds. Occasionally, a building would appear from the clouds. There really was a sect here. Although Yang Kai had always regretted that this place could not be used as the foundation for the establishment of a sect, when he confirmed that there really was a sect in this mountain range, he was shocked. Who could build a sect in such a place? What kind of people lived in it? However, after thinking about it for a moment, Yang Kai faintly felt that something was wrong. That guy from Star Emperor sect had made such a big commotion, so if there really was someone inside, they would not have just stood by and watched, and would have come out to teach him a lesson. It seemed that there was no one in this sect, just a ruin. After understanding this, Yang Kai's heart beat wildly. A sect ruin. And judging from the corner of the jade palaces that were occasionally exposed, this sect ruin seemed to be well preserved. If he could go inside, he might be able to find many good things. Being able to build a sect in such a place and arrange such a powerful mountain-defending array, this sect was definitely not an unknown existence tens of thousands of years ago. How could there not be many good things inside? Who is it? A low shout resounded in Yang Kai's ears, waking him from his shock. At the same time, his knowledge sea trembled, as if an invisible thorn had broken into it. Yang Kai's face became cold, and he quickly urged his spiritual energy to resist the attack that was trying to break through his knowledge sea's defense. At the same time, his figure flickered and disappeared, reappearing more than 100 meters away. The indifferent man from Star Emperor sect had at some point stopped what he was doing and landed on the ground, holding the silver flood dragon spear in his hand as he looked at Yang Kai with a slightly surprised expression. Yang Kai smiled bitterly, knowing that because he had discovered the sect ruin just now, he was a little excited, which was why he had been discovered by the other party. Since he had been discovered, Yang Kai simply showed up openly. In any case, he didn't have any evil intentions towards this guy, so naturally, there was no need to feel embarrassed. It's you. The cultivator from Star Emperor sect wore a strange expression. He had met Yang Kai twice, once in the stalactite cave, and once when they were snatching the red candle fruit, but from beginning to end, he had not noticed that Yang Kai had hidden his strength so deeply. Just now, his soul attack had been silently resolved by the other party, which showed just how powerful he was. This made the indifferent man reevaluate Yang Kai, wanting to see if he was hiding his cultivation. If he continued, even his life would be in danger. Yang Kai frowned and pondered for a while, but just as he was about to find a place nearby to begin refining the profound sunflower water, a rumbling sound suddenly rang out in his ears, and the earth began to tremble violently. Yang Kai's face sank as he stood motionless, releasing his divine sense to investigate his surroundings. Looking at this strange bird carefully, Yang Kai secretly recalled the ancient book he had read from Zhongao. Just as he was thinking about what kind of monster beast this strange bird was, his expression suddenly changed as he narrowed his eyes and stared into the strange bird's eyes. At that moment, Yang Kai actually felt like he was being spied on by the other party. But when he looked carefully, He found that this strange bird was exactly the same as before, completely devoid of vitality, causing him to be stunned. However, with such a warning sign, Yang Kai didn't dare to take it lightly. Who knew if there was something strange inside this artifact refining furnace? Constantly releasing his divine sense, Yang Kai carefully examined the interior of the artifact refining furnace. After confirming that there was nothing inside except for a pile of burned materials, Yang Kai relaxed. This artifact refining furnace was a good thing and couldn't be missed. He didn't need such a huge furnace for alchemy. Since his Saint Qi had been transformed into his demonic flame, Yang Kai no longer used his Saint Qi for alchemy, and instead used his conflagrated knowledge Qi. However, this artifact refining furnace could be brought back for Yang Yin to use. Although she had the stone mongoose to assist her, and didn't need to worry about quenching materials, the final step of refining an artifact still required an artifact refining furnace. Yang Yin had helped him a lot. These days, she had done her best to arrange spirit arrays and refine artifacts for him. The two of them also shared the secrets of the stone mongoose and space spirit crystal, so even if this artifact refining furnace was an Origin King grade artifact, Yang Kai wouldn't be stingy in giving it away. After making this decision, Yang Kai released his divine sense and wrapped it around this huge artifact refining furnace, wanting to put it into his space ring. At that moment though, a sudden change occurred. The artifact refining furnace, which had already cooled down, suddenly buzzed and a cluster of flames appeared around it. These flames seemed to have the power to set a prairie ablaze as they madly burned towards Yang Kai's divine sense. Yang Kai was shocked and quickly withdrew his divine sense, but even so, he still suffered a loss as half of the divine sense threads he released were burned away. His face turning pale, Yang Kai was greatly shocked. His divine sense possessed the magical properties of a conflagrated knowledge Qi, and was incomparably hot. Even before discovering this earth-lung fire pond, the heat of the fifth layer should not have been able to destroy his divine sense so quickly, but the flames bursting out from this furnace were actually so powerful. Didn't this mean that these flames were countless times more terrifying than the heat of the fifth layer? Moreover, these flames were faintly alive. After repelling Yang Kai's divine sense threads, they flickered and disappeared, as if everything just now was just an illusion. Yang Kai naturally knew that this was not an illusion. He had lost so many of his divine sense threads and had a splitting headache, so how could this be an illusion? Before he could figure out what was going on though, the strange bird carved on the surface of the artifact refining furnace suddenly came to life, its elegant body flying out from the artifact refining furnace and transforming into an exceptionally beautiful crimson firebird. An astonishing amount of firepower radiated from this strange bird, and after circling in the air for a moment, it shot directly towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai's face became extremely ugly as he exclaimed, "An artifact spirit!" He immediately understood why these flames were so intelligent, and understood that being spied on by the strange bird just now was not an illusion, but real. It was just that the other party wasn't made of flesh and blood, so Yang Kai hadn't been able to detect it. This was an artifact spirit born from this artifact refining furnace. Yang Kai didn't know whether this artifact spirit had existed since birth, or had been slowly formed after being burned by the earth-lung fire pond for tens of thousands of years. But when he remembered that this was the artifact spirit of an Origin King grade artifact, Yang Kai felt a headache coming on. He had fought with many people and had seen all kinds of artifacts, both high and low grade, but he had never seen an artifact with such a ferocious artifact spirit. Artifact spirits were extremely rare to begin with. Firstly, the conditions for their birth were very harsh and required a great deal of luck. Secondly, the time it took to create one was quite long. Any artifact with an artifact spirit would take at least 1,000 years to form. Half of the room near the entrance was pitch black, while the other half was blazing red, like a raging sea of fire. Under the urging of Yang Kai and the scarlet firebird, the two types of energy fiercely collided with each other. The entire stone room shook violently as the aftermath of the fierce collision of energy spread out in all directions. The stone walls flashed with the light of a series of barriers, intercepting these shockwaves. Fortunately, this was a place where the most outstanding artifact refiner of a great sect had set up a series of barriers. Otherwise, such a small stone room would not have been able to withstand the battle between Yang Kai and the artifact's spirit. The black light and red light continued to collide, neither giving way to the other, melting away little by little. Yang Kai's expression became dignified while the elegant body of the scarlet firebird was constantly twisting and turning, letting out a series of strange cries, no longer as relaxed as before. After the collision lasted for a stick of incense worth of time, the stone room returned to its original appearance. Yang Kai and the artifact's spirit stared at each other from a distance, both of them going all out. In that head-on collision just now, neither of them could do anything to the other. Yang Kai never thought that a mere artifact spirit would be able to fight him to a draw. He knew his own combat effectiveness better than anyone else, even if he encountered a master from the First Order origin returning realm now. As long as the other party was slightly careless, Yang Kai was confident that he could severely injure them. As for whether he could kill them or not, it would depend on the other party's means. However, this artifact spirit was not inferior to him at all. This was just an artifact spirit without a master, and could not exert the full power of an artifact spirit. If it was taken and controlled by someone else, he would definitely not be their opponent. Because an artifact spirit was not a physical entity, the existence of an artifact spirit only enhanced the power of an artifact. He was fighting so hard just to fight the shadow of an artifact. If, just as Yang Kai was thinking this, his face suddenly changed and his expression became much more dignified. Without thinking, hundreds of grand heavenly shields appeared in front of him in an instant, and at the same time he summoned the purple shield. Because the artifact spirit seemed to be abnormally violent, the artifact refining furnace, which was originally placed quietly in the center of the stone room, also began to hum because of its violence. Immediately, the artifact refining furnace flew into the air by itself and spun for a while. Clusters of incomparably agile flames flew out of the artifact refining furnace and drilled into the firebird's body. In an instant, the firebird's momentum soared, and a dignified feeling spread out leisurely. Yang Kai's face was full of excitement as he exclaimed, "Sure! Such an artifact spirit actually knew how to use the power of Sure, that only origin-returning realm masters could comprehend. Didn't Qiantong say that Sure could not exist in the Luyan Desert? Once a cultivator who had comprehended Sure entered, they would be eliminated in an instant. It was for this reason that origin-returning realm masters could not enter the Luyan Desert. Every time this forbidden zone opened, only a Saint King realm cultivator could enter. But this strange bird had actually used Sure's power, and it was completely fine. But soon, Yang Kai noticed that something was wrong. This kind of power was somewhat similar to Sure, but it was not Sure. Instead, it was a magical method the firebird used to catalyze the rich fire energy in this stone room, and borrow world energy for its own use. Worthy of a fire attribute artifact spirit, it was naturally proficient in these world principles. Yang Kai was secretly shocked. Even when he fought with the origin-returning realm master brought by Xie Hong one last time, Yang Kai was able to cope with them with ease and there was no danger to his life. After all, he had the support of Yang Yan's spirit array at that time. But this time, being forced by the artifact spirit to fight him in this stone room, Yang Kai had used almost all of his means except for his demon eye of annihilation. But in the end, he had still been forced to flee in embarrassment. Only Yang Kai had been able to escape with his life from the artifact spirit. If it had been any other Saint King, they would have died on the spot. Standing in the corridor and adjusting his breathing for a moment, Yang Kai thought to himself, since the artifact spirit couldn't chase him out of the stone room, there was no need for him to leave the earth lung fire pond. This was a rare treasure trove. Although the environment outside the fifth layer was good, compared to this place, it was like a little wizard meeting a great wizard. There was no comparison at all. However, Yang Kai didn't dare enter this stone room, but he could check out the other stone room at the bottom. Yang Kai didn't believe that there would be an artifact spirit there. It was already a great fortune for such a thing to be born. It was absolutely impossible for a second one to appear. If it really did appear, Yang Kai could only go to the top layer and give up on the bottom layer. Thinking like this, Kai Yang turned around and walked out of the passage. Not long after, he left the passage and stepped into the cave on the right. Like the previous cave, the passage in this cave was also a few thousand meters long. After passing through this passage, Yang Kai arrived at a magnificent stone room. Although he didn't think there would be a second artifact spirit, Yang Kai still didn't dare act carelessly. Standing at the entrance of the passage, he carefully examined the Origin King grade artifact refining furnace in the center of this stone room had been destroyed, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. Even the artifact refining furnace had been destroyed, so it was naturally impossible for an artifact spirit to be born. When Yang Kai's eyes swept over some ores and artifact refining materials piled up nearby, his eyes lit up and he hurried over to inspect them one by one. Sure enough, after surviving a great disaster, one was bound to have good fortune. Yang Kai hadn't expected that there would be so many artifact refining materials piled up in this last stone room. What's more, the grade of these treasures was very high, at least Origin grade, with most of them Origin King grade. There was also a variety of rare ores, metals of the 5 elements, and monster beast body materials, creating a dazzling sight. Although there were many materials, some of them could no longer be used because they had been stored for too long. Yang Kai picked and collected all the materials that could still be used, and discarded the ones that couldn't be used before clapping his hands in satisfaction, and continuing to look around this stone room. The layout of this stone room was almost the same as the one on the left, with a several-meter-tall artifact refining furnace at its center, and a few white balls inlaid around the stone walls that exuded a soft glow. However, there seemed to be fewer light balls here, only 4 instead of 8. It seemed that the owner of this stone room was somewhat inferior to the owner of the stone room on the left. Yang Kai didn't think too much about this though and simply went to the 4 stone benches and poured his Saint Chi into them to close the spirit arrays of the stone rooms. After waiting for a long time, Yang Kai came to the destroyed artifact refining furnace and unceremoniously put it into his space ring. The condensed fire attribute energy instantly spread out and wrapped Yang Kai's body before rushing into it unscrupulously. Yang Kai's expression remained unchanged as he endured the excruciating pain. Not only did he not try to stop this, he even opened his body and mind wide, allowing the fire attribute energy to enter his body. Soon, all of Yang Kai's clothes were burned away, revealing his strong physique. His muscles were clearly defined and his skin was glowing with a golden light. The surface of his skin had already begun to crack and golden blood was flowing out. Under the restorative power of his golden blood, the damaged areas were constantly being repaired, repeating the process over and over. Yang Kai clenched his hand and took out a jade bottle from the ground. Immediately opening the bottle, he poured out a crimson pill from it, threw it directly into his mouth, closed his eyes, and began to refine its medicinal efficacies. After an hour, the medicinal efficacies had fully dispersed and filled every inch of Yang Kai's physique. He then took out a dark red spirit grass and swallowed it directly. Different pills, different herbs, and even the few golden sun fruits that Yang Kai had taken out at the last moment were all taken by him in batches. The whole process lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. Every time Yang Kai took a different type of material, the fire around his body would become stronger, and the terrifying heat he exuded would cause anyone who smelled it to pale. Every inch of his muscles was twitching and his face had become extremely ferocious. His eyes were red, as if he wanted to swallow someone whole. Although he looked extremely miserable, Yang Kai's powerful divine sense and cultivation were still able to keep him sober. Yang Kai didn't know whether he should rejoice or feel bitter about this. In a sober state, Yang Kai clearly felt that the pills and herbs he had taken were transforming into waves of medicinal efficacies that rushed through his meridians and physique, causing some subtle and incredible changes. It was as if there were hundreds of millions of ants running around inside his body. This kind of unbearable torment was not something a Saint King Realm cultivator could bear. No wonder Zhong Ao had repeatedly warned Yang Kai not to act rashly, and try to obtain the profound Yin sunflower water before breaking through to the origin returning realm. Sure enough, the old man hadn't been talking nonsense, Yang Kai thought to himself. The pain he was experiencing now was enough to make an ordinary origin returning realm cultivator unbearable. And this was just the beginning. If it weren't for the powerful restorative ability of his golden blood, Yang Kai would likely have been interrupted at this moment. If this had continued, his body would have exploded and he would have died. The materials Yang Kai had taken were all Yang attribute and fire attribute herbs and pills. Chapter 1243. In the fifth layer of the Lu Yen sand field, in a stone room at the bottom of an unknown earth-lung fire pond, Yang Kai sat quietly with a strange expression on his face. Although he looked exhausted and on the verge of collapse, Yang Kai still had an unconcealable look of excitement and joy on his face. Moreover, the Saint Chi fluctuations slowly pulsing from his body were clearly a sign that his cultivation had greatly improved. It had been more than a month since he began refining the profound Yin sunflower water, and it wasn't until yesterday that he finally finished refining it. Yang Kai hadn't expected it to take so long, and during the process of refining, many unexpected things had happened. The power of extreme cold contained in the profound Yin sunflower water was simply too strong. The various spirit grasses and spirit medicines he had taken before, coupled with the earth core fire drawn in by the barriers of the two stone stools, were unable to suppress the chill of the profound Yin sunflower water, causing the hot and cold forces in his body to become unbalanced. As a last resort, Yang Kai could only open the barriers of the third stone stool in order to strengthen the power of the earth core fire. Yang Kai originally wanted to use the power of the earth core fire to balance the profound Yin sunflower water, but how could he have known that after the barriers of the third stone stool were opened, the power of the profound Yin sunflower water was completely suppressed, and the burning force in his body became more vigorous? Yang Kai steeled himself and took a second drop of profound Yin sunflower water, only to find that the initial situation repeated itself. As a result, in the end, the barriers of the four-stone stool were all opened by him, and the earth core fire fiercely poured in, barely managing to maintain a balance between the hot and cold forces in his body. But because of this, the risk and suffering Kai Yang had to bear increased exponentially over the course of this long month. During this month, he had wandered back and forth between the gates of hell several times, and had almost failed. His powerful physique and resilient spiritual energy played a crucial role at critical moments. Yang Kai had to use a few drops of the golden blood he had accumulated in his body to repair his injuries, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to persist and would have been killed by the profound Yin sunflower water and the earth core fire long ago. Although good things were difficult to achieve, the final result was far beyond Yang Kai's expectations. Zhong Ao had praised the profound Yin sunflower water to the heavens at that time. Since it wasn't on the ground, Yang Kai had thought it would have some kind of powerful effect, and had hoped that this time's refinement would allow him to directly break through to the third-order Saint King realm, or even touch the threshold of the origin returning realm. But now his cultivation was only at the peak of the second-order Saint King realm. 2 drops of profound Yin sunflower water, so many precious spiritual herbs and pills, plus the power of the earth core fire. Yang Kai's face. Although his cultivation's face. Yang's face's face. He pondered for a while. Of Yang Kai's, S's soul's, S, of his, of fire flame water this of his heaven of essences of divine chi of essence of earth aura, and flames aura of its appearance, It's of auras and chi aura of chi's of earth of his of this of his's of the this of it. But with a single thought from Yang Kai, this mass of demonic flame began exuding a bone-chilling aura, accompanied by a series of cracking sounds as a layer of frost instantly filled the stone room. Even the stone walls were frozen solid and began to creak. The crimson firebird cried out angrily, seemingly annoyed that it had been underestimated. Opening its sharp beak, it spat out a large wave of flames towards Yang Kai with monstrous momentum. Yang Kai sneered. He had no intention of dodging at all. The heaven-punishing spear that he threw out directly tore a hole in the wave of fire. At the same time, the spear twisted and transformed into a pitch-black dragon. It opened its black mouth and spat out a large amount of demonic fire, blocking the heat wave in an instant. After several battles, Yang Kai had gained some experience in using Yuan control techniques, and could now easily control the Saint Chi he shot out and transform it into a variety of attacks. It had to be said that the Yuan control technique he had comprehended with the help of the red candle fruits ripening was of great help to him in battle. This move alone had increased Yang Kai's combat power by at least 20%. The artifact spirit, who had always been aloof and arrogant, seemed to have suffered a heavy blow as its huge crimson body began to tremble violently. Only now did it understand what Yang Kai was planning. The artifact refining furnace was the vessel that gave birth to it, so it was the artifact spirit of this artifact refining furnace. Once the artifact refining furnace was damaged or attacked, as an artifact spirit, it would not be able to remain unscathed. It could be said that Yang Kai did not need to fight it head-on at all. All he needed to do was deal with this inanimate artifact refining furnace. This may be the tragedy of being an artifact spirit, having great strength but not being able to use it. The artifact spirit's body twisted and distorted for a while. Yang Kai's actions had angered it to the extreme, but the chill that spread from its body terrified it greatly. Not daring to hesitate any longer, the artifact spirit opened its mouth and sent out a wave of heat towards Yang Kai. It did not expect to kill Yang Kai, only to force Yang Kai away from its vessel, so he would not attack the artifact refining furnace again. You will meet in the future, so communicate with it more often and you will understand what kind of person I am. The artifact spirit let out another cry, but this time, there was a hint of docility in it. Yang Kai grinned and nodded. Good, if you are willing, you can release your spiritual energy defenses. I will place a few barriers on your body first, but you can rest assured that it won't harm you, it's just a precaution. The artifact spirit hesitated for a long time before reluctantly releasing its spiritual energy defenses. Yang Kai immediately burst out with his spiritual energy, invaded its spiritual energy, and used some small tricks. Chapter 1246. One of the 9 heavens divine skills was called Great Heavenly Attraction, a soul skill specifically used to control others with one's divine sense. Although the 9 heavens divine skills only existed in Tongxian realm, Yang Kai's divine sense was so powerful that he didn't need to fear the artifact spirit's backlash. Soon, everything was ready and Yang Kai extracted a wisp of the artifact spirit's soul source from its body and sealed it in his knowledge sea. This way, he could control the artifact spirit's survival at any time. Once it showed any malicious intent, Yang Kai could immediately make it disappear. After losing a wisp of its soul source, the artifact's spirit seemed to be very unhappy, flapping its wings and chirping at Yang Kai. Yang Kai knew that it was in a bad mood and didn't bother arguing with it, simply waving his hand to remove the layers of cold flames covering the artifact refining furnace. Now that he had subdued the artifact's spirit, naturally there was no need to freeze its vessel. Although freezing the artifact refining furnace wouldn't cause too much damage to the artifact spirit, it would still have some impact. Seeing that its vessel was fine, the artifact spirit's annoyance and anger calmed down a lot, but it still looked somewhat unruly. Yang Kai thought about it for a moment before stretching out his finger and forcing out a drop of golden blood from his fingertip, turning to the artifact spirit and asking, "Do you want this?" Last time, the divine tree had swallowed 2 drops of his golden blood and immediately fell into a deep sleep to evolve, not waking up even now. Yang Kai could understand why his golden blood would be helpful to the divine tree. After all, this drop of golden blood contained a huge amount of vitality. He just didn't know if it would be attractive to the artifact spirit, but if it was, it would be much easier to control it in the future. To Yang Kai's surprise, he thought that the golden blood, which was rich in vitality, wouldn't be of much use to the artifact spirit. However, after seeing this drop of golden blood, the artifact spirit's eyes immediately lit up, and it turned into a streak of fire that rushed over to Yang Kai. Yang Kai instinctively pushed his Saint Chi, but after realizing that it had no malicious intent, he lowered his vigilance. The streak of fire wrapped around Yang Kai's hand, and the drop of golden blood disappeared without a trace. Not far away, the artifact spirit's body reappeared, its originally dim and heavily injured body Yuan Qi. He was recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. After a short while, he recovered a lot. Seeing this, Kai Yang was stunned. Yang Kai had forced out a drop of golden blood because it was the most precious thing to him right now, and he had wanted to give it a try, but he hadn't expected it to actually help the artifact's spirit. On second thought, Yang Kai suddenly understood. Although the artifact's spirit did not have a physical body, the vessel that gave birth to it was also a dead object, but since it had gained sentience, it meant that it was no longer an ordinary artifact spirit. As long as it severed its relationship with the vessel and found a suitable body to possess, it could completely become a special existence. It had its own vitality, so the golden blood would naturally have an effect on it. After swallowing a drop of golden blood, the artifact spirit didn't change much except for recovering some of its Yuan Qi, nor did it show any signs of becoming stronger. Instead, it tilted its head and walked around Yang Kai, trying to flatter him, seemingly wanting to obtain another drop of golden blood from Yang Kai. Yang Kai couldn't help laughing as he discovered that the artifact spirit he had subdued this time was quite intelligent. This was not surprising though, as artifact spirits had existed for at least 10,000 years, so it wasn't strange for them to have such sentience. At that time, these energy chains had shredded the artifact spirit's body, allowing it to escape. Now that they had appeared in front of him again, Yang Kai immediately understood what was going on. It turned out that this artifact refining furnace had been sealed and locked in this stone room. Didn't that mean that the artifact spirit had been born tens of thousands of years ago? The original owner of this artifact refining furnace had used this method to seal it and prevent the artifact spirit from escaping. Otherwise, with the artifact spirit's ability, it could have taken the artifact refining furnace out of the earth-lung fire pond. There was no need for it to remain here alone for tens of thousands of years. After understanding this matter, Yang Kai smiled bitterly. It seemed that if he wanted to take the artifact refining furnace away, he would first have to break through this layer of spirit array. The artifact spirit certainly had no way to remove it, otherwise it would have already escaped and would not have been trapped here. He hadn't received any help from the artifact spirit yet, but now he had to work for it, causing Yang Kai to secretly curse his bad luck. A red light flashed from the ground and the artifact spirit appeared again, screaming at the layers of spirit array around the artifact refining furnace. Yang Kai was well aware of this, so he didn't hesitate and rushed forward, constantly bombarding the energy chains with cold flames. Although this kind of spirit array was arranged very well and was quite strong, It was still a dead object after all. Yang Kai's cold flames restrained it, so it wasn't difficult to break it. Half a day later, under the constant freezing of the cold flames, the chain-like energy chains finally broke apart inch by inch. Seeing this, the artifact spirit, who had been waiting nearby, let out a clear cry, its voice filled with infinite joy, and plunged into the artifact refining furnace. The container and artifact spirit merged into one in an instant, and a burst of fire attribute energy burst out, causing Yang Kai's face to pale. Only now did he understand that the artifact spirit should have been unable to display its full strength because of this spirit array. Otherwise, it would have been hard to say who would have won at that time. Fortunately, this spirit array gave him the opportunity to subdue the artifact spirit. For this, he had to properly thank the original owner of this artifact refining furnace. Just as he was bewildered, the huge crafting furnace slowly rose into the air, and then as it rotated, it quickly became smaller. Soon, the huge artifact refining furnace shrank to the size of a palm. With a flash of light, the artifact refining furnace flew in front of Yang Kai, and from it, a crimson figure appeared and disappeared. Yang Kai took a deep breath and put away the small furnace in front of him into his space ring. He didn't put the artifact refining furnace into the black book space. After all, there were too many precious things inside the black book space, and the artifact spirit wasn't an honest fellow. If he really left it in the black book space, Yang Kai wouldn't feel at ease, fearing it would lose something. After putting away the artifact refining furnace, Yang Kai took out the 8 glowing balls embedded in the stone wall, and threw them into his space ring before walking out of the stone room. There was no need to stay here any longer. The entire stone room under the earth-lung fire pond had been swept clean by Yang Kai, and everything of value now belonged to him. Staying here would only be a waste of time. Soon, Yang Kai arrived at the entrance to the stone wall, and looked up at the almost bottomless exit, secretly feeling a bit troubled. The distance from here to the exit was at least a few thousand meters, and the magma inside the earth-lung fire pond would erupt from time to time, so climbing up like this would be a bit troublesome. After thinking about it for a moment, Yang Kai's eyes lit up, and he took out the artifact refining furnace again. He remembered that the artifact spirit could fly just now, and although it was only flying around the stone room, it didn't seem to be bound by the world principles of this place. After communicating with it, Yang Kai was overjoyed. The artifact spirit could really fly out, so he didn't hesitate and allowed it to carry him. A moment later, somewhere in the 5th layer, a red light shot up into the sky. Below this red light, Yang Kai's hands were covered in cold flames as he grabbed the artifact spirit's claws and rushed out. As soon as it rushed out of the earth-lung fire pond, the artifact spirit let out a high-pitched cry, as if it had been reborn, and was about to spread its wings and fly away. How could it have known that after only flying 100 meters, its body would come to a halt and it would crash to the ground, its face covered in dust? Seeing this, Yang Kai immediately understood that the artifact spirit wasn't unbound by the world principles here. It was just that its restrictions were much smaller than his own. But it still couldn't fly too high. Yang Kai was happy because he now had a lot of time to use, but he was also worried because he didn't know what kind of danger he would encounter when he left. After all, while Lu Yan sandfield was open, the dangers of the flame area had been reduced countless times, but once it closed, the dangers of the flame area would increase exponentially. If Yang Kai wanted to leave, he would have to pass through the 6th floor by himself. Thinking about this now was useless as he had been left behind by a freak combination of factors, so Yang Kai had to think about how to take advantage of the situation in front of him. Yang Kai didn't dare to take back the 2-star Emperor tokens. Who knew what would happen once he took them back? He could only keep them close to him. One of the cultivators, who looked like a tall man, chuckled meaningfully as he looked at the person who had been stopped and said, "Junior brother Deng, I was wondering why you had come to the periphery of Lu Yan Desert, but it turns out you had a helper lying in ambush here. What, do you think a second-order Saint King cultivator can eat us 2 brothers?" The other cultivator, who was wearing a purple robe, sneered and mocked. It seems that junior brother Deng Ning has been very favored recently, and was confused for a moment. Otherwise, how could he have come to this kind of place? Brother Yi, there's no need to lower yourself to his level. Caught in the middle, Deng Ning's face sank, but he didn't try to defend himself, nor did he want to admit it. Instead, he quickly said, "Yi Yangrong and Jigong, just for a mere blood fusion pill. You're willing to kill all of us without any regard for your brotherhood?" The tall cultivator named Yi Yangrong laughed when he heard this. Brotherhood? In Demon Blood Temple, this kind of thing is very luxurious. Brother, I don't expect to have such a thing. As for the blood fusion pill, junior brother Deng, if you know what's good for you, you should obediently hand it over. Everyone here is from the same bloodline, so I don't want to be too ruthless. You don't want to? Deng Ning snickered and sneered. You're afraid I'll fight back before I die, right? Don't think the 2 of you can eat me. Even if I have to drag one of you down with me, I can still do it. Hearing this, both Yi Yangrong and Enji's faces changed, revealing a look of dread. Obviously, they knew the other party wasn't lying. Enji frowned, suppressing some of his murderous intent as he tried to persuade Deng Ning. Junior brother Deng, you obtained a lot of good things in Lu Yan's desert last time. It was because of this great harvest that the elders decided to reward you with this blood fusion pill. And as far as I know, you received more than just this blood fusion pill, right? The sect's secret scriptures are much more open to you, and you were even given a powerful artifact, so why bother arguing with us over a single pill? We don't want anything else from you, just that pill. If we can't, Brother Yi and I will each compensate you with 30,000 Saint Crystals. He thought that if he gave Deng Ning a way out, the other party would compromise. After all, it wasn't worth it to lose his life for a single pill. But how could he have imagined that Deng Ning would actually sneer? 30,000? As disciples of Demon Blood Temple, don't you know how precious this weapon fusion pill is? You want to make up for my loss with a trivial 30,000? Don't even think about it. Enji's face went cold and was about to say something when Deng Ning sneered. But brethren, don't blame me for not reminding you as a junior brother. What kind of person Brother Yi is, I'm sure you know better than anyone else. There is only one blood fusion pill, so even if I give it to you, how are you going to split it? Don't say something stupid like Brother Yi will give it to you. I don't think your future will be any better than mine. As soon as these words came out, Enji's expression immediately became complicated. How could he not have thought of this? But now that he was riding a tiger, he could only join forces with Yi Yangrong to obtain the blood fusion pill first. As for how they would distribute it after snatching it, that was another matter altogether. Seeing Enji's expression change slightly, Yi Yangrong quickly shouted, "Junior brethren, don't be so gullible as to believe his words. Now that the 2 of us have joined forces, whoever grabs the blood fusion pill from him will get it. If Big Brother wins and obtains the divine pill, Big Brother promises to compensate you." Hearing what he said, Enji's expression relaxed slightly as he forced a smile and said, "If junior brother is lucky enough to obtain it, he will do the same as Big Brother." Both of them had their own ulterior motives, but now they had reached an agreement. Seeing that his plan to sow discord had no effect, Deng Ning's expression became gloomy as he reached out and wiped his space ring, summoning a crimson pill that contained an astonishing amount of blood qi into his hand. Blood fusion pill. As soon as they saw this pill, Yi Yangrong and Enji both showed greedy looks as they stared at it, as if it was something extremely precious to them. At the same time, the defenses of his knowledge sea were instantly broken, and a spiritual energy attack penetrated his knowledge sea. Yi Yangrong instantly began sweating profusely, knowing that if he moved again, his knowledge sea would definitely be attacked. The strength of this divine sense was not inferior to that of a second-order origin returning realm cultivator, and was not something he could resist. Immediately, Yi Yangrong no longer dared to move, and instead stared at Yang Kai in fear, his eyes trembling violently, unable to believe that such a divine sense attack could be sent out by such a person. After tearing apart the defenses of this man's knowledge sea and giving him a warning, Yang Kai didn't rush to kill him but instead looked at Deng Ning with interest and suddenly said, "It's not impossible for me to take action, but what kind of reward can you give me?" Chapter 1253. Yang Kai understood the principle of cutting weeds and pulling up roots better than anyone else. If possible, he wanted to kill this Deng Ning as well, but Deng Ning's declaration that even if he died, he would drag Yi Yangrong down with him had somewhat moved Yang Kai. A guy who didn't even care about his own life and death could be trusted. Asking Deng Ning for a reward was just an excuse. After all, Yang Kai didn't want to act for no reason. Just now he had killed Enji because someone else had attacked first. As for what Deng Ning wanted to pay, whether it was expensive or cheap, Yang Kai didn't care. However, after hearing Yang Kai say this, Deng Ning's face lit up and he thought about it carefully for a moment before quickly saying, "Demon blood thread secret technique. I wonder if this friend is interested?" Deng Ning. Before Yang Kai could answer, Yi Yangrong roared like he had lost his mind, his face filled with disbelief. "You dare spread our temple's secret technique? Do you know what will happen to you if the elders learn of this?" Deng Ning turned his head and smiled coldly at him. "It's nothing more than refining one's soul. What's there to make such a fuss about?" Deng Ning's indifferent expression left Yi Yangrong speechless for a while. Deng Ning shook his head again and sneered. "Besides, as long as Brother Yi dies here, who will know I spread our temple's secret technique?" Yi Yangrong's face suddenly went pale as he realized how much Deng Ning hated him, even going so far as to violate Demon Blood Temple's rules, and use his Demon Blood Thread secret technique to lure this person into helping him. If the other party really agreed, he wouldn't have any chance of survival. Thinking quickly, Yi Yangrong hurriedly turned to Yang Kai and said, "Friend, don't believe Deng Ning's words so easily. Although our temple's Demon Blood Thread secret technique is extremely powerful, and only core disciples can cultivate it, you have never cultivated our Demon Blood Temple's secret technique, so it is useless to you. Moreover, if you obtain this secret technique, our temple's elders will definitely not sit back and watch. Once news of this leaks out, at that time, you will have no road to heaven or door to earth and will die." Saying so, Yi Yangrong's mind flashed. Suddenly, he seemed to remember something. His face became even paler. Looking at Deng Ning, he said in a trembling voice, "So this is what you were planning?" Deng Ning chuckled. When he saw that Yi Yangrong had finally understood, he no longer concealed it. Instead, he turned to Yang Kai and said, "Friend, I don't know your name, Nor do I know your background, but I only want to kill this person right now. Although revealing the demon blood thread secret technique is risky for you, it is also the same for me. Once this matter is exposed, I will only suffer thousands of times worse torture than you, so I will never betray you. Friend, can you rest assured now? This Deng Ning's mind was extremely sharp, and he seemed to have long since seen through Yang Kai's evil intentions of killing them all. So he used the demon blood thread secret technique to bind himself to Yang Kai. As long as Yang Kai agreed, he wouldn't betray Yang Kai, because betraying Yang Kai was equivalent to courting death. This could be considered a disguised gesture of goodwill. As for the fact that the demon blood thread secret technique had no effect on Yang Kai, how could he not have considered this? Seeing Yang Kai's hesitant look, Deng Ning steeled his heart and increased the price. If friend is still not satisfied, I can. No need, the demon blood thread secret technique is fine. Yang Kai interrupted him. He also saw through Deng Ning's intentions, but he didn't care about such a small trick. He didn't comment on Deng Ning's desperate approach. Seeing Yang Kai nod, Yi Yangrong's face instantly turned ashen while Deng Ning was overjoyed. You're safe, everything is fine. Oh, Brother Yang actually broke through to the Second Order Saint King realm. Congratulations, congratulations. Luo Qing had been exchanging pleasantries with Yang Kai, but after discovering that Yang Kai's cultivation had advanced by a minor realm, he couldn't help congratulating him while showing an envious look. Because he was an origin returning realm cultivator, he couldn't enter Lu Yen Sand Field, so he felt quite regretful. He had long heard that those who entered Lu Yen Sandfield and returned safely all reaped great harvests, some even breaking through their bottlenecks. Now, it seemed that this was indeed the case. Hearing Luo Qing say this, everyone else also showed excited expressions. Strictly speaking, all of them had gathered together because of Yang Kai, so Yang Kai was the real leader here. Now that Yang Kai's cultivation had improved, they were naturally excited. After exchanging a few more words, Luo Qing said goodbye and left. Foreign Elder Chang's 30 million Saint Crystals? Yang Kai raised his brow as he looked at Chang Qi, immediately understanding that Chang Qi must have obtained so many Saint Crystals from the underground lode in Lu Yen Sandfield. It seemed that Chang Qi had been mining there since Yang Kai left, and had not come out until Lu Yen Sandfield closed. Otherwise, there would not be such an astonishing amount of Saint Crystals. These Saint Crystals are just a loan from foreign Elder Chang. I'll return them when I have more in the future. Chang Qi put on a stern face and pretended to be annoyed. Yang Kai, if you say such things, then you don't consider this Chang one of your own. Without even mentioning how I obtained these 30 million Saint Crystals, if it weren't for you, how could this old master have found that Saint Crystal lode and obtained so many Saint Crystals? At least half of these Saint Crystals belong to you. And if it weren't for you, This old master and old How would probably be homeless right now. Even if we had a huge amount of Saint crystals, with our strength, we would only bring disaster to ourselves. There was no way we could protect so many Saint crystals. In the end, we could only rely on other great forces, and offer them these Saint crystals for protection. Howen also echoed from the side. That's right, Young Kai. You accepted me and old Chang before Lu Yen Sand Field opened, allowing us brothers to have a place to rely on and return to. That's more than enough. Being homeless is the saddest thing in the world. We two brothers are extremely grateful. These Saint crystals are just a small token of old Chang's appreciation, so please don't worry about it. We two brothers won't live for long and have no children, so what use is there for so many Saint crystals? Today, Dragon Cave Mountain has become a famous cultivation paradise in the nearby region. Many cultivators without a sect or family want to come here to seek refuge, but unfortunately, they have no way to do so. Old Chang and I are already satisfied with being able to enter this place. There's no need for you to say anything more. Yang Kai smiled bitterly, knowing that if he continued to speak, he would only be discouraging them, so he cupped his fists solemnly and said, "Many thanks for the two foreign elders' good intentions." Chang Chi laughed and said, "That's more like it. Us two brothers are looking forward to living out our old age here. It would be best if we could die of old age here." Yang Kai shook his head and said, "I'm afraid your wish won't be realized for the time being. After you break through to the Origin Returning Realm, your lifespan will naturally increase." Origin Returning Realm. Chang Chi's eyes lit up as he thought of the 9-branched jade crystal tree, but he soon sighed sadly. Even with that thing, old How and I may not be able to break through. Leave that to this junior. The two of you can rest in peace for the next few days, and try to adjust your condition to its peak. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. It should be a fire crystal stone. Yang Kai rubbed his chin. It's just that I don't understand why it's so big, and my experience in obtaining it was also very strange. I didn't obtain it from a fire spirit beast. Immediately, Yang Kai gave a brief account of his experience in the strange mountain valley, and how this huge fire crystal stone was his first harvest after entering the Lu Yen Sand Field. While Yang Kai was talking, Yang Inflammation kept staring at the fire crystal stone, gently stroking it with one hand. After Yang Kai finished, Yang Inflammation nodded and said, "It should be a fire crystal stone, but this fire crystal stone has its own spirit array, which stimulates the fire essence aura, and forms all kinds of fire spirit beasts to obstruct your progress." An internal spirit array? Yang Kai's expression changed. He hadn't noticed this before. And it's natural, a very mysterious spirit array. Yang Inflammation smiled. This thing has some uses, but using it for artifact refining is a bit of a waste. Give it to me, I can use it to arrange a spirit array. That spirit array needs something like this as its array core. Good. Yang Kai nodded, not being stingy, readily handing over the fire crystal stone. In any case, Yang Inflammation arranged the spirit array to protect Dragon Cave Mountain, so he could also benefit from it. What else? Yang Yen put the huge fire crystal stone into her space ring before her beautiful eyes stared at Yang Kai, seemingly looking forward to his response. This. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and took out a blood-red thing that looked a bit like a grass seed, but exuded a strange bloody aura. A blood-sword grass seed. Yang Inflammation saw this thing and her beautiful face suddenly went pale as she exclaimed. She was able to recognize the seed at first glance. Bloodsword grass. It really does live up to its name. Yang Kai nodded thoughtfully, recalling what had happened after he fell into that strange bewildering array. At that time, after breaking through the shackles of that spirit array and walking out of the tunnel, there were many red weeds on either side of him that seemed to have come to life, growing wildly and attacking him. Moreover, these blood-red weeds were extremely hard and sharp. Even with Yang Kai's powerful physique, he didn't dare allow them to cut him at will. Lu Yan's desert actually had such a thing. Yang Inflammation's face went pale. Is this thing very famous? Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a little strange when he saw her look like she was facing a great enemy. I don't know if it's famous or not, but I know how terrifying it is. It can grow indefinitely, and as long as there is enough flesh and blood for it to absorb, its power will continue to grow until it reaches its limit. Even an Origin King's body will be able to withstand its attacks. It's that terrifying? Yang Kai was taken aback, feeling both fear and relief at the same time. If what Yang Inflammation said was true, then the blood sword grass he encountered shouldn't have been able to grow, otherwise, it wouldn't have been so helpless against him. This thing was extremely famous in ancient times. Many great sects and restricted areas would plant some of them to protect themselves. Yang Inflammation gently pinched the blood-red seed with a cautious expression. It's a pity there was only one seed, if there were more. Yang Kai not only didn't feel fear, but also felt regret. A pity? Yang Inflammation sneered. Not at all, one seed is enough. Bloodsword grass can reproduce and grow by itself. As long as there is a single seed, and given enough flesh and blood, it will be able to reproduce. Yang Kai's eyes lit up when he heard this. What do you want to do? Yang Inflammation seemed to notice the dangerous aura flashing in Yang Kai's eyes and asked hurriedly. Nothing much. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully before taking the bloodsword grass seed back from Yang Inflammation's hand, and carefully putting it away. I'll tell you first, if you want to plant it, you have to tell me in advance, but don't worry too much. As long as you don't provide it with flesh and blood, it won't grow so it won't be harmful. And I understand. Yang Kai nodded before taking out 2 more things from his space ring. Once he had time to slowly comprehend it, he could begin refining the dragon bone. After passing on the secret arts to Yang Kai, Yang Inflammation thought for a moment and said, If you're not in a hurry, I can lend you my artifact refining furnace. Although my crafting furnace is not very good, but with its help, you will be able to refine it quickly. After all, sharpening the axe will not delay the work of cutting wood. Artifact refining furnace? Yang Kai raised his eyebrows, showing a strange look. I have one. You have an artifact refining furnace? Yang Inflammation was stunned, smiling. You're not an artifact refiner. How could you have an artifact refining furnace? Oh, I got it in Lu Yan's desert, and it seems to be quite extraordinary, Yang Kai said, while taking out the small artifact refining furnace. When Yang Inflammation saw the small artifact refining furnace, she didn't show any surprise. She only felt that the strange bird pattern on it was a little strange. Just as she was checking the quality of this artifact refining furnace, the strange bird pattern seemed to come alive. It quickly swam around the surface of the furnace. Immediately, it turned into a red firebird. It flew out. In an instant, the temperature in the stone room soared, and the air was filled with a scorching and pure fire aura. Artifact spirit. Yang Inflammation exclaimed in shock. Covering her small mouth, her beautiful eyes stared at the artifact spirit, full of shock and eagerness. The artifact spirit also seemed to see Yang Inflammation's malicious intent, so after hovering mid-air, it landed on Yang Kai's shoulder, its 3 long tail feathers dragging behind it as it used its sharp beak to comb its feathers while staring at Yang Inflammation vigilantly with its 2 small eyes. Yang Yan was so shocked that she couldn't speak, her eyes filled with longing. She suddenly realized that Yang Kai not becoming an artifact refiner was a big loss. The Saint Chi in his body was qualified, his divine sense was strong enough, and he had the stone mongoose as his strongest assistant. Now he even had an artifact refining furnace with an artifact spirit, one that was obviously Origin King grade. Infuriating. Yang Inflammation compared Yang Kai's possessions to her own, and couldn't help feeling discouraged. Now that this artifact spirit had obviously been subdued by Yang Kai, even if she wanted this artifact refining furnace, she couldn't. Once an artifact spirit was subdued, it was impossible for it to submit to a second person, unless the person who subdued it first died. With the assistance of such an artifact refining furnace, refining the dragon bone, dragon bead, and dragon soul will be twice as fast with half the effort. Yang Inflammation said bitterly as she stared at Yang Kai with her beautiful eyes filled with resentment. Ahem. I collected a lot of artifact refining furnaces this time, and several of them are Origin King grade. Really? Yang Inflammation's spirits instantly rose. But they all seem to be a little damaged. As Yang Kai spoke, he took out the artifact refining furnaces he had collected from the Earth Lung Fire Pond, and placed them in a scattered pile. Yang Inflammation's mouth was wide open, and he was unable to close it for a long time. After inspecting these artifact refining furnaces one by one, he suddenly became a little annoyed and said, "It's not just a little damaged, the damage is too great. How could they all be destroyed by fire attribute energy? Can they still be used? I don't know. I'll do my best to repair them." Yang Inflammation waved his hand and put the artifact refining furnaces into his space ring. Next, Yang Kai took out his other gains from Lu Yen Sand Field one by one, handing over everything he could to Yang Inflammation. For example, the huge number of fire crystal stones, the brilliant fire crystal essence, and the Lu Yen flying fire. Yang Yan had said that profound insect stones were the most suitable for growing exotic insects. Before Yang Kai went to Lu Yan's desert, he had told Yang Yan and the others not to touch this profound insect stone. Now it was lying quietly in a corner just like before. However, under the investigation of Yang Kai's divine sense, he found that there were thousands of tiny soul-devouring insects, invisible to the naked eye, sleeping quietly inside this profound insect stone. The interior of the profound insect stone seemed to be empty. The soul-devouring insects were still growing and evolving, so they couldn't be used for the time being. Only when the profound insect stone completely disappeared would they be able to fly out. Moreover, the six-colored soul-warming lotus in Yang Kai's knowledge, sea was also evolving, so the soul-devouring insects had no place to settle down. So Yang Kai wasn't in a hurry to let them out. Yang Kai had great expectations for the evolving soul-devouring insects, wondering what kind of changes they would undergo after they finished evolving. After pondering for a while, Yang Kai put away the profound insect stone and placed it in the stone room where the 9-branched jade crystal tree was. Only then did Yang Kai walk out of the cave mansion and call Changqi and Haoan in, giving each of them an origin condensing pill, and telling them to choose an empty stone room to enter retreat. Yang Kai believed that it wouldn't be long before Dragon Cave Mountain would have its first 2 origin returning realm masters. Although they would only be first-order origin realm masters, in the end, there would still be origin returning realm masters here. In the future, when Yang Kai wasn't here, they would be able to cooperate with Dragon Cave Mountain's many amazing spirit arrays to protect this place. Over the next few days, Yang Kai was constantly busy. No one knew what he was busy with, but soon, everyone was surprised to find that a golden sun fruit tree had appeared somewhere on Dragon Cave Mountain. Although the fruits on this tree had disappeared, this tree was still a spirit fruit tree, so in addition to being used to decorate the scenery of Dragon Cave Mountain, it also gave everyone a sense of anticipation. When it came to transplanting the golden sun fruit tree, Yang Kai was severely reprimanded by Yang Yan. After listening to her ramble on, Yang Kai realized that he had been too naive before. The golden sun fruit tree's requirements for its environment were too harsh. If Yang Kai hadn't possessed a heaven-defying treasure like the Black Book space, it would have been impossible to bring it out of the Luyan desert, and would likely have died inside his space ring. Even if it was replanted here, the chances of the golden sun fruit tree surviving was less than 30%. Yang Yen had spent a great deal of effort to arrange a spirit array around it to gather world energy for it to use, but even so, no one could guarantee whether the golden sun fruit tree would survive or not. However, the blood sword grass seed had undergone a change that shocked both Yang Kai and Yang Yen. Originally, after Yang Yen took away the blood sword grass seed, she had simply found a random place to plant it. Because she hadn't provided it with any flesh, she hadn't expected the blood sword grass seed to sprout and grow at this moment. She had only intended to use it as a last resort. If anyone dared to attack Dragon Cave Mountain, as long as there were casualties near the blood sword grass seed, it would be able to absorb the energy from these corpses and break out of the ground, catching the enemy off guard. On a whim, Yang Kai dripped a drop of golden blood onto the spot where the blood sword grass seed had been planted. As a result, in the blink of an eye, the blood sword grass seed began to sprout and grow rapidly, only stopping after reaching a height of 10 meters or so. On top of that, golden blood contained an unimaginable amount of vitality, making it the best foundation for cultivating the demon blood thread secret art. When Yang Kai discovered this, he was overjoyed, but before that, he had been considering the pros and cons of cultivating the demon blood thread secret art. It wasn't until some time ago that he finally decided to begin cultivating it. Because the more blood essence one used to cultivate this secret art, the more demon blood threads one could cultivate, and the more powerful it would be. This secret art was simply tailor-made for Yang Kai. How could he miss out on such an opportunity? Currently, when Yang Kai fought, he mostly relied on the Nine Heavens' divine skills as well as his own comprehension of Saint Qi, so he lacked some flexibility. If he could cultivate this demon blood thread secret art, he would be able to make up for this shortcoming. If Yang Kai cultivated this secret art, he would have another huge advantage, and that was that the demon blood threads he cultivated would be more powerful than those of Demon Blood Temple's disciples because the foundation of this secret art was blood essence. The more powerful one's blood essence was, the more terrifying the demon blood threads would be. During this half-year retreat, Yang Kai had spent most of his time cultivating the demon blood thread secret art. Now he was showing some signs of minor accomplishment. Inside the cave mansion, Yang Kai's thoughts flashed as an imperceptible golden light appeared at the tip of his finger. This golden light was like a silk thread, several dozen meters long, and under the control of Yang Kai's divine sense, it moved back and forth nimbly, giving off a whooshing sound as if it was capable of cutting through space itself, as if he was holding an invisible golden whip in his hand. After testing the power of this demon blood thread secret art, Yang Kai was quite satisfied. After all, this was something he had obtained by consuming a drop of golden blood. Moreover, he hadn't even fully cultivated it, yet it already possessed such power. If he fully cultivated it, its power would definitely increase significantly. This was just a single demon blood thread. If he cultivated several dozen of them, Yang Kai could hardly imagine how much trouble they would bring to his enemies. The senior who created the demon blood thread secret art was truly a heaven-sent genius, actually thinking of using his own blood essence to cultivate this artifact that wasn't really an artifact. However, even he could not have anticipated that there would be someone like Yang Kai in this world, who could use countless drops of golden blood. Given enough time, Yang Kai would definitely be able to carry forward the demon blood thread secret art he created. However, now this thing could no longer be called a demon blood thread. It was more appropriate to call it a golden blood thread. Yang Kai grinned, took back the golden blood thread into his body, and continued to cultivate. The divine tree's speech gradually became clearer, as if after speaking a few words, it had grasped the trick of communicating with others in this way. As it spoke, it began to slowly walk through the black book space. If there's anything wrong with this place, it's that I feel this place is no longer suitable for me to stay. It's too depressing and not conducive to my growth. Yang Kai was startled and immediately understood what was going on. Before the divine tree had evolved, it could only be regarded as a world spirit treasure that had gained sentience, so there was no problem with it being placed inside the black book space. But now it had become a strange creature, so staying inside the black book space was indeed a bit inappropriate. It might not be a problem for a short time, but if it stayed here for a long time, it would be unable to accept the world principles from the outside world, causing it to wither and die. If such a thing really happened, Yang Kai would not be able to absolve himself from the blame. Chapter 1263. Considering all this, Yang Kai said apologetically, "I've wronged you these past few years. When I brought you out of that mysterious small world, I promised you that one day I would find a place for you to settle down. But after all these years, I've been running around and haven't been able to find a place to settle down." Hearing this, the divine tree waved its two palms and waved them off. "I know you don't need to worry about it." Yang Kai nodded gently before suddenly grinning. "But now I finally have a place to settle down. If you want, you can come out for a while. When I leave here in the future, I'll take you with me. Of course, that's up to you." The divine tree stopped and a look of joy appeared on its subtle face as it asked, "Can we go out now?" It seemed that because it had been placed in the black book space for so long, it missed the sunlight outside. Yang Kai nodded firmly. "Then let's go out. When you leave here, I'll go with you." After finishing his discussion, Yang Kai immediately walked out of the cave mansion. The outside was quiet as the several dozen Haiku family disciples seemed to be in a state of cultivation. Even Changqi and Howen were nowhere to be seen. Only the few cultivators responsible for monitoring Dragon Cave Mountain's movements were still active. Seeing Yang Kai come out of seclusion, these people's expressions became solemn, and they quickly walked over to greet him. Although they had followed Wu Yi out of the Haiku family, they all knew who was in charge of this place. "Where's Yang Inflammation?" Yang Kai looked around but couldn't find any trace of Yang Inflammation. Even after using his divine sense, Yang Kai couldn't find Yang Inflammation's aura. Wu Yi was also not here. Yang Inflammation and Young Lady went to Black Sea City together. One of the cultivators who seemed to be very smart quickly replied, "Black Sea City? Which great force is that? Why did they go there?" Yang Kai was stunned. Black Sea City is under the jurisdiction of Clear Sky Sect. They went there to participate in Treasure Trove Pavilion's auction. Another auction? Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. Seeing his puzzled look, the cultivator hurriedly explained. After listening to his explanation, Yang Kai understood. It seemed to be because Yang Kai had taken out a lot of good things at the auction last time. Yen Pei of Treasure Trove Pavilion remembered this, so before the auction this time he specially asked Qian Tong to send over an invitation. Dragon Cave Mountain just happened to be lacking Saint Crystals to purchase materials, so Yang Yen brought a few artifacts he had refined to the auction, prepared to raise some funds. After learning about this, Kai Yang furrowed his brow. The speed at which Yang Inflammation was spending Saint Crystals was simply too fast. The several million Saint Crystals and materials Yang Kai had brought back last time must have been used up by her. Yang Kai wasn't frowning because of her extravagant spending. No matter how much Saint Crystals and materials Yang Yen consumed, he was still arranging a protective barrier for Dragon Cave Mountain. What Yang Kai cared about was that auctioning things to raise Saint Crystals was not a long-term solution. Yang Inflammation could take out the artifacts he refined to auction once or twice to allow the funds to flow, but if this continued, something would definitely happen. What's more, the pills he refined couldn't be auctioned for a long time. After all, Dragon Cave Mountain was not under the protection of any great force. Although Shadow Moon Hall had a good relationship with Dragon Cave Mountain, that was only because Qian Tong was in charge. There was no guarantee that someone from Shadow Moon Hall would keep an eye on Dragon Cave Mountain. If too many high-grade artifacts and pills were to flow out from here, it would definitely attract the attention of those with ill intentions. After landing, Yang Kai used his divine sense to connect with the black book space and communicated with the divine tree for a while before releasing his divine sense. In the next moment, the spiritual energy in his knowledge sea was greatly reduced, and a golden light flashed in front of Yang Kai as the 70-meter-tall divine tree suddenly appeared. Yang Kai was secretly startled, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. He found that he had underestimated the amount of spiritual energy it would take to release the divine tree. When he had taken the divine tree into the black book space, his spiritual energy had been completely exhausted and his knowledge sea had completely dried up. If it weren't for the 5-colored soul-warming lotus, his soul would have been damaged. Even so, it had taken him a long time to recover. Yang Kai's current strength was far from what it used to be, so he thought that releasing the divine tree would be a simple matter. How could he have imagined that the spiritual energy in his knowledge sea would be reduced by more than half in an instant? However, after thinking about it for a moment, Yang Kai smiled. While he had grown over the years, how could the divine tree not grow as well? The amount of spiritual energy required to release it would naturally be much greater than before, so this was not unexpected. As soon as the divine tree appeared, the human face on the trunk showed a joyful expression, its 2 eyes slowly turning as it looked around. After feeling the rich world energy aura here, a look of comfort appeared on its face as it boomed. Good, good, good. The conditions here are simply too good. Yang Kai knew that this was the first time the divine tree had come into contact with the world energy in the star territory, which was why it was so happy. Compared to the mysterious small world it had lived in before, the difference in world energy here was like heaven and earth. There was simply no comparison. I'm glad you like it. Yang Kai chuckled. I won't put you in a specific place, you can walk wherever you want, but I have to tell you in advance that there are many barriers and spirit arrays set up here. If you rush in, it may be a bit troublesome, so pay more attention when you walk around. Don't be careless and get trapped by these spirit arrays. And I can feel the traces of these spirit arrays. Don't worry, I won't rush in recklessly. The divine tree readily agreed. Soon after, the tentacle-like branches under its roots wriggled, causing the ground to churn. In the blink of an eye, the divine tree had actually taken root on the spot. A sound was emitted from its mouth, and its eyes were half closed in enjoyment. It appeared to be lazy. Yang Kai did not disturb it and simply waited quietly, letting it enjoy the joy of seeing the light of day again. After a while, Yang Kai suddenly remembered something and said, Right, 2 drops of my golden blood can help you evolve. What if you swallow some more? The divine tree opened its eyes and showed a look of longing, but soon said, Your golden blood should also be extremely precious. Although it will be of great help to my growth, I won't be able to evolve any further in the near future. Swallowing it will only make me stronger, so there's no need to rush. When you have more golden blood in the future, you can let me swallow it. Yang Kai grinned and said, Although it's not much, giving you a drop for now won't be a problem. Saying so, Yang Kai directly forced out a drop of golden blood and flicked it towards the divine tree. The divine tree opened its mouth, swallowed it directly, and let out another roar, its big mouth wriggling as if it was still tasting the golden blood. After a while, the divine tree opened its eyes and said, Good, I need to adapt for a few days, you can go about your business. Good, Yang Kai nodded, and after exchanging a few more words with it he left. Calling over the Haiku family cultivator, Yang Kai told them to take good care of the divine tree. When Yang Yan and Wu Yi returned, Yang Kai told them about the divine tree's existence. Presumably, they would take good care of it. After doing all this, Yang Kai entered secluded retreat again. Yang Kai didn't know if it was because his luck was unstoppable, but a month after the divine tree's evolution, the profound insect stone that Yang Kai had placed in his stone room began to move. All the soul-devouring insects had awakened, and the huge profound insect stone had been consumed. After awakening, The soul-devouring insects seemed to have been fully nourished and had grown greatly. It could be described as a double blessing. Yang Kai reckoned that the soul skill he had comprehended this time was very likely related to the colorless crystal. Perhaps the crystal contained some profound mysteries that allowed him to comprehend this divine technique by chance. Although he had not tested it, Yang Kai knew that this soul skill was extraordinary. It would not be an exaggeration to say that it was his trump card. During this period of time, one good thing after another had happened. First, the divine tree had awakened from its slumber. Then the soul-devouring insects had completed their evolution. And now even the soul-warming lotus had turned into its seven-colored form. It seemed that good things had all happened to Yang Kai. A few days ago, he was still worried about how to deal with the evolved soul-devouring insects, but now this problem was easily solved. Considering all this, Yang Kai waved his hand to the side and caught a gray, misty object in his hand. This misty object was twisting and changing, making it look extremely strange. Although this mist was not very eye-catching, if one looked carefully, they would be able to see that this gray mist was actually a cloud of tiny insects that were almost invisible to the naked eye. The soul-devouring insects were originally invisible to the naked eye, but after their evolution, they had gathered together to form this gray mist. The lethality of each soul-devouring insect had greatly increased. Yang Kai estimated that they could now easily kill an ordinary Saint King realm cultivator. Even if an origin-returning realm cultivator was infected, they would not be able to expel it in a short time. Yang Kai wasn't afraid of them at all. Releasing his divine sense, he wrapped up this gray fog and pulled it into his knowledge sea. These soul-devouring insects also made a beeline for the island formed by the seven-colored soul-warming lotus, quickly settling down there. After such a long period of seclusion, Yang Kai had done everything he could. Refining the artifact refining furnace, refining the dragon bone and dragon bead, refining the Lu Yen flying fire, enhancing the power of his conflagrated knowledge sea, comprehending the demon blood thread secret technique, and so on. Yang Kai could not use the dragon bone and dragon bead for the time being, so he could only wait until they became useful to him. As for the golden blood thread secret technique, he had transformed from Demon Blood Temple's Demon Blood Thread secret technique. Yang Kai had only cultivated a single one. Although he had not yet used it against an enemy, Yang Kai knew that its power was extraordinary. This kind of artifact refined using one's own golden blood was far more useful than any other weapon. Of the 8 Lu Yen flying fires, Yang Kai had used 6 of them. As he had guessed, the Lu Yen flying fires could allow a cultivator to develop a variant divine sense, and could indeed enhance the power of his conflagrated knowledge sea.